Welcome, welcome. You're here at Cosmic Wand. Today we present to you, what if Harry was forced into a marriage contract with Astoria Greengras? Like and subscribe if you want more awesome stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1. The Binding the Goblin's letter arrived at 7 in the morning on a Tuesday, which should have been Harry's first warning that something was wrong. Goblins didn't send letters on Tuesdays. They didn't send letters at all if they could help it. Gringotts preferred formal summons delivered by armored courier, or better yet, the kind of stony silence that implied you weren't worth their time. But this was a plain envelope, no seal, no wax, just his name written in ink so black it seemed to eat the light. Harry James Potter. Urgent. Private. He'd been sitting at the kitchen table of Grimmauld Place, eating toast he didn't taste, staring at the prophet without reading it. 6 months since the battle. 6 months since Voldemort's body hit the floor of the Great Hall with a sound like a sack of wet laundry, and the world had erupted into screaming celebration while Harry stood there thinking, I'd like to sit down now. 6 months of funerals and testimony before the Wisengamot, and strangers crying when they saw him in Diagon Alley, and Rita Skeeter writing columns about his mysterious seclusion, when all he was really doing was sitting in this kitchen eating toast and trying to remember what people did with their lives when they weren't hunting pieces of a dark wizard's soul. Creature had brought the letter with breakfast. Harry opened it one-handed, expecting some routine matter, another vault reconciliation, maybe, or paperwork related to the Black family estate. Mr. Potter, your presence is required at Gringotts, Main Branch, today at noon. Conference Chamber 12. The matter pertains to a binding magical contract within the Potter family estate that has reached its activation threshold. Attendance is not optional. Failure to appear will result in the contract's penalty clauses engaging automatically. Ragnarok, Director of Hereditary Accounts, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry read it twice. Then a third time slower. Binding magical contract. Activation threshold. Penalty clauses. He didn't know what any of that meant, specifically, which was the problem. He knew about his vaults, the Potter Vault, the Black Vault, the mess of investments and properties he'd inherited and barely looked at. Hermione had been nagging him for months to do a full accounting. He'd kept putting it off because the idea of sitting in a Gringotts conference room while a goblin walked him through centuries of pure-blood wealth made him want to crawl out of his skin. But this didn't sound like a vault issue. This sounded like a trap. He almost didn't go. The thought crossed his mind, just ignore it, toss the letter in the fire, go back to his toast. 6 months ago he'd walked into a forest to die. He was finished walking into things because someone told him he had to. But penalty clauses engaging automatically had an ominous weight to it, and Harry had learned the hard way that ignoring magical obligations didn't make them disappear. It just made them angrier. He changed into clothes that weren't pajamas, a low bar, but one he'd been failing to clear most mornings, and operated to the front steps of Gringotts at 12:45. The bank was busy. Reconstruction had brought a flood of financial activity, insurance claims, war reparations, estate settlements for the dead. Goblins moved through the marble lobby with their usual brusque efficiency, and witches and wizards queued at the counters looking harried and impatient. A few heads turned when Harry walked in. He kept his eyes forward and his pace steady, the way he'd learned to move through crowds, fast enough to discourage conversation, slow enough to avoid looking like he was running. A goblin he didn't recognize was waiting by the corridor to the private chambers. Short, even by goblin standards, with a face like a clenched fist. Potter. Follow me. No pleasantries. Harry appreciated that about goblins. They didn't pretend to like you. They went deep into the bank, past the main conference rooms, down a spiral staircase carved from living rock, into a part of Gringotts Harry had never seen. The air changed cooler, heavier, carrying a mineral tang like old stone after rain. The corridor was lit by pale crystals embedded in the walls, and the doors they passed were iron-bound and ancient, marked with runes Harry couldn't read. Conference Chamber 12 was at the end of the corridor. The goblin opened the door without knocking and stepped aside. Harry walked in and immediately knew this wasn't a routine meeting. The room was circular, walled in dark stone, with a domed ceiling lost in shadow. A round table sat in the center, surrounded by high-backed chairs. Ragnock, the director, not a clerk, sat at the far side, which meant this was serious enough to warrant the attention of one of the most powerful goblins in Britain. Two other goblins flanked him, both with the heavy ceremonial chains of senior account managers. But it was the other people in the room that stopped Harry in the doorway. A man and a woman sat on the left side of the table. The man was perhaps 50, with silver-streaked dark hair swept back from a sharp, angular face. He wore robes of deep green, impeccably tailored, and held himself with the particular stillness of someone accustomed to being in control of every room he entered. The woman beside him was elegant in a severe way, dark hair, pale eyes, a mouth set in a line that suggested she hadn't smiled since the Chudley Cannon's last winning season. Harry didn't know them, but the family resemblance to the young woman sitting on the right side of the table was unmistakable. She was perhaps 17, no, 18. He corrected himself. She must be 18 if she was here for whatever this was. Dark hair like her parents, but softer, falling past her shoulders. A face that was striking rather than conventionally pretty, with sharp cheekbones and eyes that were an unusual shade of gray-green, like sea glass. She sat very straight in her chair, and her hands were folded on the table in front of her with a composure that might have looked calm to anyone who wasn't watching closely. Harry was watching closely. He could see the white knuckles, the rigid line of her jaw. She was furious, or terrified, or both. Next to her sat another young woman, a few years older, who Harry actually recognized, Daphne Greengras. He'd been in the same year as Daphne at Hogwarts, though they'd never exchanged more than a handful of words. Slytherin, cool-eyed, always somewhere on the periphery of the pureblood social circles without being consumed by them. Daphne's hand rested on the younger woman's arm, and her expression was a mask of controlled fury, which meant the younger woman was Astoria Greengras, Daphne's little sister. 2 years below Harry at Hogwarts, he had a vague impression of a quiet girl in green-trimmed robes, always carrying a book, always watching. They'd never spoken. Not once. "Mr. Potter," Ragnock said. "Sit down." Harry didn't sit down. "What is this?" "Sit down, Mr. Potter. The matter will be explained." "I'd like it explained while I'm standing, thanks." Ragnock's black eyes glittered. The goblin didn't like being challenged, but Harry had broken into his bank, ridden a dragon through the ceiling, and then helped win a war. And the resulting diplomatic negotiations had given him a certain amount of latitude that most wizards didn't enjoy. Ragnock tolerated him the way one might tolerate a natural disaster that happened to be on your side. Very well. Ragnock placed a thick sheaf of parchment on the table. The pages were old, not decades old, but centuries old, the kind of aged vellum that belonged in a museum. What you see before you is a magically binding contract between the House of Potter and the House of Greengras, executed in 1923 by Hadrian Potter and Corvinus Greengras. Harry blinked. "My great-grandfather. Your great-great-grandfather." The contract specifies a marriage union between the eldest eligible heir of the Potter line and the youngest daughter of the Greengras line, to be activated when both parties have reached magical majority and the Potter heir has fulfilled any outstanding martial obligations. Ragnock paused. The defeat of the Dark Lord Voldemort 6 months ago fulfilled the final condition. The contract has activated. The room was very quiet. Harry looked at the parchment, then at Ragnock, then at the Greengras family, all 4 of them watching him with varying degrees of tension. The father's face was unreadable. The mother's was tight. Daphne looked like she wanted to hex someone. And Astoria Greengras was looking directly at him, and her gray-green eyes were blazing. "No," Harry said. "Mr. Potter, I said no. I didn't sign anything. I've never agreed to any contract. You can't hold me to something my great-great-grandfather decided 100 years ago." "Regrettably," Ragnock said, with the tone of a goblin who found nothing regrettable about anything, "you are incorrect. The contract is not a mundane legal document. It is a magically sealed covenant bound in blood. The signatories pledged on behalf of their bloodlines. The magic does not require your consent. It requires only that the activation conditions be met, which they have been. Harry felt a hot surge of anger pushing up through his chest. That's barbaric. You can't just bind someone to a marriage they never agreed to. The wizarding world has done precisely that for centuries, the man at the table said. His voice was measured, cultured, and carried the particular weight of someone who was accustomed to his words landing like gavels. Mr. Potter, I am Astoria Greengras. This is my wife, Isolde. I assure you, our family is no more pleased about this than you are. Father. Astoria's voice. Quiet but sharp, like a blade being drawn. Don't speak for me. Aldrich's jaw tightened, but he didn't respond to his daughter. He kept his eyes on Harry. We've spent months attempting to find a way to dissolve the contract. We were alerted to its activation by our own account managers and have since retained 3 separate experts in magical contract law. None have found a means of dissolution that doesn't carry catastrophic consequences. Catastrophic how? Harry asked. Ragnarok answered. The penalty clause for non-fulfillment is the complete forfeiture of magic from both bound parties. Not a temporary suppression. Permanent extraction. You would both become squibs in the most thorough sense of the word. The silence that followed was absolute. Harry stared at the goblin. The anger was still there, but now it was threaded through with something colder. He'd felt this before, the particular sensation of the world rearranging itself around him without his permission, of discovering that choices he thought he had were illusions. You're telling me, he said slowly, that I either marry a woman I've never spoken to, or I lose my magic. Those are the essential parameters, yes. Harry looked at Astoria. She was still watching him, and now he could read what was in her face, not just fury, but a kind of fierce, desperate pride. She wasn't going to cry. She wasn't going to beg. She was going to sit in that chair with her white knuckles and her rigid spine, and endure this the way she'd endured the war, by refusing to break. Something about that steadied him. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Tell me everything, he said. The next 40 minutes were the worst of Harry's post-war life, and that included his Wisengamot testimony about the Horcruxes. The contract was airtight. Ragnarok walked them through it clause by clause, and each one was worse than the last. The marriage was to be formalized within 7 days of activation. The bound parties were to reside together. The union was to be consummated in magic, which, Ragnarok explained with clinical dispassion, meant their magical cores had to bond, a process that would happen naturally through physical proximity over time. And threaded through all of it, mentioned almost in passing in the original text, but radiating power like heat from a furnace, was something the contract called the dynasty provision. The dynasty provision is the reason this contract was created, Ragnarok said. It is also the reason it cannot be easily broken. The provision binds not just 2 individuals, but 2 magical bloodlines into a unified dynasty. It creates a shared magical framework between the bonded pair, a living enchantment that grows with the relationship. Grows how? Astoria asked. It was the first time she'd spoken since her sharp word to her father, and her voice was controlled, precise. Gathering information. Assessing the battlefield. The provision's full nature is not entirely understood, Ragnarok admitted, and the admission clearly cost him. Goblins didn't enjoy not understanding things that lived inside their vaults. It is old magic. Older than Gringotts. The contract merely serves as a vessel for it. Our records indicate that dynasty-class bonds have existed throughout magical history, but they're extraordinarily rare. Perhaps a dozen documented cases in the last millennium. And what happened to those people? Harry asked. They became powerful, Ragnarok said simply. Enough so that their names are remembered. Beyond that, the records are incomplete. What I can tell you is that the bond appears to operate in stages. The initial stage, what our oldest texts call resonance, activates upon the formal binding. Other stages reportedly follow as the bonded pair's connection deepens. Each stage amplifies their shared magical capacity. Amplifies how much? Daphne asked. She'd been quiet too, listening with an intensity that told Harry she'd already known about the contract, maybe not the details, but the broad strokes. She'd known, and she was here as a shield for her sister. Significantly, Ragnarok said, and declined to elaborate. Astoria Greengras leaned forward. This is precisely the concern. The dynasty provision is the reason we've been unable to find a dissolution. The bond magic isn't just written into the contract, it's alive. It has been dormant in the Potter and Greengras bloodlines for a century, waiting for the activation conditions. Attempting to sever it now would be like attempting to surgically remove a second spine. We could seek an annulment through the Wiesengemot, Harry said. We could, Aldrich agreed. And every pure-blood family in Britain would know about the dynasty provision within a week. Mr. Potter, I say this not as a threat, but as a statement of political reality. There are powerful people who would kill to control a dynasty-class bond. If word spreads before you and Astoria are established and protected, then we become targets, Astoria finished. Instead of just prisoners. Her father looked at her with something complicated in his eyes, guilt, Harry thought, mixed with a rigid kind of helplessness. This man hadn't created the contract. He'd inherited the obligation the same way Harry had, and he'd tried to prevent it, and he'd failed. Harry could see it in the lines around Aldrich's mouth, the particular exhaustion of a man who'd spent months hitting a wall. There are no good options here, Isolde Greengras said softly. It was the first time she'd spoken. Her voice was hoarse, as though she'd been doing a lot of quiet crying in private. Only less terrible ones. Harry sat with that for a moment. He was aware of his own heartbeat, steady and slow, the way it always went when things were bad enough that panic became useless. He'd learned that in the war, there was a point past which fear stopped being productive and your body just went calm, because calm was the only thing that would keep you alive. I'd like to speak with Astoria, he said. Alone. Aldrich's expression sharpened. I don't think, yes, Astoria said, standing. So would I. They found an empty chamber 2 doors down. It was smaller than the conference room, no table, just stone walls and crystal light and 2 chairs that neither of them used. Astoria stood near the far wall with her arms crossed, and Harry stood near the door, and they looked at each other in silence for a long moment. I don't know you, Harry said. No, you don't. I know your sister vaguely. I know your family stayed neutral during the war. We stayed alive during the war, Astoria corrected. Neutrality is what rich people call it afterward. What we actually did was keep our heads down and our mouths shut while Death Eaters used our dining room for meetings and my sister held me in her bedroom at night to keep me from screaming. Harry absorbed that. The anger in her voice wasn't directed at him, it was older than that, deeper, the kind of anger that came from being powerless in your own home. I'm sorry, he said. About all of it. The war and this. Don't apologize for the war. You ended it. Something flickered in her eyes, not warmth exactly, but an acknowledgement. And don't apologize for this either. You didn't create it any more than I did. I'm still sorry it's happening to you. It's happening to both of us, Potter. Harry. She blinked. What? If we're apparently getting married, you should probably call me Harry. The faintest twitch at the corner of her mouth. Not quite a smile. Astoria. Though I suppose you knew that. I did. He ran a hand through his hair, the old nervous gesture, the one Hermione always said made him look like he'd been electrocuted. Right. Cards on the table. I was with Ginny Weasley. After the war. It didn't. We tried, and it wasn't working, and we stopped trying about 2 months ago. I'm not over it. I'm not over a lot of things. I live in a house that belonged to my dead godfather. I eat toast for most meals, and I've been sleeping about 3 hours a night since May. I'm not a prize here. Whatever you might think about the famous Harry Potter, the reality is I'm a mess. Astoria studied him. The white-knuckle composure had eased slightly, not because she was less angry, Harry thought, but because honesty was something she could work with. Cards on the table, she echoed. I was supposed to start a potions mastery at the Sorbonne in September. I've wanted it since I was 14. This contract has obliterated that plan. I don't know you, I don't want to marry you, and the idea of being someone's contractual obligation makes me want to set things on fire. She stopped. Her jaw worked for a moment. I'm also dealing with some health complications that are none of your business yet. If ever. Fair enough. I'm not going to pretend to be your wife. I'm not going to simper or smile for the cameras or play the part of Mrs. Potter. If we're doing this, and it seems like we are, because I don't fancy losing my magic, then we're doing it as equals. Partners at most. Strangers sharing a house at minimum. That's exactly what I was going to suggest. Good. She uncrossed her arms. Some of the tension in her shoulders released, just a fraction. Good. Then we understand each other. We do. Harry hesitated. There's the dynasty thing, though. The dynasty thing, Astoria repeated flatly. Ragnarok said it activates on the formal binding. I don't know what that means, practically speaking. I don't know what it'll feel like or what it'll do to us. I want you to know that I'm not going to try to use it. Whatever power it gives, I'm not interested in leveraging it over you. Astoria looked at him for a long moment. Really looked, the way she might examine a potion for impurities, searching, careful, thorough. Whatever she found must have satisfied something, because she nodded once. All right, Harry. Let's go sign our lives away. The binding ceremony was nothing like a wedding. There was no officiant, no vows, no rings. Ragnarok produced a silver knife and a shallow basin carved from obsidian, and explained the process with the same emotional investment he might give to a property transfer. Each of them would cut their palm and let 7 drops of blood fall into the basin. The contract laid beneath would absorb the blood and seal the bond. Astoria's parents watched from the side of the room. Isolde's eyes were wet. Aldrich stood like a man before a firing squad, upright, rigid, enduring. Daphne stood closest to her sister, one hand on Astoria's shoulder, and the look she gave Harry was a warning as clear as a drawn wand. Hurt her, and I will end you. Harry picked up the knife. The silver blade was cold, and when he drew it across his palm, the pain was bright and clean. He held his hand over the basin and watched his blood fall, 1 drop, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Each drop hit the obsidian with a sound like a bell struck underwater. Astoria took the knife from him. Their fingers brushed. Her skin was cold too. She cut her palm without flinching, one smooth motion, no hesitation. Harry watched her blood fall into the basin alongside his, and when the 7th drop hit, the parchment beneath them blazed with light. It wasn't like anything Harry had felt before. The closest comparison was the first time he'd held his wand at Ollivander's, that rush of warmth, of rightness, of something slotting into place that he hadn't known was empty. But this was bigger. This was a wave that hit him from the inside out, starting at the center of his chest and radiating through every nerve, every cell, every fiber of magic in his body. He staggered. Across the basin, Astoria staggered too, catching herself on the edge of the table. And then he felt her. Not her thoughts, nothing so clear. It was more like suddenly becoming aware of a sound that had always been there, just below the threshold of hearing. A hum. A presence. A second pulse of magic braided around his own, unfamiliar and distinct and alive. He could feel her the way he could feel the wards of Hogwarts when he'd walked through the front doors of vast, complex architecture of magic, layered and deep and far more powerful than her quiet exterior suggested. Astoria's eyes went wide. She was feeling it too, feeling him, his magic laid bare in a way that was more intimate than anything physical could be. Harry watched her expression shift from shock to wonder to something guarded and overwhelmed, all in the space of 2 seconds. That, Ragnarok said quietly, is tier 0. The raw bond. What you feel now will grow. Neither of them answered. They were staring at each other across the basin, blood still dripping from their palms, trying to process the fact that a stranger now lived inside the borders of their magic, like a second heartbeat they hadn't asked for and couldn't silence. Daphne stepped forward and took her sister's hand, pressing a cloth to the cut. Tori, are you all right? I'm fine. Astoria's voice was thin. She pulled her eyes from Harry's with visible effort. I'm fine, Daphne. She wasn't fine. Harry could feel it, a tremor in the bond, something between fear and fury and a desperate, stubborn refusal to be broken by this. He could feel her the way you felt weather, not in detail, but in broad, undeniable strokes. He pressed a cloth to his own palm and thought, very clearly and deliberately, I'm sorry. I know you can't hear this yet, but I'm sorry. The bond hummed between them like a plucked string, and for a moment, just a moment, the fear in it eased. They left Gringotts through a private exit because Ragnarok was many things, but stupid wasn't one of them, and Harry Potter walking out the front doors with a shell-shocked expression and a bleeding hand would have made the Prophet's front page by evening. The afternoon sun hit Harry's face like a slap. The side street behind the bank was narrow and empty, smelling of old stone and the faint sulfur tang of goblin magic. He stood in the light and breathed and tried to organize his thoughts, and his thoughts refused to be organized, because there was now a second set of emotions running beneath his own like a river under ice. Astoria's feelings, muted but present. A constant low hum of angry, scared, angry, controlled, angry. Potter, Harry. Daphne's voice, behind him. He turned. Daphne Greengras stood in the doorway, arms folded, beautiful and furious in the particular way of someone who'd been holding in a detonation for months. Her parents had taken Astoria home through a separate exit, and the fact that Daphne had stayed behind told Harry something important about where the older Greengras sisters' loyalties actually lay. "We need to talk," she said. "Seems to be a lot of that going around today. Don't be glib. This is my sister's life. It's my life too." "Yes, and you've already had one extraordinary life, haven't you? Survived the killing curse, defeated the darkest wizard in a century, the whole chosen one package. My sister hasn't had any of that. She's had 7 years of keeping quiet and staying small so the Death Eaters who drank tea in our parlor wouldn't notice her. She was supposed to be free now. She was supposed to go to France and study and become someone on her own terms. Instead, she's chained to you." The words hit because they were true. Harry let them. "I know," he said. Daphne's eyes narrowed, as though she'd expected him to argue and his agreement had wrong-footed her. "You know, I know what it feels like to have your choices taken away. I know what it feels like to be told your life belongs to something bigger than you. Trust me, Daphne, I wrote the book on that particular misery." She stared at him for a long beat. The fury didn't leave her face, but something shifted behind it, a grudging acknowledgement that the famous Harry Potter might actually understand what her sister was going through, not as a concept, but as a lived experience. "My parents tried everything," she said, and now her voice was quieter, the anger giving way to something raw. "My father spent half the family fortune on contract lawyers. My mother wrote to every magical university in Europe looking for an expert." She stopped. Her jaw clenched. "I've known about this contract since I was 16. I found it in our family's private archive. I've spent 4 years trying to find a way to break it before it activated." "For years," Harry repeated. "For years. Do you know what that does to a person? Knowing that your little sister has a noose around her neck, and every day you wake up and try to cut the rope, and every day you fail." "I know something like it." "Yeah." Daphne looked away. The late afternoon light caught her face, and for a moment she looked very young, not the composed Slytherin political operator, but an exhausted older sister who'd carried an impossible weight for years and just watched it fall. "I'm going to protect her," Daphne said. "With or without your cooperation." "With. Definitely with." She looked back at him, measured him. "We'll see. She'll need to stay with you. The contract requires cohabitation." "I assume you're at Grimmauld Place." "Yeah. I'm coming too. Non-negotiable. I've got about 12 empty bedrooms, so that's not a problem. And I'm bringing my files. I've spent 4 years building a political intelligence network. Who owes what, who fears whom, where the bodies are buried. Literally, in some cases. If this dynasty bond is what Ragnarok says it is, there are people who are going to come for you and Astoria the moment they find out. I intend for us to be ready." Harry looked at her, really looked, the way he'd learned to assess people during the war. Daphne Greengras was not what he'd expected. She was sharper, harder, more dangerous, and more devoted to her sister than anyone who'd only known the cool Slytherin exterior might have guessed. "All right," he said. "Welcome to Grimmauld Place. It's a nightmare. You'll hate it. I've lived with Death Eaters in my house for 2 years. I'm sure I'll manage." Harry went home alone. He needed an hour, just 1 hour, to process before Astoria and Daphne arrived with their things and his house became something other than the mausoleum he'd been rattling around in since the war. Grimmauld Place was quiet. Creature had, in his way, kept the place functional if not welcoming. The kitchen was clean, the plumbing worked, the worst of the dark artifacts had been removed during the war. But the house still felt like what it was, a monument to the noble and most ancient House of Black, full of dark corners and heavy curtains and the lingering psychic residue of generations of people who'd valued blood purity above all else. Harry stood in the entrance hall and felt the irony settle over him like dust. He'd just been blood-bonded into a magical dynasty contract. Sirius would have laughed himself sick. He walked through the house, room by room, trying to see it through fresh eyes. The drawing room with its tapestried walls. The library, still extensive despite Mundungus Fletcher's best efforts. The bedrooms on the upper floors, most of them closed up, furnished in dark wood and darker fabrics. There was a room on the third floor that might work for Astoria. It faced east, caught the morning light, and wasn't decorated with severed house elf heads. Small mercies. He was clearing cobwebs with his wand when Creature appeared with a crack. Master Harry is preparing rooms. 2 of them, Creature. We're having guests. Long-term guests. Creature hears. Creature has heard many things today. The old elf's enormous eyes were shrewd. Master Harry has taken a wife. Harry flinched. It's complicated. The noble House of Black had many complicated marriages. Creature knows the ways of binding contracts. Creature served the family when such things were common. He paused. The young mistress is a Greengras? Astoria Greengras. And her sister Daphne. Greengras. Old blood. Good blood. Creature said this with a satisfaction that made Harry's skin crawl slightly, but the elf was already moving, snapping his fingers to air out linens and light fires in the unused rooms. Creature will prepare. The house will be ready. Harry watched him go and thought, not for the first time, that Creature was far more perceptive than anyone gave him credit for. He finished with the rooms and went to the kitchen, where he sat at the table and stared at his hands. His left palm still bore the thin red line where the silver knife had cut. It would scar. Magical wounds always did. He should tell someone. Ron and Hermione, obviously, they'd be hurt if they found out from anyone else. But the thought of explaining this, of saying the words "I'm married to a woman I don't know because of a contract I didn't sign," was exhausting in a way that went beyond physical tiredness. He pulled out parchment and wrote 2 letters. One to Ron, one to Hermione. Short, direct, asking them to come to Grimmauld Place tomorrow. Something's happened. Not dangerous, but important. I need to tell you in person. He sent both off with a borrowed ministry owl. He still hadn't replaced Hedwig, couldn't quite bring himself to, and then he just sat. The bond hummed faintly in his chest, a presence he was already learning to identify. Astoria was distant but present, her emotional register muted by physical separation. She felt controlled. Deliberately, forcefully controlled, like someone holding a door shut against a storm. The fireplace flared green at 5:30. Daphne came through first, stepping out of the flames with the practiced grace of someone who'd been using the flow since she could walk. She carried a single trunk, shrunken, which she enlarged with a tap of her wand and set against the wall. Charming, she said, looking around the kitchen with an expression of polite horror. I said you'd hate it. I don't hate it. It has character. She said character the way someone might say structural damage. The fire flared again and Astoria stepped through. The bond hit Harry like a thunderclap, the muted hum becoming a full-body chord as their proximity closed to feet instead of miles. He sucked in a breath. Astoria did too, her hand going to her sternum, pressing flat over her heart. That's going to take some getting used to, she said. Yeah. They looked at each other across the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, and the absurdity of the situation was so enormous that Harry felt something crack in his chest, not pain, but a kind of wild, disbelieving almost laughter. He was standing in his dead godfather's house with 2 Slytherin sisters he barely knew, magically married, bound by century-old blood magic, with an ancient power system waking up inside his bones. 6 months ago he'd killed Voldemort. Before that he'd been camping in a tent, starving. Before that he'd been a boy sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs. His life was absolutely, completely, irredeemably absurd. "I'll show you your rooms," he said. He led them upstairs. Astoria got the east-facing room on the third floor. She walked in and went straight to the window, looking out at the London rooftops with an expression Harry couldn't read. Daphne got the room next door, which she immediately began warding with a proficiency that spoke of long practice. "There's food in the kitchen," Harry said, standing in the hallway between their open doors, feeling like an awkward innkeeper. "Creature, he's the house elf. He's actually decent once you get to know him. He'll cook if you ask." "Thank you," Astoria said. She was still at the window, her back to him, and through the bond he felt a wave of something vast and bleak wash through her. Grief, he realized. Grief for the life she'd just lost. The Sorbonne. The mastery. The future she'd planned, gone. He felt it like it was his own, because in a way, it was. The bond didn't differentiate. Her grief sat inside his chest beside his own, and together they were heavy enough to buckle stone. "Astoria." She turned from the window. Her eyes were dry. That stubborn pride again, holding back the flood. "We'll figure this out," he said. "I don't know how yet, but we will." "You don't know that. I've beaten worse odds." Something flickered across her face, not hope, not yet, but a reluctant acknowledgement that the man she was shackled to was, at minimum, not a quitter. "Go eat your toast, Potter." "It's Harry." "Go eat your toast, Harry." He almost smiled. Almost. "Good night, Astoria." He went downstairs and ate toast, and the bond hummed between them like a wire strung between two tin cans, carrying nothing yet but the faintest intimation that something more might travel across it in time. He couldn't sleep, which was nothing new. At 2 in the morning, Harry gave up on his bed and went to the kitchen to make tea, which was what he'd done almost every night for 6 months. The routine was so ingrained that he was halfway through filling the kettle before he realized he wasn't alone. Astoria sat at the kitchen table with a book open in front of her, a cup of tea already cooling by her elbow. She looked up when he entered, and neither of them seemed surprised to find the other there. "Couldn't sleep either," she said. "It wasn't a question. Never can." He finished filling the kettle and put it on the stove. "What are you reading?" She tilted the book so he could see the spine. Advanced Principles of Potion Theory, Volume 3. Dense, academic, the kind of thing Hermione would have devoured. Sorbonne prep. Have it. She turned a page. "I've read it 4 times. At this point it's more meditation than study." Harry sat across from her while the kettle heated. The bond was a warm, steady presence between them, stronger now than it had been at Gringotts. He could feel her clearly, the surface layer of fatigue and the deeper currents beneath. Anxiety. Determination. A thread of curiosity that she probably didn't want him to notice. "Can you feel what I'm feeling?" she asked, not looking up from her book. "The way I can feel you?" "Yeah. Roughly. What do I feel like?" Harry considered the question honestly. "Like someone trying to hold a castle gate shut during a siege. Everything locked down tight. But underneath, I can feel the siege." Astoria's hand paused on the page. She looked up at him, and her expression was unguarded for the first time since he'd met her, startled, vulnerable, quickly controlled. "That's more perceptive than I expected. People always say that." "I think it's the glasses. They make me look dim." The corner of her mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. He was starting to think Astoria Greengras didn't give those away easily, but a crack in the armor. "A hairline fracture." "What do you feel like?" he asked. "To yourself, I mean." "Not through the bond." She closed the book, wrapped both hands around her teacup, thought about it with the same careful precision she seemed to apply to everything. "Angry," she said. "That's the top layer. Angry at the contract, at my great whatever for signing it, at my parents for not finding a way out. Angry at magic for allowing this to happen, for building a world where a piece of parchment signed by dead men can dictate the rest of my life." She paused. Underneath that, scared. "I'm scared of what this bond is doing. I can feel you, Harry, right now, like a fire in the next room. You're warm and you're powerful and you're right there, and I don't know you. Having someone that close to me, who I don't know or trust yet, it's terrifying," Harry finished. "Yes, I feel the same way. If it helps. It helps a little." She took a sip of her cold tea and made a face. Harry pointed his wand at it and a jet of steam curled from the cup. Astoria blinked, then took another sip. Thank you. Do you know anything about this dynasty thing? More than what Ragnarok told us. Some. Daphne's been researching it since she found the contract. She's compiled quite a lot, actually, she's very thorough. Astoria's voice softened when she talked about her sister. The bond radiated a pulse of fierce, uncomplicated love. What she's found suggests the bond operates on stages, like Ragnarok said. Resonance, convergence, dominion, and something beyond that nobody seems to agree on. Each stage unlocks when the bonded pair reaches a certain threshold of connection. Connection meaning what? Trust, vulnerability, shared purpose. The bond doesn't respond to proximity alone. If it did, it would have fully activated the moment we signed. It responds to genuine emotional and magical alignment between the bonded pair. We have to actually mean it. Harry absorbed that. So the magic requires us to actually become, what, partners? For real. It appears so. Which is either a profound and beautiful piece of enchantment or a deeply manipulative one, depending on how you look at it. Can't it be both? Astoria's mouth twitched again. I suppose it can. She was quiet for a moment. Harry, this doesn't change what I said earlier. I'm not going to pretend. If the bond wants genuine trust, it'll have to wait until I genuinely trust you. I won't manufacture feelings to feed a magical system. I wouldn't want you to. I'm serious. I don't care how powerful the dynasty bond could make us. I won't be manipulated by magic into caring about someone before I'm ready. Astoria. He waited until she met his eyes. I spent my entire childhood being manipulated by a magical prophecy. I walked into a forest to die because a dead man's plan required it. I am the last person who is going to ask you to perform emotions you don't feel for the benefit of a magical system. If this thing between us becomes real, it'll be because we chose it. Not because a contract told us to. She held his gaze for a long time. The bond between them was quiet, not empty, but still, like a held breath. He could feel her weighing his words, testing them against everything she knew about people and their promises. All right, she said finally. All right. The kettle whistled. Harry got up and made his tea, and when he sat back down, Astoria opened her book again, and they sat in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place at 2 a.m, not talking, not needing to. The bond humming softly between them like the first note of a song neither of them knew the words to yet. Morning came gray and wet. Harry woke on the kitchen table with his face pressed against his folded arms, a crick in his neck, and the fading warmth of Astoria's presence telling him she'd gone back to bed at some point without waking him. Considerate. Or just uninterested in watching him drool in his sleep. He straightened up, groaning, and Creature materialized with tea and toast, actual proper toast this time, with butter and jam, which was the elf's way of showing approval for the new arrangements. Master Harry's wife is awake, Creature reported. She is reading in the library. The sister is examining the house's wards. Daphne's doing what? The sister is tracing the ward structure. She has questions about the defensive enchantments. Creature told her they were placed by Master Sirius's mother. The sister called them adequate but poorly maintained. Harry snorted. That sounds like Daphne. He found her on the second floor, walking slowly along the hallway with her wand held out, muttering in what sounded like Latin. Her eyes were closed, and threads of light pulsed faintly in the walls wherever her wand passed, like veins lighting up under skin. The ward matrix is layered, she said without opening her eyes or turning around. Old blood wards from the Black family, newer security charms, and she paused. Her wand traced a complex figure, and a section of wall briefly glowed deep purple. Something else. Something I don't recognize. The Order added protections during the war. This isn't Order work. It's not even human magic, structurally. She opened her eyes and looked at him. It's coming from you. Or rather, from the bond. The dynasty magic is already weaving itself into the house's ward structure. Harry stared at the wall, which had returned to its normal state of peeling wallpaper and grim Victorian shadow. Already? We signed the contract yesterday. The bond doesn't waste time, apparently. Daphne pocketed her wand. This is what I was afraid of. The magic is ambient. It's not waiting for us to understand it before it acts. It's responding to proximity, to the fact that you and Astoria are under the same roof. The house is becoming yours in a way that goes beyond ownership. What does that mean practically? Practically? It means the wards are strengthening on their own. Which is good, you need better security. But it also means the bond is advertising itself to anyone with a magical sensitivity to detect it. Ambient dynasty magic has a signature, Harry. It's distinctive. If the wrong person walks past this house and knows what they're feeling, they'll know what we are. Exactly. Daphne crossed her arms. Which brings me to the conversation I've been meaning to have with you. We need a strategy. Political, social, defensive. We can't just hide in this house and hope nobody notices. I wasn't planning to hide. Good. Because I have a plan. She pulled a small leather journal from her robe and held it up. For years of intelligence gathering. Every significant family in the Sacred 28, their allegiances, debts, vulnerabilities, and interests. The current composition of the Wisengamot and the voting blocks that control it. A detailed map of the post-war political landscape. Harry looked at the journal with a kind of reluctant admiration. You built a political intelligence network while you were still in school? I built it while Death Eaters slept down the hall from my bedroom. You'd be surprised what you can accomplish when your sister's life depends on it. Something fierce burned briefly in Daphne's eyes before she banked it. The immediate threat isn't dark wizards or Death Eater remnants. It's the political establishment. There's a new bloc forming in the Wisengamot, the Heritage Council, they're calling it. Led by a man named Cyrus Blackthorn. Don't know him. You wouldn't. He doesn't seek attention. But he's been quietly consolidating pure-blood political power for years. He wasn't a Death Eater, he considered Voldemort a vulgar thug. Blackthorn's approach is institutional. Laws, regulations, committee appointments, financial leverage. He wants to restore pure-blood influence through the system, not outside it. And the dynasty bond? Would be the most powerful political asset in Britain if he could control it. A genuine dynasty-class union between the Potter and Greengras bloodlines, the war hero and old blood united? Blackthorn would either want to own it or destroy it. There's no middle ground. Harry leaned against the wall. Through the bond, he could feel Astoria in the library below, focused, absorbed, a bright current of concentration that told him she was deep in study. The contrast between her calm and the political storm Daphne was describing was stark. What's your recommendation? Daphne raised an eyebrow. You're asking me? You've spent 4 years on this. I've spent 12 hours. Yeah, I'm asking you. Something shifted in Daphne's expression, a crack in the hostility, replaced by something cautious and almost surprised. She'd expected to have to fight him for influence. She'd expected the famous Harry Potter to be arrogant, dismissive, certain of his own judgment. The fact that he was standing in a hallway asking for her expertise clearly wasn't in her script. Control the narrative, she said. The marriage will become public, probably within days. Someone at Gringotts will talk, or ministry records will flag it. When it does, we need to already have our story in place. Not lies. Truth, but shaped. You and Astoria met after the war. The contract existed, but you chose to honor it willingly. You're united by choice, not compulsion. The dynasty bond stays secret for as long as possible. That won't hold forever. It doesn't need to hold forever. It needs to hold long enough for you and Astoria to solidify the bond and build a base of political support. By the time Blackthorn finds out what the contract actually contains, I want us to be too well positioned for him to move against. Us, Harry noted. You keep saying us. I go where Astoria goes. That was true before this contract and it'll be true after. If you have a problem with that, I don't. I'm glad she has you. Daphne blinked. Twice. Then she tucked her journal away and smoothed her expression back to cool competence. Right. Well, I'll draw up a detailed political briefing. You should read it before your friends come this afternoon. How did you know my friends are coming? Because you're Harry Potter and you've just been magically married against your will. Of course, you old Granger and Weasley. She walked past him toward the stairs. Try to keep Granger from immediately demanding to see the contract. I'm not done analyzing it. Ron and Hermione arrived at 3 o'clock, and the first thing Ron said, when Harry finished explaining, was, "Mate, only you." They were in the drawing room. Harry had cleared the worst of the dust that morning, and Creature had produced sandwiches and tea with an efficiency that suggested he was performing for the guests. Hermione sat on the edge of a faded settee, her expression cycling between outrage and fascination at roughly 3-second intervals. Ron sat beside her, looking the way Ron always looked when life threw something enormous at Harry, loyally baffled and ready to fight whoever needed fighting. "A marriage contract," Hermione said, for the 4th time. "A blood-sealed marriage contract. Harry, this is the legal implications alone. How is this even enforceable?" "There are international statutes governing involuntary magical bonds," Hermione. Harry held up a hand. "I've spent the last 18 hours having this exact internal monologue. The answer is, it's old magic, it's bound in blood, and 3 separate contract lawyers couldn't break it. I'm married. It's done. But it's done." Hermione closed her mouth. Her jaw worked. Harry could see the Hermione Granger need to fix this engine firing on all cylinders, but she reined it in barely and nodded. Okay. So tell us about her." Harry hesitated. Through the bond, he could feel Astoria upstairs. She'd chosen not to join this meeting, and he understood why. These were his people. She needed him to lay the groundwork before she walked into a room full of Gryffindors who might see her as the enemy. "She's smart," he said. "Really smart. Sharp. Honest, even when it costs her. She didn't want this any more than I did, and she's handling it better than I am. He paused, looking for the right word. "She's fierce. Under the surface." "Pretty?" Ron asked, and Hermione elbowed him. "Ron." "What?" "It's a valid question. He's married to her." Harry couldn't quite suppress a ghost of a smile. "Yeah, Ron. She's pretty." "And the magical bond thing?" Hermione leaned forward, her fix-it energy redirecting toward research. "This dynasty system Ragnarok mentioned, Harry, I've read about ancestral bond magic, but this sounds like something much more significant. If the bond genuinely amplifies shared magical capacity, it does. I can already feel it. I can feel her emotions, her magical signature. It's like having someone standing right behind you all the time, and the house is responding to it. The wards are strengthening on their own." Hermione's eyes went wide. "The wards are self-reinforcing?" "Harry, that shouldn't be possible. Ward magic requires active maintenance. I know what it shouldn't be. I'm telling you what it is." Ron was watching Harry with the particular steady, quiet attention he brought to chess, looking past the surface, reading the board. "You all right, mate? Actually all right?" The question cut through the noise and hit something real. Harry looked at his best friend, this man who'd walked beside him through hell and out the other side, and felt a wave of gratitude so strong it ached. "No," he said honestly. "But I'm not worse than I was yesterday. Which is sort of an improvement." Ron nodded. "Right. So, what do you need?" "Time. Space. And probably Hermione's brain, because there's a political situation developing that's going to get ugly." He told them about the Heritage Council. About Blackthorn. About Daphne's intelligence network and the likelihood that the marriage would become public knowledge soon. Hermione's expression shifted from academic fascination to grim focus. This was familiar ground, the machinery of magical politics, and she understood it in a way Harry never would. "I can start researching dynasty bonds at the Ministry Archives," she said. "And I know people in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement who can quietly flag any unusual Wisengamot motions. If Blackthorn is moving, there'll be paper trails." "And I'll talk to George," Ron said. "The shop's connected. Diagon Alley hears things. If anyone's sniffing around about you and a marriage contract, we'll know." Harry looked at them, his best friends, already pivoting from shock to strategy, already closing ranks. Some things, at least, hadn't changed. "Thank you," he said. "Both of you." Thank you." Ron clapped him on the shoulder. Hermione hugged him fiercely, which was worth more than any magic he'd felt all day. They left at 5, with promises to return soon and a standing invitation to meet Astoria when she was ready. Harry stood in the entrance hall after the door closed and let the silence settle, and through the bond he felt Astoria's curiosity. She'd been monitoring the emotional texture of the meeting from upstairs, unable to hear words, but able to feel the warmth. They took it well, he thought. They'll like you. He went upstairs to check on her and found her door open, Astoria sitting cross-legged on her bed with 3 books spread around her and Daphne perched in a chair by the window, the sisters in quiet conversation. They both looked up when he appeared in the doorway. "Your friends left?" Astoria asked. "Yeah, they want to meet you. When you're ready." "Tomorrow," she said, after a moment's thought. "I'll be ready tomorrow." Harry nodded. He started to leave, then paused. "Astoria. The Sorbonne Potions Mastery, the one you wanted." Something tightened in her face. "What about it?" "The contract says we have to live together. It doesn't say anything about you not studying. Is there a correspondence option? Or a way to do the coursework from London?" Astoria stared at him. Beside her, Daphne went very still. Astoria began and stopped. Through the bond, Harry felt a complicated knot of emotions: surprise, a flash of painful hope, suspicion that he was manipulating her, and underneath it all, a yearning so sharp it almost made him wince. "I don't know. I hadn't considered it. I assumed, don't assume. Look into it. If there's a way to make it work, we'll make it work." He left before she could respond, because the gratitude building in the bond was too raw and too private, and she deserved the dignity of feeling it without him standing there watching. That night, Harry climbed to the roof of Grimmauld Place. There was a way up through a narrow staircase behind the 5th-floor landing Sirius had shown him once, during the brief, terrible summer they'd spent together in this house. The roof was flat and leaded, enclosed by a low stone parapet, and from it you could see London spread out in every direction, a sea of lights under a cold sky. Harry sat on the parapet with his legs dangling over the edge and his wand resting across his knees, and he breathed, and he felt. The bond was quiet. Astoria was below him, 3 floors down, somewhere in the house's dark interior. He could feel her like a candle flame in a room he couldn't see, warm, steady, real. She was calm now. Not the rigid, forced calm of earlier, but something gentler. Reading, maybe. Or lying in bed in the unfamiliar room, staring at the ceiling, thinking her own thoughts. She was thinking about potions. He couldn't hear the thoughts. It wasn't that specific, but there was a particular quality to her focus, a precision and absorption, that he was starting to associate with her academic mind. When Astoria thought about magic in the abstract, about theory and principles, the bond carried a different flavor than when she thought about people or feelings. Sharper. Cleaner. More comfortable. Harry looked at the sky and tried to take stock. He was married to a woman he'd met yesterday. Bound by blood magic a century old. Linked by a magical system that was already changing the nature of his power, his home, and his ability to be alone inside his own head. A political faction he hadn't known existed would try to control or destroy what he and Astoria shared. And somewhere in the basement of his consciousness, where the bond pulsed with each beat of his heart, a stranger's emotions ran alongside his own like a second river feeding into the same sea. He should have been terrified. He should have been furious. Part of him was both. But there was something else too. Something he hadn't felt in months, maybe longer. A sense of forward motion. Of purpose. Not the grim, death march purpose of the Horcrux hunt, but something lighter. Something that said, there's a problem, and it's complicated, and there are people counting on you, and you are not done. He'd been drifting since the war. Going through motions. Eating toast and not sleeping and watching the days accumulate like snow, each one identical, each one slightly heavier. The contract had blown that apart. It had thrown him into something he hadn't chosen and didn't understand, and against every rational impulse, the part of him that had survived 7 years of impossible odds was waking up and saying, okay, what's next? Astoria was a stranger. But she was a fierce stranger with gray-green eyes who read potions theory for comfort and refused to cry in front of people and whose magic, when he felt it through the bond, was intricate and deep and nothing like his own. She was all fine detail and controlled precision where he was raw force and instinct, and even at tier 0, even as barely connected strangers, the contrast between their magical signatures was creating something that felt like the first brushstrokes of a harmony. He didn't know what the dynasty bond was building them into. He didn't know if they'd be able to trust each other enough to unlock whatever came next. He didn't know if Blackthorn or the Ministry or some threat he hadn't imagined yet would crush them before they had the chance. But he was sitting on a roof in London with the pulse of someone else's magic beating alongside his own, and for the first time in 6 months, he didn't feel hollow. Below him, faint as a breath, Astoria's presence shifted. She'd felt his mood change through the bond, he was sure of it. A moment of hesitation from her, a flicker of curiosity, and then, deliberately, she sent something back. Not a thought, not a word, just a slight easing of tension, an intentional softening of her side of the bond. An acknowledgement. I'm here. I feel you. I don't know what this is either, but I'm here. Harry sat on the roof of Grimmauld Place with a stranger living in his bones, and the night stretched out around him, vast and dark and for the first time in a long time, not empty. Chapter 2. Resonance. The news broke on a Thursday. Harry had hoped for a week, maybe 2, before the wizarding world discovered that the Chosen One had gotten himself blood-bonded to a Greengras. He got 4 days. The Prophet's morning edition landed on the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place with a thud that felt heavier than paper and ink had any right to. Daphne was already seated, coffee in hand, her expression carved from marble as she stared at the headline. Harry Potter secretly wed, marriage contract finds boy who lived to pureblood heiress. Beneath the headline was a photograph, not of Harry and Astoria together, mercifully, but a stock image of Harry from some ministry event spliced beside what appeared to be an old Greengras family portrait. The article took up the entire front page and continued on pages 2, 3, and 7. Rita Skeeter? Harry asked, dropping into his chair. No. Worse. Daphne turned the paper so he could see the byline. Jasper Quill. He's a Heritage Council sympathizer, writes opinion pieces disguised as investigative journalism. This wasn't a leak. This was a placement. Blackthorn. Blackthorn. Daphne tapped the paper with one finger. Read the framing. It's not Harry Potter gets married. It's Harry Potter bound by ancient pureblood contract. The emphasis is on compulsion, on old blood magic, on the idea that these contracts are dangerous and need regulatory oversight. He's laying groundwork. Harry skimmed the article. It was worse than he'd expected, not because it was inaccurate, but because it was almost accurate, twisted just enough to paint a picture of a war hero trapped by archaic magical traditions that the Wisengamot had a duty to address. There were quotes from unnamed ministry sources expressing concern. There was a sidebar about the history of magical marriage contracts. And buried in the 7th paragraph, a line that made Harry's stomach drop. The nature of the Potter Greengras contract is believed to contain provisions beyond a standard marriage bond, though details remain unconfirmed. They don't know about the dynasty bonds specifically, Daphne said, reading his face. Not yet. But they know there's something unusual about the contract. That paragraph is bait. They're hoping someone comes forward with details. Astoria's footsteps on the stairs. Harry felt her before he saw her, the bond announcing her approach with a wash of tightly controlled anxiety. She appeared in the kitchen doorway, already dressed, hair pulled back, looking like someone who'd armored herself for battle before leaving her bedroom. I've seen it, she said, before either of them could speak. Daphne sent a copy to my room 20 minutes ago. I wanted you to be prepared before you came down. I appreciate that. Astoria crossed to the table and sat beside her sister. She didn't pick up the paper. She didn't need to. Harry could feel through the bond that she'd already read it twice, that the anger was old and processed and filed away behind the wall of composure she maintained like a fortress. So, what's our move? Harry looked at Daphne. Daphne looked back with the faintest quirk of acknowledgement. He was deferring to her expertise again, and she was starting to accept that he meant it. We don't respond directly, Daphne said. Responding to Quill's article gives it legitimacy. Instead, we get ahead of the next news cycle. Harry, you need to be seen. Publicly. With Astoria. Looking relaxed, united, and very much not trapped. Diagon Alley, Harry said. Diagon Alley. Today. A casual outing, nothing staged, nothing formal. You're a young married couple doing some shopping. You smile at people. You hold the door for her. You look like two people who are exactly where they want to be. Astoria's mouth thinned. I told you. I'm not performing. I'm not asking you to perform. I'm asking you to not visibly flinch when someone congratulates you. Daphne's voice softened. Tori, I know this is awful. But the alternative is letting Blackthorn control the narrative, and if he does, the Wisengamot will have grounds to investigate the contract, which means hearings, which means the dynasty bond becomes public record. Through the bond, Harry felt Astoria's internal war, the pride that refused to play a part, the intelligence that recognized Daphne was right, the anger that both things were true simultaneously. It lasted 3 seconds. Fine, she said. But I'm not holding his hand. Harry snorted before he could stop himself, and Astoria shot him a look that was half irritation and half something that might have been reluctant amusement. Wouldn't dream of asking, he said. Diagon Alley was crowded for a Thursday afternoon. The reconstruction had given the street a patchwork quality, some shops gleaming with fresh paint and new glass, others still scarred and boarded, a few empty lots where buildings had stood before the Death Eater's occupation. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes blazed orange and purple at the far end, rebuilt bigger and louder than before, George's monument to defiance and to Fred's memory. Harry and Astoria walked side by side through the morning crowd, and every head turned. He'd expected the stares, the whispers, the not-quite-subtle pointing. He'd lived with that since he was 11, the perpetual fishbowl of being Harry Potter, now intensified by the morning's headline. What he hadn't expected was how Astoria handled it. She didn't shrink. She didn't hide behind him or duck her head or reach for his arm in a display of nervous dependence. She walked like she owned the cobblestones beneath her feet, her posture straight and easy, her expression pleasant and utterly opaque. This was a woman who'd been raised in pure-blood society, trained from childhood in the art of the public face, and she wielded that training now like a weapon. The whispers followed them like a tide. Harry caught fragments. That's her, the Greengrass girl, and doesn't look forced, do they? And always thought he'd end up with the Weasley girl. That last one stung, and he must not have hidden it well enough because Astoria glanced at him, a quick, assessing look. You all right? Fine. Liar. She said it without heat, almost companionably. The bond makes that difficult, you know. Lying. I wasn't, he sighed. People are talking about Ginny. Of course they are. You were the Wizarding World's fairy tale couple. The hero and the girl who waited. People had the wedding planned in their heads. She didn't wait for me. That wasn't what we were. I know that. They don't. Astoria stepped around a cluster of gawking witches with the smooth precision of someone navigating a crowded ballroom. For what it's worth, Ginny Weasley is a talented witch and a better Quidditch player than half the professionals I've seen. If the two of you ended, I'm sure it was for reasons more complicated than a headline. Harry looked at her. Did you just compliment my ex? I complimented a talented witch. Don't read into it. They stopped at Flourish and Blots because Astoria needed a reference text for her potions work. She'd old the Sorbonne 2 days ago and was waiting to hear about correspondence options. And in the meantime, she'd thrown herself into independent study with an intensity that had impressed even Daphne. Harry followed her into the shop and watched her move through the stacks with the particular focus of someone who knew exactly what she was looking for and how to find it. Astoria. He said it quietly, near the back of the shop where the shelves blocked them from the window. Can I ask you something personal? She paused, a book half drawn from the shelf. You can ask. I might not answer. The other night, when you said you had health complications. I'm not going to push for details. But should I know anything? For safety reasons? If something happened and I needed to, nothing's going to happen. She said it quickly. Too quickly. Through the bond, a flash of something fear, sharp and bright, immediately suppressed. It's managed. It's not relevant to our situation. Okay. I mean it, Harry. Don't dig. I'm not digging. I'm standing in a bookshop asking you if you're safe. That's not digging. She pulled the book from the shelf and held it against her chest. Her eyes searched his face with that careful, thorough scrutiny he was beginning to recognize as her primary mode of engaging with the world. Astoria Greengras observed first and reacted second, always, and she observed with a precision that missed nothing. I'm safe, she said. For now. If that changes, I'll tell you. That's all I needed. She nodded, and something in the bond eased not fully. The fear was still there, banked like embers, but the defensive tension receded. She trusted him enough to take his word that he'd drop it. It was a small thing. It was the first brick. They left the bookshop and nearly walked into Neville Longbottom. Harry. Neville's face split into a grin. He was taller than Harry now, broad-shouldered from a summer of herbology fieldwork, tanned and confident in a way that would have been unrecognizable to anyone who'd only known the round-faced boy who lost his toad on the Hogwarts Express. I was hoping I'd run into you. I read The Prophet this morning, and he stopped, registering Astoria standing beside Harry. Oh. Hello. Neville, this is Astoria Greengras. Astoria, Neville Longbottom. I know who he is. Astoria offered her hand. You killed the snake. Daphne was watching from a window. She said it was the bravest thing she'd ever seen. Neville blinked, flushed slightly, and shook her hand. Thank your sister for me. That's very kind. It isn't kind. It's accurate. Astoria's voice was matter-of-fact, and Harry felt a small bloom of warmth through the bond. She wasn't performing, wasn't being politic. She meant it. She respected courage, and Neville's had been spectacular. They talked for a few minutes on the pavement, the crowd flowing around them. Neville was starting a teaching apprenticeship at Hogwarts under Professor Sprout, herbology, naturally, and his enthusiasm was infectious. He didn't ask awkward questions about the marriage. He didn't stare at Astoria like she was a curiosity. He treated the situation with the straightforward acceptance that had always been one of his best qualities. Harry was his friend. This was Harry's wife. That was that. Listen, Neville said as they were parting, a few of the old DA lot have been meeting up. Nothing formal, just drinks at the Leaky once a month. You should come. Both of you. Harry glanced at Astoria. She gave a fractional nod. We'll be there, Harry said. They continued down the alley, and Harry noticed that the whispers had changed in texture. People had seen them talking with Neville Longbottom, war hero, and the picture it painted, relaxed, friendly, normal, was doing more for their public image than any staged photo opportunity could have. Your friend is good, Astoria said quietly as they passed quality Quidditch supplies. Neville's the best. Always has been. No, I mean he's good at this. At being seen with you. Whether he intends it or not, that interaction just told everyone watching that the inner circle of the war's heroes accepts me. That's political currency. Harry looked at her. You think about everything in strategic terms? I think about everything in every term simultaneously. It's exhausting. A beat. Also, I genuinely liked him. The strategic benefit is a bonus. This time Harry actually smiled, and he caught the flicker of something warm in the bond, Astoria responding to his smile without meaning to, an involuntary softening she probably resented. The attack came 2 minutes later. Harry felt it before he saw it, a sharp, cold spike through the bond that wasn't his and wasn't Astoria's, but came from outside, a disruption in the ambient magic around them like a stone dropped into still water. Astoria felt it too. Her head snapped up and her hand went to her wand, and the fact that they both reacted in the same instant, before the first curse was even cast, would later tell Harry something important about how the bond was already changing them. The spell came from a side alley between Potage's cauldron shop and the apothecary, a slashing hex, vivid red, aimed not at Harry but at Astoria. Harry's wand was in his hand before he'd consciously decided to draw it, and the shield charm he cast was harder and brighter than anything he'd produced in months, a wall of golden light that swallowed the hex whole. 3 figures emerged from the alley. Dark robes, no masks. These weren't Death Eaters, or at least they weren't advertising it. 2 men and a woman, wands out, moving with the coordinated precision of people who'd practiced together. The crowd scattered. Screaming, running, the usual chaos. Harry barely registered it. His world had narrowed to the 3 attackers and the woman beside him, and the bond between them was singing, not with fear, but with something electric, something that felt like a tuning fork struck against steel. The first attacker, the woman, launched a volley of curses, rapid and precise. Not killing curses, Harry noted, which meant they wanted him and Astoria alive, or at least didn't want the political consequences of murder in broad daylight. Stunners, body binds, a confundus charm woven between them to disrupt his casting rhythm. Harry deflected the volley with a sweeping motion that sent sparks cascading across the cobblestones. Beside him, Astoria cast her first spell, and Harry's breath caught. She didn't use standard dueling form. Her wand work was economical, precise, almost surgical. A freezing charm that moved faster than it should have, catching the second attacker mid-stride and locking his legs to the ground. He toppled forward, still casting, and Astoria hit him with a follow-up body bind before he hit the cobblestones. 2 spells, 1 second, 1 opponent down. The third attacker flanked right, trying to get behind them. Harry pivoted to face him, and as he did, something happened. The bond surged. It wasn't like the initial activation at Gringotts that had been a wave, overwhelming and disorienting. This was targeted. Harry felt Astoria's magic rise beside his own, and where they touched, where the edges of their power overlapped, everything amplified. His shield charm, maintained at his back to cover Astoria, doubled in brightness. Astoria's next offensive spell, a disarming charm aimed at the flanking attacker, hit with the force of a battering ram, not just removing the man's wand, but sending him airborne, tumbling 20 feet down the alley to crash through a shop window. The female attacker hesitated. Harry saw it, a fractional pause, the instinct of a trained fighter recognizing that the situation had shifted, that the prey was not what she'd expected. She fired 3 more curses in rapid succession, testing, probing, and Harry and Astoria responded in concert, not choreographed, not planned, but flowing from a shared instinct that the bond was feeding them. Harry blocked high, Astoria struck low. Astoria shielded right, Harry attacked left. They moved around each other like binary stars, and every spell they cast landed harder, moved faster, burned brighter than either could have managed alone. The female attacker made a decision. She grabbed the frozen second attacker by the collar. The third was unconscious in a pile of broken glass and disapparated with a crack that echoed off the storefronts. Silence. The alley was empty of civilians now, everyone having fled or taken shelter inside the shops. Glass glittered on the cobblestones. Harry's heart hammered in his chest, and beside him, Astoria was breathing hard, her wand still raised, her eyes scanning the alley with sharp, methodical focus. "Clear?" she asked. "Clear." Harry lowered his wand. His hand was shaking not from fear, but from the sheer overwhelming rush of the bond surge. His magic felt swollen, oversized, like he'd been poured into a container that was suddenly much larger than before. "Astoria, what was that?" She lowered her wand slowly. Her eyes were wide. Through the bond, he could feel her processing, the analytical mind racing, cataloging, trying to understand what had just happened to their magic. "Resonance," she breathed. "That was Tier 1. I felt it activate right when the fight started, when we moved together. Like a key turning." She looked at her hands, then at him. "Your shield covered me without you aiming it. My disarming charm carried your raw power on top of mine. We were sharing." "Yes." They stood in the ruined quiet of Diagon Alley, surrounded by broken glass and scorch marks, and felt the new shape of their bond settle into place. The hum that had been background noise for days was louder now, richer, more textured. Harry could feel Astoria not just as a presence, but as a pattern, her magic's architecture laid bare for him, intricate lattices of controlled power, beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with anything visual. And she was feeling him too, he knew, feeling the vast roiling storm of his raw magical force, all instinct and power and the battle-forged reflexes of a man who'd fought for his life since the age of 11. "You're strong," Astoria said quietly. Not flattery. An observation, clinical and faintly odd. "Merlin, Harry. You're strong. No wonder you beat him." "You're precise," he said. "I've never seen someone cast like that. 2 spells in a second, both perfect. I've had a lot of practice casting quickly and quietly. In my house, during the war, being noticed was dangerous." There was a story behind that, a terrible one, Harry guessed, about a girl practicing defensive magic in whispers behind a locked bedroom door while monsters walked the halls. He didn't ask. Not now. Aurors began operating in. Harry recognized the first on the scene, Proudfoot, a senior Auror who'd survived the war and now led one of the rebuilt rapid response teams. He took in the scene with professional efficiency. The unconscious attacker in the broken shop window, the scorch marks, Harry and Astoria standing untouched in the center of it all. "Potter. You all right?" "Fine. 3 attackers. One's in the window unconscious. 2 disapparated, a woman and a man. No masks, no marks. Coordinated, trained, using containment curses, not lethal force." Proudfoot's eyebrows rose. "Containment? They wanted to take you alive. Or test us." Astoria's voice, cool and clear. The engagement was too short and too probing to be a genuine capture attempt. They wanted to see how we'd respond. Proudfoot looked at her. Looked at Harry. Looked at the unconscious man in the window, who was starting to groan. "Right. I'm going to need statements from both of you. And Potter, the minister's going to want a word." "Of course he is." They gave their statements at the Auror office, seated in a cold room with a dictation quill scratching across parchment. Astoria's account was precise: times, spell sequences, attacker positions, movement patterns. She described the fight like a chess game, each move catalogued and analyzed. Harry's account was broader, more instinctive. He'd always fought from the gut, reacting to threat rather than processing it. The Aurors took the unconscious attacker into custody. He turned out to be a man named Gregor Mudd, a low-level enforcer with connections to several pure-blood families, no Death Eater affiliation, a record of hired muscle work. He refused to name his employer under Veritaserum and made it clear he'd been hired through intermediaries. A dead end, forensically. But not strategically. "Blackthorn," Daphne said that evening, pacing the drawing room at Grimmauld Place with the contained energy of a caged cat. The attack was too clean, too calibrated. Blackthorn wouldn't use former Death Eaters, too crude, too traceable. He'd use mercenaries, hired through cutouts, with plausible deniability baked in. "You think it was a test," Harry said. He was sitting on the sofa with a drink Daphne had pressed into his hand, fire whiskey, expensive, from her personal supply. Astoria sat in an armchair across from him, her legs tucked beneath her, a book open in her lap that she wasn't reading. "I think it was reconnaissance. Blackthorn doesn't know about the dynasty bond, not specifically. But that article this morning made it clear that there's something unusual about your contract. If I were him, I'd want to know what unusual means. So I'd send a team to poke the bear and observe the response." "And the response was us flattening 3 trained fighters in under a minute," Harry said. "So now he knows. Now he knows something amplified your combat effectiveness. He doesn't know the mechanism." "Not yet." Daphne stopped pacing and fixed Harry with a stare. "The good news is that the Prophet will cover the attack, and the narrative will be Harry Potter defends his wife against assailants. Sympathetic coverage. It humanizes the marriage." "The bad news?" Astoria asked. "The bad news is that Blackthorn's next move won't be physical. He'll go political. The Wisengamot is meeting next week, and my contacts say there's a motion being drafted to establish a committee for the oversight of hereditary magical bonds." Sounds bureaucratic. "It's a power grab." The fire crackled. Through the bond, Harry felt Astoria's mind working, not in words, but in the particular texture of her focus, the way her magic tightened and sharpened when she was analyzing a problem. She'd been quiet since they'd left the Auror office, processing not just the attack, but the resonance, the Tier 1 activation that had changed the nature of their bond. "Harry," she said, "we need to talk about what happened today." The magical side. "Yeah." He took a breath. "I know." Daphne looked between them. "I'll give you the room." "No." Astoria shook her head. "Stay. You've been researching the dynasty bond for 4 years. You should hear this firsthand." She turned to Harry. "During the fight, I felt your magic. Not the way I've been feeling it through the bond, that background hum. This was different. I could feel the shape of it. The structure. Your magic is," she paused, searching for words. "It's like a thunderstorm. Enormous, raw, overwhelming force. Very little fine control. You cast with instinct and power, and it works because you have so much power that precision becomes almost irrelevant." "Sounds about right," Harry said dryly. "My magic is the opposite. Precise, controlled, layered. I don't have your raw force, not even close, but I can shape what I have with extreme specificity. It's why I'm good at potions. The discipline is about precise magical application, not brute strength." "Storm meets scalpel," Daphne murmured from her chair. "Exactly. And when Tier 1 activated, when we hit resonance, the bond didn't just let us feel each other's magic. It let us use each other's strengths. Your shield covered me because my precision guided its placement. My disarming charm hit like a cannon because your power fed into it. We weren't just fighting side by side. We were fighting as a single system." The room was quiet for a moment. Harry sat with the implications. "That's what the dynasty bond does," he said slowly. "It doesn't just add our power together. It integrates it, which makes the whole vastly greater than the sum of its parts." Astoria's eyes were bright, not with fear or resentment, but with the particular fierce excitement of a mind encountering something extraordinary. Despite everything, the forced marriage, the attack, the politics, she was fascinated. "Harry, what we did today was Tier 1. Resonance. The baseline. If the historical accounts Daphne found are accurate, Tier 2 convergence allows one bonded partner to cast through the other's wand. Tier 3, let's not get ahead of ourselves," Harry said. "I'm not getting ahead. I'm mapping the territory." She leaned forward. "This bond was forced on us. I hate that. But the magic itself is remarkable, and I refuse to be afraid of something remarkable. If we're going to be bound by this thing, I want to understand it. Completely." Harry looked at her, this woman he'd known for less than a week, sitting in his godfather's chair with firelight in her eyes and a mind that cut through mystery like a blade through fog, and felt something shift in his chest. Not the bond. Something older and simpler. Respect. "All right," he said. "Then let's understand it." They started training the next morning. The basement of Grimald Place had been converted during the war into a practice space, wards on the walls to absorb spell damage, cushioning charms on the floor, enough room to move. It was grim and dark and smelled of old stone, but it was private, and privacy was what they needed. Daphne supervised from a conjured chair in the corner, taking notes with the meticulous attention of someone who'd been waiting 4 years for this exact data. Astoria and Harry faced each other across the room, wands drawn, and the bond hummed between them like a wire. "Start simple," Astoria said. "Cast a shield charm. Standard strength." Harry raised his wand. "Protego." The shield bloomed solid, golden, strong. Standard Harry Potter shielding. A wall of force that would stop most curses cold. "Now I'm going to reach through the bond," Astoria said. "I'm going to try to touch your shield with my magic. Don't resist." She closed her eyes. Harry felt it, a tendril of her power extending through the resonance, delicate and searching, like a hand reaching through a curtain. It found his shield and wrapped around it, and the shield changed. The golden light tightened, sharpened, became more defined. Where it had been a blunt wall of force, it was now a precisely shaped barrier, curved to deflect rather than absorb, reinforced at the stress points, elegant. "I can feel your force," Astoria said, eyes still closed, concentration absolute. "It's incredible. Like standing next to a bonfire. I'm not adding power, I'm reshaping what's already there. Giving your storm a channel." Harry stared at his own shield. It was the same spell, powered by his magic, but it was better. More efficient. More effective. Like the difference between a river flooding across a plain and the same river directed through an aqueduct. Your turn, he said. Cast something offensive. Astoria opened her eyes and raised her wand. Reducto. The blasting curse hit the far wall, precise, controlled, perfectly aimed. It left a crater the size of a fist. Now let me feed you power, Harry said. He reached through the bond, clumsier than Astoria, less controlled, but the resonance guided him and pushed his magic into hers. Astoria gasped. Her eyes went wide, and when she cast again, the same spell, the same aim, the curse hit the wall like a meteor. The crater was 3 feet across. Dust rained from the ceiling. Something on the floor above fell over with a crash. Bloody hell, Daphne said from her chair. Astoria lowered her wand. She was breathing hard, and through the bond, Harry felt her exhilaration, pure, electric, overwhelming. She was a woman who'd spent her life working within the constraints of limited raw power, compensating with precision and control, and he'd just shown her what she could do without those constraints. Again, she said. They trained for 3 hours. By the end, they'd developed a rudimentary vocabulary, not spoken, but felt through the bond. Harry learned to recognize when Astoria was reaching for his power, and he could offer it without her asking. Astoria learned to sense when Harry's instinctive casting was about to go wide, and she could guide it with a touch of precision that felt like a gentle hand on a steering wheel. They weren't seamless, not yet. The resonance required focus and proximity, and when they got tired, the connection frayed. But the potential was staggering. I need to sit down, Harry finally said, leaning against the wall. His magical reserves weren't depleted, they were vast, always had been, but the concentration of channeling through the bond had given him a pounding headache. Astoria sat beside him on the cold stone floor, which was so unprecedented that Daphne actually looked up from her notes. The two of them against the wall, shoulder not quite touching shoulder, breathing hard, wands across their laps. Thank you, Astoria said quietly. For what? For not being threatened by this. By me. She picked at a thread on her sleeve. I've spent my whole life being told my magic was adequate but unremarkable. My family valued Daphne's power because it was visible. She's a strong duelist, impressive at parties. I was the quiet one. The studious one. The one who'd make a good match for some pureblood family because I was well-mannered and wouldn't embarrass anyone. That's how pureblood families work. Or how mine did anyway. But just now, when your power was flowing through my spells, I could feel what I actually am. Not weak. Not unremarkable. Precise. And precision with real force behind it is terrifying, Harry offered. I was going to say extraordinary. But terrifying works too. She turned her head to look at him, and the bond between them was wide open, unguarded in a way it hadn't been before. He could feel the core of her, not thoughts, not memories, but the fundamental emotional architecture of Astoria Greengras. The fierce intelligence. The stubborn pride. The deep, aching loneliness of a girl who'd always been underestimated. And threaded through everything, fine as spider silk but unbreakable, a current of determination that said, I will be more than what they made me. You are extraordinary, Harry said. The bond didn't make you that. You already were. Something cracked in her composure. Just for a moment, a flash of raw emotion in her eyes, quickly controlled, but the bond carried what her face didn't show. Gratitude so sharp it was almost painful, and underneath it, the first fragile stirring of trust. Not the strategic trust of two allies cooperating out of necessity. Something more personal than that. Don't make me cry in a basement, Potter, she said, and her voice was rough at the edges. I have standards. Wouldn't dream of it. The drawing room, at least. She almost laughed. He felt it through the bond, the impulse, rising and caught, swallowed back behind her composure, but real. She'd almost laughed, and it was the first time, and he found himself wanting to hear what it sounded like. Hermione arrived that afternoon with 3 books, a roll of parchment covered in tiny handwriting, and an expression that meant she'd slept approximately 2 hours. I've been in the ministry archives, she announced, dropping the books on the kitchen table. Harry, the records on Dynasty class bonds are, well, they're mostly missing, which is suspicious in itself, but I found references in 3 separate historical indices. And I went to Hogwarts and spoke with Professor Vector, who pointed me toward some runic analysis texts that Hermione. Harry put a cup of tea in her hands. Breathe. She breathed. She drank tea. Then she looked at Astoria, who was sitting across the table with the particular stillness of someone being evaluated. Hello, Hermione said. I'm sorry we're meeting under these circumstances. So am I. Astoria offered her hand. Astoria, I've heard a great deal about you. And I've been reading about your family's contract for 72 hours, so I suppose we're even. Hermione shook her hand, and something passed between them, an assessment, quick and mutual, 2 sharp minds sizing each other up. Harry watched it happen, and had the strange sensation of watching 2 chess players recognize each other across a room. What did you find? Daphne asked, appearing in the doorway. She'd been listening from the hall, of course she had. Hermione opened her parchment. The term dynasty bond appears in 14 separate historical sources spanning 5 centuries. Most references are fragmentary, a line here, a paragraph there. But I've pieced together a rough picture. The bonds were created by ancient families as a way of unifying bloodlines, not just politically, but magically. The binding ritual requires both families to contribute something to the contract beyond blood, a magical inheritance, a family secret, a piece of ancestral magic. The Potter and Greengrass contract is unusual because it was created relatively recently, 1923, which suggests the families had access to the ritual knowledge that most magical lineages lost centuries ago. My great-great-grandfather was an unspeakable, Astoria said. Corvinus Greengrass. He spent 40 years in the Department of Mysteries. And Hadrian Potter was a warder, one of the best in Europe, Harry added. He'd found that in the Potter Vault records. He designed the ward schemes for half the magical government buildings on the continent. Hermione's eyes lit up. That makes sense. The dynasty bond is essentially a ward, a living, adaptive ward built around 2 people instead of a building. It would take an unspeakable's theoretical knowledge and a master warder's practical skill to create one. Built around 2 people, Astoria repeated slowly. You're saying the bond is a ward scheme? Like the Fidelius, or the blood protection Harry's mother created. Similar in category, yes, but far more complex. The Fidelius hides. The blood protection defends. The dynasty bond does both of those things and amplifies, integrates, and evolves. It's not static, it grows with the bonded pair. Every other ward scheme in existence is fixed at the time of casting. This one is alive. The table was quiet for a moment. There's something else, Hermione said, and her voice shifted, less excited, more careful. I found a reference in a restricted section text about the historical fates of dynasty-bonded pairs. Not all of them were positive. 3 of the 14 documented cases ended in what the sources describe as catastrophic resonance failure. Meaning? Harry asked. Meaning the bonded pair turned against each other. When that happened, when a dynasty bond carried hostility instead of trust, the amplification effect reversed. Instead of strengthening both partners, it fed the conflict. 2 of the 3 cases resulted in the destruction of both individuals and significant collateral damage. Silence. So the bond amplifies whatever's between us, Astoria said. Good or bad. That appears to be the case, yes. Harry and Astoria looked at each other across the table. The bond hummed between them, warm, steady, still new but no longer quite so alien. Through it, Harry felt Astoria's fear. Not of him, of the bond itself, of the power it represented, of the consequences of getting this wrong. And beneath the fear, steel-hard and unyielding, her determination to get it right. He felt the same way. He pushed that through the bond, deliberately, intentionally, the first time he'd tried to send something rather than simply receive. I'm not going to turn on you. I'm not going to let this go wrong. Astoria's breath caught. She felt it, he could tell she felt it. Her eyes widened, and through the bond came a response, cautious, measured, but real. Neither am I. We should move on to the political situation, Daphne said, and the moment broke. But something had changed, something small and foundational, like a key turning in a lock that neither of them had known existed. The political situation was exactly as bad as Daphne had predicted. 3 days after the Diagon Alley attack, the Wisengamot convened a special session. Harry learned about it from Kingsley Shacklebolt himself, who flooded into Grimmauld Place at 8 in the morning with the particular expression of a man who hadn't slept and was carrying bad news. "There's a motion on the floor," Kingsley said, standing in the drawing room in his minister's robes, looking exhausted. "Cyrus Blackthorne is sponsoring it. The Hereditary Magical Bonds Oversight Act. It would give the Wisengamot the authority to review, regulate, and potentially dissolve any magical bond established through ancestral contract." "Targeting us," Harry said. "Targeting you." Though the language is general enough to cover any family with similar contracts, the Blackthorne Coalition's been clever about making it seem like a broad reform measure rather than a personal attack. Kingsley paused. "Harry, I need to be honest with you. I don't have the votes to block it." "The Minister of Magic doesn't have the votes. The Minister of Magic governs by consensus of the Wisengamot, and right now, the Wisengamot is scared." Kingsley's voice was heavy. "The war left scars. People want control. They want to feel like the institutions are strong enough to prevent another Dark Lord from rising. A motion that promises oversight of potentially dangerous magical bonds, that plays well. It sounds responsible. It sounds like a leash," Astoria said from the doorway. She'd been listening through the bond. Harry had felt her approaching, her anger building with each word she overheard. Kingsley looked at her. "Mrs. Potter, Ms. Greengras." The correction was automatic, sharp. "I use my own name, Minister." Kingsley inclined his head, accepting the correction without offense. "Ms. Greengras, I understand your frustration. I share it. But I'm telling you the political reality so you can prepare for it." Daphne emerged from behind Astoria, already dressed, already armored. "Minister, how many votes does Blackthorne have?" "Enough to force a committee. Not enough to pass binding legislation, not yet. The motion is for a review committee with investigative powers. If the committee is established, they'll have the authority to summon you, examine the contract, and make recommendations to the full Wisengamot. Which means they'll discover the dynasty bond," Harry said. "If they're competent, yes." The room was quiet. Harry looked at Daphne, who was already pulling out her leather journal, flipping through pages with rapid precision. "The vote is when?" Daphne asked. "Friday. 4 days. I need the full list of Wisengamot members who are undecided. And I need access to the visitor galleries so I can observe the session." Kingsley studied her. "You're Daphne Greengras, Aldrich's elder daughter." "I am. Your father was neutral during the war." "My father kept his family alive during the war." "I'm not my father, Minister. And I'm not neutral." Something shifted in Kingsley's expression, a reassessment, quick and sharp. He was a politician as well as a warrior, and he recognized a useful ally when he saw one. "I'll have the list sent to you this afternoon," he said. "And visitor access won't be a problem." He turned to Harry. "I have one more piece of advice. Unsolicited. When has that stopped anyone? Attend the session. Both of you. Don't speak, don't testify, don't engage. Just be there. Let the Wisengamot see you. A young couple, recently married, being discussed as if you're a threat to be managed. The optics matter." He left through the flue. Harry stood in the drawing room and felt the net tightening, not a physical threat this time, but something worse. Institutional. Legal. The kind of threat you couldn't hex your way through. "For days," he said. "For days is plenty," Daphne said, and the look in her eyes was sharp enough to cut glass. "I've been building toward this for 4 years. The question isn't whether we can fight in the Wisengamot. The question is whether they're ready for us." The next 4 days were a blur of strategy, alliances, and sleepless nights. Daphne operated like a general planning a campaign. Her leather journal turned out to contain not just intelligence, but detailed profiles of every Wisengamot member, their voting history, their financial interests, their personal vulnerabilities, their connections. She'd been compiling this for years, quietly, systematically, building a map of magical Britain's power structure that would have impressed any political operative alive. Harry's job was outreach. He spent 2 days reaching out to allies, not through formal channels, but through the personal connections he'd built during the war. Neville, whose grandmother Augusta sat on the Wisengamot and commanded the respect of the moderate bloc. Hermione, who'd taken a position in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and had the ear of several reform-minded members. Ron, who'd joined George at the shop and had an instinct for reading people that served them well in business and now served Harry in politics. Even Luna Lovegood, who'd taken over the Quibbler from her father and whose ability to say things nobody else dared say publicly was a strategic asset in its own right. Astoria's job was the one nobody expected: research. She'd received a response from the Sorbonne. Yes, there was a correspondence track for the potions mastery, rarely used, academically brutal, but available. She'd begin in the spring term. In the meantime, she turned her formidable analytical mind to the dynasty bond itself, cross-referencing Hermione's historical research with Daphne's intelligence and her own understanding of magical theory. Harry found her in the library at midnight on the second night, surrounded by open books and floating diagrams she'd conjured from her wand, complex three-dimensional representations of magical bond structures that rotated slowly in the air, glowing faintly blue. "You should be sleeping," he said from the doorway. "So should you." "Touché." He came in and sat across from her. The bond was warm between them, warmer than it had been even a day ago. The resonance was deepening with proximity and use, and he could feel Astoria now with a clarity that was becoming almost conversational. Not words, but feelings, textures, intentions. Right now she was deep in a problem, and the texture of her focus was bright and fine-grained, like watching someone thread a needle in firelight. "I think I understand how the tears work," she said, not looking up from a passage in a book so old its pages were almost translucent. Resonance, Tier 1, is about shared awareness. We can feel each other's magic and emotions, and our spells amplify when we cast together. That's what we have now. Right. Convergence, Tier 2, is deeper. The historical accounts describe it as becoming one instrument played by two hands. The bonded pair can channel magic through each other's wands, cast through each other's bodies, essentially treat their two magical cores as a single interconnected system. She traced a line in the book. But the transition from resonance to convergence isn't automatic. Every account agrees. The trigger is shared vulnerability under pressure. Not just fighting together, depending on each other. Trusting the other person with your safety, your secrets, your weaknesses. Harry thought about that. The bond rewards trust. The bond requires trust. It's built into the magical architecture, and honestly, it's elegant. The creators knew that power without trust is just a weapon, and weapons can be turned against their wielders. So they designed the system to only unlock its deeper stages when the bonded pair has built genuine emotional infrastructure. Emotional infrastructure, Harry repeated. That's the most Astoria Greengras way to describe trusting someone I've ever heard. She looked up from her book. The faintest curve of her lips, not quite a smile, but close. Getting closer every day. "I have a reputation to maintain," she said. "If I start getting emotionally articulate, Daphne will think I've been imperious." Harry laughed. Actually laughed, a real one, surprised out of him, and the sound seemed to startle both of them. He hadn't laughed like that in months. The bond flooded with warmth, his and hers, tangled together, a feedback loop of startled pleasure. "Tell me about the Sorbonne program," he said, because the moment was becoming too much, too fast, and he could feel Astoria pulling back behind her composure even as the warmth lingered. She told him. The Correspondence Mastery was a 2-year program requiring monthly submissions of original potions research, quarterly practical examinations administered by a visiting proctor, and a final thesis defense in Paris. It was designed for working professionals who couldn't attend full-time, and the academic standards were brutal, a 40% dropout rate, no extensions, no excuses. She talked about it the way other people talked about dreams. Her voice lifted. Her eyes brightened. Through the bond, Harry felt her passion for the subject, not as an abstraction, but as a living thing, an integral part of who she was. Astoria Greengras loved potions the way Harry loved flying, with her whole self, without reservation, without the self-consciousness that touched everything else she did. "You're going to be brilliant at it," he said. "You don't know that. I can feel how much you want it." Through the bond. It's like standing next to a furnace. She was quiet for a moment. "That's oddly motivating." "Good. Now go to sleep. The Weisengamot session is in 2 days and Daphne will kill us both if we're not sharp." Astoria closed her books. She stood, and as she passed his chair, she paused. Her hand rested on his shoulder, briefly, barely, the lightest possible touch. Through the bond, a pulse of something fragile and deliberate, gratitude, trust. The first tentative reaching out of a woman who'd spent her life keeping people at arm's length. Then she was gone, her footsteps receding up the stairs, and Harry sat in the library surrounded by her floating diagrams, watching them rotate in the empty air, feeling the shape of her absence like a held breath. Friday came cold and clear. The Weisengamot chamber was an amphitheater deep beneath the ministry, carved from dark stone, ringed by tiered seating for the members and overlooked by narrow galleries for visitors and press. Harry had been here before, for his trial at 15, for his testimony after the war. He'd never liked the place. It was designed to make you feel small. He and Astoria arrived together, escorted through the ministry's secure corridors by a pair of aurors who tried and failed to not stare at them. They'd dressed carefully Daphne's instruction. Harry in simple, well-cut robes, dark blue, no ostentation. Astoria in deep green, elegant but understated, her hair loose. They looked young and serious and, thanks to the bond humming visibly between them if you knew how to look, undeniably connected. The gallery was packed. Rita Skeeter sat in the front row with a quick quotes quill that was already scribbling. Beside her, a contingent of journalists from The Prophet, The Quibbler, and several continental papers. The Potter marriage had become international news. In the members' seating below, the Weisengamot assembled in their plum-colored robes, and Harry scanned the room for the players Daphne had briefed him about. Cyrus Blackthorne sat in the third row, and Harry's first look at the man confirmed everything Daphne had described. He was perhaps 60, with iron-gray hair and a face that projected authority the way a lighthouse projected light, not showy, but impossible to ignore. He sat with a stillness that reminded Harry, uncomfortably, of Dumbledore, the particular calm of someone who believed they were the most important person in any room they entered. But where Dumbledore's confidence had been warm, avuncular, threaded with humor, Blackthorne's was cold. Not cruel, just cold. The confidence of conviction without compassion. Beside Blackthorne sat a woman Harry didn't recognize. Slim, dark-haired, perhaps 45, with sharp features and an expression of detached curiosity. She was watching the chamber with the clinical attention of a researcher observing an experiment. "Voss," Daphne murmured from behind them. She'd taken a seat in the gallery row above, positioned to observe without being observed. "Marguerite Voss. French. She arrived in London 3 days ago, officially as an academic consultant for the Heritage Council. My contacts say she's a specialist in magical contract theory." "And unofficially?" Harry asked. "Unofficially, she's been hunting dynasty-class bonds across Europe for 20 years. She's published extensively on ancestral magic, and her research has been cited by every magical university on the continent. She's brilliant, she's obsessive, and she answers to no one." Daphne's voice was flat with controlled worry. "If Blackthorne brought Voss in, he's more serious about this than I estimated." The session began. The chief warlock, an elderly wizard named Marchbanks who'd held the position since the post-war reorganization, called for order, and the chamber fell silent with the particular heavy attention of a body that knew it was making history. Blackthorne rose to present his motion. He spoke for 20 minutes, and he was good, Harry had to admit that. No bombast, no demagoguery. His voice was measured, reasonable, persuasive. He didn't attack Harry or Astoria. He didn't mention them by name. Instead, he spoke about principles, the duty of magical governance to understand and regulate powerful magics, the danger of unregulated ancestral bonds in a post-war society, the precedent of the Ministry's authority over dangerous magical objects and creatures. He drew a line, subtle, elegant, devastating, from Voldemort's Horcruxes to magical marriage contracts, suggesting that any magic powerful enough to bind souls deserved institutional scrutiny. Harry felt Astoria stiffen beside him. Through the bond, a spike of fury, not at the content, which she'd expected, but at the skill. Blackthorn wasn't a thug. He was a craftsman, and his craft was political manipulation, and he was practicing it at the highest level. The debate that followed lasted 2 hours. Members rose to speak for and against Augusta Longbottom, magnificent in her vulture hat, delivering a thundering rebuke about government overreach into private family matters. A young progressive member arguing that all magical contracts should be subject to review, not just ancestral ones. An elderly pureblood wavering visibly between his distaste for regulation and his fear of uncontrolled magical power. Harry and Astoria sat in the gallery and watched, and did not speak, and let their presence do the work. It wasn't enough. The vote was 31 to 27 in favor. The Committee for the Oversight of Hereditary Magical Bonds was established with investigative powers and a mandate to examine the Potter Greengras contract as its first order of business. The chamber erupted in a buzz of conversation. Harry sat very still. Beside him, Astoria's hands were clenched in her lap, knuckles white again, that familiar pose of controlled fury. "We lost," she said. "We lost this round," Daphne corrected from behind them. "Not the war." In the members' seating below, Cyrus Blackthorn was receiving congratulations from his coalition with the reserved satisfaction of a man whose plan was proceeding on schedule. And beside him, Marguerite Voss was looking up at the gallery, looking directly at Harry and Astoria, with an expression of frank, hungry fascination. The bond pulsed between them, and Harry felt Astoria's resolve hardening into something diamond-bright and razor-sharp. "They want to examine our bond?" she said quietly, her voice carrying an edge that Harry hadn't heard before. "Then we'd better make sure we understand it before they do." They trained every day after that. The basement of Grimmauld Place became their crucible, hours of spell work, of pushing the resonance to its limits, of learning each other's magical vocabulary until they could anticipate and complement each other without thinking. Harry taught Astoria combat magic, the dirty, practical, battle-tested spells he'd learned in the war. Astoria taught Harry control, the fine manipulation of magical force that turned a blunt instrument into a surgical tool. The bond deepened with every session. Not just magically, personally. You couldn't share someone's magic for hours a day without learning them in ways that went deeper than conversation. Harry learned the texture of Astoria's concentration, silver fine, diamond hard, the flavor of her frustration, sharp and hot, quickly mastered, the shape of her rare, bright flashes of delight when a spell worked perfectly, like sunlight through crystal. Surprising and beautiful every time. Astoria learned him too. She felt his nightmares through the bond, the residual trauma of the war surfacing in his sleep, echoes of green light and cold laughter. She never mentioned them. But he'd come downstairs in the mornings to find tea already made, a quiet acknowledgement that carried more compassion than any spoken comfort could have. They talked late into the nights. Not about the bond or the Wisengamot, about everything else. Astoria talked about growing up in the Greengras household, a world of propriety and expectations where her role was always secondary to Daphne's, the brilliant eldest daughter. She talked about discovering potions at 13, the first time she'd found something she was genuinely excellent at, the joy of a discipline where precision mattered more than power. She talked about the war, haltingly, carefully, with the particular caution of someone picking through rubble. "There was a night," she said once, sitting on the kitchen floor at 3 in the morning, because neither of them could sleep and the floor felt more honest than chairs. "The Caros were at the house. Having dinner with my parents. Being entertained. I was 15. Daphne made me stay upstairs, but I could hear them laughing and I could hear," she stopped. Swallowed. One of them had brought a prisoner. A Muggle-born. The things I heard through the floor, you don't have to tell me. I know. But I want you to understand something. She looked at him, and her eyes were fierce and wet and burning. I wasn't brave. During the war, I wasn't brave. I didn't fight. I didn't resist. I sat in my room and I held my wand and I cast silencing charms so I wouldn't have to hear, and I hated myself for it. I hated myself so much that some nights I thought the hatred would eat me alive. Astoria, don't tell me I was young. Don't tell me there was nothing I could have done. Maybe there wasn't. But the sound of not doing anything, the silence of it, I still hear it. Harry sat with her on the cold kitchen floor and didn't tell her she was wrong. Didn't tell her she was right. He just sat beside her and let her feel, through the bond, the depth of his understanding, because he knew exactly what it was like to carry guilt for the things you didn't do, the people you didn't save, the moments when survival felt like betrayal. Through the bond, she felt it. All of it. The guilt he carried for every person who died in the Battle of Hogwarts, for Fred, for Remus, for Tonks, for the 50 others whose names he'd memorized because forgetting felt like killing them again. She felt the weight of a 17-year-old who'd walked into a forest to die because an old man's plan required it, and who'd survived, and who'd been trying ever since to figure out what surviving was for. They sat on the floor and held each other's grief through the bond, and neither of them cried, and neither of them looked away, and something between them shifted, not with a dramatic surge of power, not with magical fireworks, but with the quiet, tectonic force of two people deciding, in the same moment, that they didn't have to carry their weight alone anymore. Harry reached out and took her hand. Not romantically. Not possessively. Just one person reaching for another in the dark, saying, I'm here, I see you, you're not alone. Astoria's fingers closed around his, and they sat on the kitchen floor of Grimmauld Place and held on. The committee sent its first summons on a Monday morning. Formal, official, bearing the Wisengamot's seal. Harry and Astoria were to appear before the Committee for the Oversight of Hereditary Magical Bonds in 2 weeks, bringing the original contract and submitting to magical examination of their bond. Daphne read the summons twice, then set it on fire with her wand and dropped the ashes in the sink. We'll comply, she said, before Harry could ask. We don't have a choice, ignoring a Wisengamot summons would give them grounds for enforcement action. But we'll comply on our terms. Meaning? Meaning we control what they see. Harry, Astoria, the resonance. How well can you mask it? They looked at each other. Through the bond, a quick exchange, not words, but a shared question and a shared answer. We can dampen it, Astoria said. Not hide it completely, anyone with strong enough magical senses will detect the bond. But we can control how much they perceive. Show them Tier 0 instead of Tier 1. Good. Do that. Let the committee see a standard marriage bond, 2 people magically connected by contract, nothing more. The dynasty aspects stay hidden. Daphne pulled out her journal. Meanwhile, I'll prepare our legal position. Hermione's already drafting a brief on the rights of magically bonded individuals under existing law. There's precedent. The Wisengamot can examine contracts, but there are limits on what they can compel bonded individuals to reveal. What about Voss? Harry asked. She'll be there. Voss is the wild card. She's brilliant enough to see through a dampened bond if she's looking carefully. And she'll be looking carefully. Daphne paused. But she's also operating on her own agenda, separate from Blackthorn's. Her interest is academic. She wants to study the bond, not control it. That's a lever we might be able to use. They spent the next 2 weeks preparing. Training intensified, not just combat now, but control. Astoria drove them both relentlessly, working on the delicate skill of modulating the bond's output, learning to present a carefully curated version of their connection while keeping the deeper reality hidden. It was like learning to speak at a whisper when your natural volume was a shout. During those 2 weeks, something else happened. Something neither of them planned or discussed. They started gravitating toward each other. Not physically, though there was that too, the way they'd find themselves sitting closer at meals, standing nearer during training, their hands occasionally brushing and neither pulling away. It was more fundamental than physical proximity. their rhythms synchronized. They woke at the same time, ate at the same time, hit their energy walls at the same hour in the evening. Their magic began resonating even when they weren't actively using the bond. Harry would cast a household spell and feel Astoria's influence in it, a subtle refinement of form that happened without either of them trying. Astoria would brew a potion in the basement and find it coming out stronger, the raw magical force that powered the brewing process boosted by Harry's ambient power. They were becoming a unit. Not by choice, not by force, but by the slow, organic gravitational pull of two magical cores that had been designed, a century ago, to fit together. "It's happening faster than I expected," Astoria said one evening, standing in the doorway of Harry's room, the first time she'd come to the fourth floor, his territory, and the significance of that wasn't lost on either of them. "The integration. I can feel your magic in my casting even when we're on different floors." "Yeah." Harry was sitting on his bed, wand in hand, having just cast a Lumos that burned brighter and steadier than any he'd ever produced. "I can feel yours in mine. It's like background music. Always there." The historical accounts say resonance deepens with emotional closeness. The more we trust each other, the more integrated the bond becomes. She leaned against the doorframe. "Harry, I need to tell you something." The bond shifted. He felt anxiety rising in her, sharp, specific, different from the ambient worry about the committee. This was personal. "Okay," he said. "The health complication I mentioned. When we first met." She crossed her arms, uncrossed them, crossed them again. "It's a blood curse. Hereditary on my mother's side. It affects my magical core, degrades it over time. Slowly, but irreversibly." Harry went very still. "The healers give me." She paused. Made herself say it. "A shortened lifespan. They're not sure by how much. Decades, possibly. Or not." "Or not," Harry repeated, and his voice sounded strange to his own ears, flat, controlled, the way it went when something hit him too hard and too fast. "I wasn't going to tell you. It's my burden, not yours. But the bond, you'd feel it eventually. You might already be feeling it. The curse manifests as a kind of static in my magical core. A degradation pattern. If you've noticed anything, the flicker," Harry said. He'd felt it. Small, intermittent, easy to dismiss, a momentary disruption in the smooth flow of Astoria's magic, like a candle guttering in a draft. He'd noticed it during training and assumed it was fatigue. "I thought you were tired." "I am tired. The curse is tiring. But that's what it is." Harry set his wand down. He looked at Astoria standing in his doorway, this woman he'd known for 2 weeks who'd become the second heartbeat in his chest, and he felt something vast and terrifying open up inside him, not the bond, not magic, but something entirely human. The realization that he cared. That at some point between the blood ritual and the kitchen floor at 3 in the morning, Astoria Greengras had become someone whose loss would break something in him. "How long have you known?" he asked. "Since I was 13. That's when the symptoms started." "Does Daphne know?" "Daphne's known since the beginning. It's half the reason she's been so," Astoria gestured vaguely. "Everything she does, the political network, the intelligence, the fierce protectiveness, it's all because she knows I'm on a clock." "Does the bond affect it?" "The curse? I don't know. It's one of the things I've been researching. The dynasty bond integrates magical cores. Theoretically, if the bond deepens enough, your healthy magic could compensate for the degradation in mine. But that's theoretical. No one's ever documented a dynasty bond interacting with a blood curse. Then we'll be the first." She blinked. "What?" "We'll figure it out. Together. That's what the bond is for, isn't it? 2 people stronger than one." He stood up and crossed to her. Not touching, they weren't there yet, not quite, but close enough that the bond sang between them, warm and fierce and full of a determination that came from both of them simultaneously. "Astoria, you're not doing this alone anymore. I don't care that we didn't choose this. I don't care that it started with a contract. You are not alone." She stared at him. Through the bond, her composure cracked, not shattered, not broken, but cracked, like ice over a river, and underneath it was something so raw and so vulnerable that Harry had to look away for a moment to give her the dignity of not being fully seen. "You idiot," she whispered. "You absolute Gryffindor idiot. You can't just say things like that." "I just did." "I know. That's the problem." She blinked hard. Twice. Set her jaw. "If you tell anyone I almost cried, I'll hex you into next week." "Wouldn't dream of it." She turned and walked away down the hall, and Harry stood in his doorway and felt her through the bond, the fear and the gratitude and the first fragile, terrifying shoots of something that wasn't trust, exactly, but was adjacent to it. Something warmer. Something that had no name yet but was growing quietly in the space between two people who hadn't chosen each other but were beginning, despite everything, to be glad they'd been chosen. The bond hummed. And somewhere deep in its architecture, in the ancient magical framework that two brilliant men had built a century ago, something stirred. Something that was waiting for them to be ready. Resonance was just the beginning. Chapter 3. The weight of names. The invitation arrived on cream-colored parchment embossed with the ministry seal, and Astoria held it between two fingers like it might bite. "The Reconstruction Gala," she read aloud. "A celebration of resilience and renewal, honoring those who fought and those who rebuild. The Minister for Magic cordially requests the attendance of Mr. Harry Potter and Ms. Astoria Greengras." She looked up. Subtle. "Kingsley doesn't do subtle," Harry said from across the kitchen table, where he was attempting to eat breakfast while simultaneously reading Daphne's latest political briefing. "He does strategic. This is him giving us a stage." "A stage or an arena," Daphne said, sweeping into the kitchen with her hair still damp from the shower and her leather journal already open. She plucked the invitation from Astoria's hand, scanned it, and set it down with a decisive nod. "We're going." "Obviously we're going," Astoria said. "The question is what we're walking into." A room full of every powerful witch and wizard in Britain, most of whom have already decided what they think about your marriage, your contract, and your right to exist as an independent magical unit. Daphne poured herself coffee. "The Heritage Council will be there in force. Blackthorn will use the event to shore up support for the committee investigation. And Voss," she paused. "Voss will be hunting." Harry set down his fork. "Hunting how?" "Voss isn't political. She doesn't care about Blackthorn's power games. She cares about the dynasty bond as a magical phenomenon. She's been chasing these bonds for 2 decades, and you two are the first confirmed active pair she's ever found. The gala gives her proximity. She'll try to get close to Astoria, probably under the guise of academic conversation. She'll probe." "Let her," Astoria said. Both Harry and Daphne looked at her. "If Voss wants to play the academic card, I'll play it right back. I know magical theory at a level she doesn't expect. If she probes, I'll probe back, find out what she actually knows about dynasty bonds, what she's told Blackthorn, what her endgame is." Astoria's chin lifted. "Daphne, you built a political intelligence network. Let me build a magical one. Voss is a resource, not just a threat." The bond carried Astoria's confidence like a clean current, not bravado, but the steady self-assurance of a woman who knew her own intellectual terrain. Harry felt it and recognized it, the same feeling he had when someone handed him a wand and pointed him at a dark wizard. This was Astoria's battlefield. She was ready. Daphne studied her sister for a long moment. Something passed between them that the bond didn't carry, a sisterly communication built over years, older than magic, deeper than words. Then Daphne nodded. "Fine. But you don't go alone. If Voss corners you, Harry stays within bond range." "Bond range is effectively the entire building at this point," Astoria said dryly. "We can barely get to different floors without the resonance maintaining full connection." "Good. Use it." Daphne turned to Harry. "You have a different job. Blackthorn's coalition includes several undecided Wisengamot members who attend these events for the social capital. You need to talk to them. Not lobby, just talk. Be the war hero they remember, not the political threat Blackthorn's painting you as. Remind them you're a person, not an issue." "You want me to be charming," Harry said flatly. "I want you to be yourself." Fortunately, yourself is a man who defeated the darkest wizard in history and still eats toast for dinner. People find that relatable. She paused. Also, wear the dark blue robes. They make you look trustworthy. The gala was held in the ministry atrium, and someone had spent a fortune making it look like it wasn't the same place where a giant fountain had once spewed propaganda about magical supremacy. The Fountain of Magical Brethren was gone, destroyed in Dumbledore's battle with Voldemort, and never rebuilt. In its place stood a simple stone memorial etched with the names of the war dead, surrounded by floating candles that turned the atrium into a cathedral of light. Harry paused at the entrance. He always paused here. Fred Weasley's name was on that stone. Remus Lupin's. Nymphadora Tonks's. 50 others. He read them every time, a private ritual he'd never mentioned to anyone. Through the bond, Astoria felt him stop. Felt the weight that settled over him. She stood beside him and read the names too, and said nothing, and her silence was the right kind, not empty but full, a shared acknowledgement that this place, this event, this celebration of rebuilding was built on the bones of people who'd paid for it with their lives. "Come on," she said after a moment. Not pushing, just present. They walked in together. The atrium was packed. 300 people, maybe more, in their finest robes, ministry officials, Wisengamot members, prominent families, war heroes, foreign dignitaries. The noise was a wall of conversation and clinking glasses, underscored by a string quartet playing something classical that was mostly lost beneath the chatter. Heads turned. Of course they did. Harry Potter arriving anywhere turned heads, and Harry Potter arriving with his new, controversial, contract-bound wife turned them faster. Harry felt the attention like sunlight through a magnifying glass, focused and hot, and beside him, Astoria walked into it without flinching. She'd dressed for battle. The robes she wore were midnight blue, not the greengrass green her family would have expected, and cut in a style that was elegant without being ostentatious. Her hair was up, exposing the clean lines of her neck and jaw, and she wore a single piece of jewelry, a thin silver chain with a pendant Harry didn't recognize. She looked, Harry thought, like exactly what she was, a young woman of intelligence and composure who refused to be anyone's victim. "Potter." A booming voice cut through the crowd, and a moment later a large hand was pumping Harry's arm. Ernie Macmillan, flushed and cheerful, a drink in his free hand. "Wonderful to see you, old boy. And this must be Astoria Greengras." She offered her hand with a warmth that surprised Harry. He could feel through the bond that it was genuine, not performed. She simply liked people more than she let on. "A pleasure, Ernie. Harry tells me you held the corridor during the Battle of Hogwarts." "Well, I mean, it wasn't just me. There were several of us." Ernie flushed deeper, pleased and flustered. Harry caught Astoria's eye over Ernie's shoulder and felt her quiet amusement. She'd done her homework. She knew the names, the stories, the moments of courage that mattered to these people. She was making them feel seen. It wasn't manipulation. That was the thing Harry kept coming back to as they worked the room. Astoria wasn't faking interest or manufacturing connections. She was doing what came naturally to a sharp mind raised in pure-blood society, reading people, remembering details, making genuine connections through the currency of attention and respect. She was good at this, and watching her operate was like watching her cast spells, precise, efficient, elegant. They separated after the first hour. Daphne's strategy required them to cover ground independently while staying within bond range. Harry moved through the crowd toward the cluster of Wisengamot members Daphne had flagged as persuadable, and Astoria drifted toward the academic contingent, where Voss would be circling. Harry found himself talking to Tiberius Ogden first, an ancient, bird-like wizard who'd resigned from the Wisengamot once in protest and been reappointed twice. He was sharp behind his milky eyes, and he listened to Harry with the particular attention of a man who'd spent 80 years separating truth from performance. "Heard about the attack in Diagon Alley," Ogden said, sipping mead. 3 assailants. You took them down in under a minute." "My wife and I took them down," Harry said. The word wife still felt strange in his mouth, but he used it deliberately. "Daphne's coaching. Make it real. Make it normal, make it boring. Your wife. The Greengrass girl. Ogden's eyes were shrewd. Interesting family. Aldrich was always a cautious man. Never committed to either side. Astoria isn't cautious. No, I don't imagine she is. Heard she dropped an attacker with 2 spells in 1 second. That's not cautious. That's trained. He paused. The committee investigation, Potter. I voted against it, for what that's worth. Government's got no business poking around in marriage bonds. But Blackthorn's got momentum, and momentum in the Weisengamot is harder to stop than a charging erumpent. I'm not trying to stop the committee, Harry said. I'm trying to make sure it operates fairly. Fair. Ogden chuckled dryly. You're young. Fair is what the powerful say it is. He leaned closer. But if you want my advice, and you didn't ask, but you're getting it, don't let them put you on the defensive. Blackthorn wins when the conversation is about whether your bond is dangerous. Change the conversation. Make it about something else. About what? About what the bond does. Not what it threatens. Ogden patted Harry's arm with a papery hand. People fear what they don't understand. Give them something to understand, and the fear fades. Usually. He shuffled away, and Harry stood in the crowd and thought about that. Change the conversation. Stop defending and start demonstrating. Show them something they could understand. Through the bond, he felt Astoria. She was across the room, focused, alert, engaged in conversation with someone whose presence made the bond hum with faint warning. Voss. Harry moved through the crowd toward her, not rushing, keeping his approach casual. He snagged a glass of something off a passing tray and sipped it without tasting it, his attention split between the people he was navigating through and the emotional feed from the bond. Astoria was calm. Not the forced calm of fear, the genuine calm of a woman in her element. She was enjoying this, Harry realized. The intellectual sparring. The high-stakes conversation. Astoria Greengras came alive when her mind was fully engaged, and Marguerite Voss was engaging it at full capacity. He found them near the memorial stone, standing slightly apart from the crowd. Voss was smaller than she'd appeared in the Weisengamot gallery, fine-boned, sharp-featured, with dark eyes that moved constantly, cataloging everything. She held a glass of wine she hadn't drunk. The theoretical framework is sound, but the empirical evidence is thin, Astoria was saying as Harry approached. Her voice was the precise, measured tone she used for academic discussion. Harry had heard it during their late-night research sessions. Beaumont's 1734 analysis posited that ancestral bonds operate on a fundamentally different magical substrate than caste enchantments, but he never produced experimental verification. Because experimental verification would require an active bond to study, Voss replied. Her English was excellent, lightly accented. Which is, of course, the difficulty. These bonds are exceptionally rare. In 20 years of research, I have found extensive historical documentation, but no living subjects. She paused, and her dark eyes flicked to Harry, who was now within earshot. Until now, Madame Voss. Harry extended his hand. I don't think we've been introduced. We have not. She shook his hand. Her grip was firm and dry, and she held on a half-second longer than social convention required. Studying, Harry thought. Always studying. You are a remarkable magical specimen, Mr. Potter. I can feel your core from here. The war sharpened you considerably. I'll take that as a compliment. Take it as an observation. She turned back to Astoria. Your husband's magical signature is unusually potent. Even without the bond, he would be formidable. But with it, she paused. You are dampening the connection. Both of you. Quite skillfully, I might add. What I am sensing now is perhaps 20% of the actual bond strength. Harry kept his expression neutral. Beside him, through the bond, he felt Astoria's spike of alarm, quickly controlled, quickly hidden, but real. Voss had seen through their dampening in the first 30 seconds of proximity. Daphne had warned them she was brilliant. This was what brilliant looked like. 20% is generous, Astoria said lightly. But I'm flattered by your assessment. Do not play games with me, Ms. Greengras. Voss's voice didn't sharpen, it didn't need to. The directness itself was cutting. I am not Blackthorn. I do not care about politics, power blocks, or wizarding Britain's fragile institutions. I care about magical knowledge. You and your husband are carrying a dynasty-class bond, the first active specimen I have encountered in 2 decades of searching. I want to study it. Not control it, not regulate it, not weaponize it. Study it. And what would you do with what you learned? Harry asked. Publish. Voss said it simply, as though the answer were obvious. Contribute to the academic understanding of ancestral magic. Complete the life's work I have been pursuing since before either of you were born. Publish meaning the entire wizarding world would know exactly what our bond can do, Astoria said. Its capabilities, its limits, its vulnerabilities. Knowledge should be shared. Knowledge without context is a weapon. Voss's eyes narrowed with something that looked, surprisingly, like respect. You think like an unspeakable Miss Greengras. My great-great-grandfather was one. Yes, Corvinus Greengras. I have read his work extensively. He was brilliant, obsessive, reckless, but brilliant. He understood things about ancestral magic that the Department of Mysteries has since lost or suppressed. Voss stepped closer. His research notes. Does your family still have them? Through the bond, Harry felt Astoria make a rapid calculation, weighing disclosure against advantage, truth against risk. The answer she arrived at was precise and strategic. Some, Astoria said. Not all. I would give a great deal to see them. I'm sure you would. Astoria's voice was perfectly pleasant, perfectly noncommittal, and Harry felt a flash of admiration through the bond that was entirely his own. She was playing Voss like an instrument, revealing just enough to establish value, withholding just enough to maintain leverage. Voss wanted the Greengras research notes. That was a bargaining chip. Perhaps we might arrange a more private conversation, Voss said. Away from, she gestured vaguely at the gala, the crowd, the political machinery churning around them. Perhaps. When the timing is right. Voss studied Astoria for a long moment. Then she inclined her head, a gesture of acknowledgement between equals, which, from a woman of Voss's stature and ego, was significant. I will be in London for the foreseeable future, she said. Blackthorn is a useful patron, but his objectives and mine are not identical. Remember that. She turned and melted back into the crowd. Harry and Astoria stood by the memorial stone and let out simultaneous breaths. She made us in 30 seconds, Harry said quietly. Less. She knew what we were before she saw us. She felt the bond signature across the room. The dampening only hid the scale, not the nature. Astoria's jaw was tight, but the bond carried something more complex than worry, a kind of fierce intellectual thrill, the rush of meeting an opponent who was worthy of the fight. She's dangerous, Harry. Not because she's malicious, but because she genuinely doesn't care about consequences. She wants knowledge the way we want air. And she's working for Blackthorn. Working with Blackthorn. There's a difference. She just told us her objectives aren't the same as his. That's either a warning or an invitation. Which one? Through the bond, Astoria's mind worked. He felt the rapid, intricate process of analysis, the way she sorted information the way other people sorted cards, stacking and comparing and discarding with machine-like precision. Both, she said. She's telling us she can be bought. Or at least rented. Harry filed that away. Across the atrium, he could see Daphne in conversation with a group of well-dressed witches, the wives of Wizengamot members, a demographic that Daphne had identified as a crucial soft power network. She was smiling, which on Daphne looked like a weapon being deployed. Come on, Harry said. We've got more ground to cover. They worked the room for another 2 hours. Harry talked to 6 more Wizengamot members, each conversation tailored to Daphne's briefing notes, emphasized personal connection with some, appealed to precedent with others, simply listen and nod with the ones who mostly wanted to feel important. He wasn't a natural politician, he was too direct, too honest, too likely to say what he actually thought, but he'd learned something about people in the war. Most of them just wanted to be seen and taken seriously. If you gave them that, they'd give you a lot in return. Astoria circulated through the academic contingent, researchers, ministry scholars, a few international visitors. She spoke about magical theory with an ease and depth that drew people in, and Harry felt through the bond the gradual building of a network, each conversation a thread in a web she was weaving with patient skill. They came back together near the end of the evening, drawn by the bond as much as by strategy. The crowd had thinned, the serious socializers remained, the rest having drifted home. Harry found Astoria standing near the drinks table with a glass of untouched champagne, looking at the memorial stone. "You okay?" he asked. "Colin Creevey," she said. "His name is on the stone. I remember him at school, always running around with that camera. He was 16. "Yeah." Harry's voice roughened. "He snuck back in to fight. We tried to send the underage students away, but he came back." Astoria was quiet for a moment. "Sometimes I think the war will never end." "Not really. It just keeps living in the spaces between everything else." Harry didn't have an answer for that, because she was right. The war was a geography that lived inside everyone who'd survived it. You couldn't leave it behind any more than you could leave behind your own bones. You just learned to carry it. "Ms. Greengras." A new voice behind them. Measured, cultured, cold. They turned. Cyrus Blackthorne stood 3 feet away, a glass of whiskey in one hand, his expression the carefully arranged pleasant neutrality of a man who'd practiced it in mirrors. Up close, he was more imposing than he'd appeared in the Wizengamot, taller, broader in the shoulders, with eyes the color of cold iron that missed nothing and gave nothing away. "Mr. Blackthorne," Astoria said. Her voice didn't change, same composure, same control, but through the bond, Harry felt her go razor-sharp, every sense heightened, every instinct engaged. "And Mr. Potter, of course." Blackthorne extended his hand. Harry shook it. The man's grip was calibrated, firm enough to assert dominance, not so firm as to be aggressive. Everything about him was calibrated. "I wanted to congratulate you both," Blackthorne said, "on your marriage. Whatever the circumstances of its origin, a union between 2 old magical families is always worth celebrating." "That's kind of you," Astoria said, "given that you've spent the past 2 weeks trying to bring it under government oversight." If the directness bothered Blackthorne, he didn't show it. "The committee isn't about your marriage specifically, Ms. Greengras. It's about establishing proper frameworks for magical bonds that carry significant power. Surely you can appreciate the principle, even if you disagree with the application." "I can appreciate the principle," Astoria said. "I question the timing and the sponsor." Blackthorne's lips curved, not a smile, exactly, but an acknowledgement. Direct. "I appreciate that. Most people in this room spend the entire evening circling the point without ever landing on it." He turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, you and I haven't spoken before. I think that's a missed opportunity. We have more in common than you might think." "I doubt that," Harry said. "You defeated a Dark Lord who was destroying our world. I've spent my career trying to build institutions strong enough that another Dark Lord can never rise. Different methods, same goal." He sipped his whiskey. "The old magical families have a role to play in that future, Mr. Potter. Not as supremacists, Voldemort's ideology was repugnant, and I've said so publicly and often. But as stewards. The ancient bloodlines carry centuries of magical knowledge, tradition, and institutional memory. A society that discards all of that in the name of reform is a society that's forgotten what it's built on." Harry studied him. Through the bond, he felt Astoria's analysis running in parallel with his own, her political intelligence parsing Blackthorne's words while Harry read the man himself. What he saw was troubling because Blackthorne believed every word he was saying. This wasn't cynical manipulation, it was genuine conviction. Blackthorne sincerely believed that pureblood families were the custodians of magical civilization, and that their authority, properly exercised, was necessary for stability. He was wrong. But he was wrong in a way that was coherent and internally consistent, which made him more dangerous than any foaming-at-the-mouth blood supremacist. "Stewardship is a nice word for control," Harry said. "Is it? When you fought Voldemort, you exercised control over the outcome of the war. Was that wrong? That was survival. And this is stewardship. The language changes. The necessity doesn't." Blackthorne's iron eyes held Harry's without wavering. "Your bond, Mr. Potter. Whatever it is, and I suspect it's more than a standard marriage contract, represents an enormous concentration of magical power. Power without oversight is how Dark Lords happen. Surely you, of all people, understand that. The argument was good. Harry hated how good it was, because it used his own history against him, weaponizing the memory of Voldemort to justify institutional control over Harry's private life. And the worst part was that Blackthorn wasn't entirely wrong about power and oversight. He was just wrong about who should be doing the overseeing and why. I understand power just fine, Harry said. I also understand what happens when institutions decide they know better than the people they claim to serve. I've been on the wrong end of that more than once. Yes. The ministry's persecution of you during your 5th year. Regrettable. But that was a corrupt ministry under Fudge's incompetence, not an argument against institutional oversight in principle. Depends on the institution. They looked at each other. Two men who would not yield ground, would not back down, would not pretend the stakes were lower than they were. The atrium buzzed around them, and 300 people had no idea that the real conversation of the evening was happening in a 5-foot radius by the drinks table. I'll be straightforward with you, Mr. Potter, Blackthorn said. Professional courtesy. The committee will convene. You and your wife will be examined. I don't know what that examination will reveal, but I suspect it will be significant. When it is, you'll have a choice. Work with the established powers of magical Britain, or work against them. I would strongly recommend the former. And I'll be straightforward with you, Mr. Blackthorn. Harry's voice was quiet. The bond hummed behind him like a drawn bowstring. I've faced scarier than a Wisengamot committee. The last man who tried to control my life ended up dead in the Great Hall with his own curse in his chest. I'm not comparing you to Voldemort. I'm telling you I don't intimidate well. Blackthorn's expression didn't change. But something shifted in his eyes, a recalculation, quick and cold. He'd expected the war hero to be raw, emotional, easy to provoke. He hadn't expected the war hero to meet him stride for stride. I see, he said. Well, it's been a pleasure. Ms. Greengras, Mr. Potter. Enjoy the rest of your evening. He walked away, and the crowd swallowed him, and Harry realized his hand was shaking. You're shaking, Astoria said. I'm fine. You're shaking because you just stared down a man who controls a quarter of the Wisengamot, and your body is catching up with what your mouth decided to do. She took the champagne glass from his hand and replaced it with a glass of water. Drink. He drank. Through the bond, he felt her reaction, not the alarm he'd expected, but something warmer, fiercer. Admiration, he realized. And something protective, almost possessive, that surprised them both. That was well done, she said quietly. Reckless and probably ill-advised, but well done. I have a talent for reckless and ill-advised. I'm beginning to notice. She straightened his collar, a small, automatic gesture that she seemed to register only after she'd done it. Her hand paused at his neck, and through the bond, a quick flash of self-consciousness, immediately suppressed. We should find Daphne. She'll want a full debrief. They found Daphne near the exit, already wearing her coat, her expression tight with the controlled energy of someone who'd spent the evening watching and cataloging and was now ready to explode with analysis. The three of them fled back to Grimmauld Place and convened in the drawing room, where Daphne produced her journal and a bottle of wine and began dissecting the evening with surgical thoroughness. Blackthorn's coalition is strong but brittle, she said, pacing. He has the old money traditionalists locked down, the Selwyns, the Rowells, the lesser families who rode out the war by keeping quiet. But his moderate supporters are shakier. I spoke with Agatha Bones. She voted for the committee, but she's uncomfortable with it. She told me, off the record, of course, that Blackthorn's rhetoric about oversight is starting to feel heavy-handed to her. We can work on Bones, Harry said. Susan and I were in the DA together. There's a personal connection. Good. Use it. Not immediately, let the gala sink in. Give it a few days, then arrange a casual meeting. Lunch, maybe. Bring Astoria. I can talk to Agatha, Astoria agreed. Her niece Susan was 2 years ahead of me at Hogwarts. We weren't close, but we were cordial. There's also the Voss angle, Daphne continued. Astoria, you said she wants Corvinus's research notes? Badly. How much of them do we actually have? Most of them. Mother kept them in the family archive at the estate. I've read perhaps a third. They're dense, partially encoded, and Corvinus wrote in a mix of English, Latin, and what I think is a personal cipher. Daphne's eyes narrowed in the way that meant she was constructing a strategy in real time. We could use the notes as a carrot. Give Voss limited access, enough to establish a relationship, not enough to satisfy her. Keep her coming back, keep her engaged, and use the interaction to map what she knows about dynasty bonds. And if she shares what she learns with Blackthorn? Harry asked. We manage the flow. Give her information that's accurate but incomplete, enough to seem cooperative, not enough to be dangerous. Voss herself told you her objectives aren't aligned with Blackthorn's. The more she learns from us directly, the less dependent she is on him, and the more likely she is to become a free agent rather than his tool. Harry leaned back in his chair and marveled, not for the first time, at Daphne Greengrass's mind. She thought in networks, connections, flows, dependencies, the same way Astoria thought in precise details and Harry thought in bold, instinctive strokes. Together, the three of them covered ground that none could have managed alone. There's something else, Harry said. He told them about his conversation with Ogden, the old wizard's advice about changing the conversation, about giving people something to understand rather than something to fear. Daphne stopped pacing. Her eyes went sharp and bright. He's right, she said. We've been playing defense, reacting to Blackthorn's moves, trying to hide the bond's true nature. That's a losing strategy. The committee is going to investigate whether we cooperate or not. Instead of trying to conceal the bond, we should control the revelation. Meaning? Astoria asked. Meaning we choose what to reveal and when. We get ahead of the committee. We demonstrate the bond's capabilities on our terms, in a context we control, before they have a chance to frame it as a threat. Daphne tapped her journal. I need to think about this. The venue, the timing, the audience, it all has to be right. But the principle is sound. Offense, not defense. She said goodnight and went upstairs, still muttering, her mind clearly operating at a speed that sleep would only slow down. Harry and Astoria remained in the drawing room, the fire crackling between them, the bond warm and open and alive in a way it hadn't been even 12 hours ago. The gala had changed something. Not dramatically, there was no surge of power, no mystical escalation. But they'd operated as a unit tonight, in public, under pressure, and they'd been good at it. Astoria's social intelligence complementing Harry's directness. His reputation lending weight to her subtlety. Each covering the other's blind spots without discussion or coordination, just the instinctive give and take of two people whose bond was teaching them to move together. Harry. Astoria was sitting on the sofa with her legs curled beneath her, shoes kicked off, the formal composure of the evening melting into something softer. What Blackthorn said to you? About power without oversight. He's not wrong about the principle. He's wrong about everything else. I know. But he made a point that I can't dismiss entirely. She looked at him, and, through the bond, he felt the seriousness beneath her words, not fear, but responsibility. The dynasty bond is getting stronger. Every day, I feel more of you, and you feel more of me, and our combined magical capacity is growing at a rate that, honestly, it frightens me a little. Not because I don't trust you. Because I do. And I'm not used to trusting anyone this much this fast. The bond isn't manufacturing the trust. I've been watching for that, testing for it. What I feel when I'm with you is genuine. The bond amplifies it, deepens it, but it doesn't create it. The trust is real, Harry. That's what frightens me. He understood. Real trust was infinitely more dangerous than magical compulsion, because compulsion could be broken, but choice carried consequences that lasted forever. I trust you too, he said. For what it's worth. It's worth quite a lot. She paused. Looked at the fire. I've been thinking about what Hermione told us, the historical cases where dynasty bonds went wrong. The catastrophic resonance failures. They happened when the bonded pair turned against each other. We're not going to turn against each other. No, I don't think we are. But I want to make a promise, and I want to make it now, while I'm clear-headed and not in danger or under pressure. She turned to face him. If something goes wrong between us, a fight, a disagreement, a betrayal, anything, we talk about it. Before it festers. Before the bond can amplify it into something destructive. We fight fair and we fight openly. Deal? Harry held out his hand. Deal. She shook it, and the bond sang between their clasped hands, and for a moment the resonance swelled, not into tier 2, not a dramatic escalation, but a deepening, a thickening, the metaphysical equivalent of roots growing deeper into soil. They were laying foundation, and the bond recognized it and responded. I have a letter, Astoria said, releasing his hand. From the Sorbonne. It came this afternoon while we were getting ready. And? I'm in. The correspondence mastery begins in April. Something broke open in Harry's chest, pure, uncomplicated happiness, the kind he hadn't felt in so long that it took him a moment to recognize it. Through the bond, Astoria felt it hit her, and her composure cracked, and for the first time since he'd known her, Astoria Greengras smiled. Not the almost smile. Not the twitch of the mouth, the controlled flicker. A real smile, wide and unguarded and brilliant, and it transformed her face from striking to stunning, and Harry thought with sudden, disorienting clarity, oh, I'm in trouble. Congratulations, he said, and his voice was rough. Thank you for suggesting the correspondence option. I wouldn't have, I'd written it off. I'd accepted that the contract had taken it from me. Nothing gets taken from you unless you let it. I learned that the hard way. She studied him with those sea-glass eyes, and the smile softened into something quieter, but no less real, a warm, private expression that was just for him, not for the public or the Wisengamot or the cameras. Just for Harry. You surprised me, she said. Constantly. I came into this expecting a famous, damaged hero who'd be difficult and self-absorbed, and instead I got, she gestured at him. You. Is that good? Ask me in a year. The days after the gala brought a shift in rhythm. The political machinery ground forward, the committee investigation proceeding, Blackthorn consolidating, Daphne countering, but inside Grimmauld Place, a quieter transformation was underway. Harry and Astoria trained. They trained every morning, 2 hours in the basement, pushing the resonance harder and further with each session. What had started as combat drills had evolved into something more fluid, more intimate. They'd moved past the stage of consciously reaching through the bond and into a place where the sharing happened naturally, Harry's power flowing into Astoria's spells like water into a channel, Astoria's precision guiding Harry's force like a hand on a rudder. They were frightening together. Harry knew it. He could feel it in the scale of what they produced, shield charms that could withstand a giant's blow, offensive spells that cracked stone, combined magic that made the wards of Grimmauld Place hum in sympathetic resonance. And they were still at Tier 1. The thought of what they'd become at higher tiers was exhilarating and sobering in equal measure. But the training wasn't just about power. It was about knowing each other in the particular deep way that came from sharing magic under pressure. Harry learned things about Astoria that no amount of conversation could have taught him. The way her magic tasted, clean, sharp, like winter air, the signature of her concentration, a diamond point of focus that could cut through chaos. The specific flavor of her determination when she hit a wall and refused to stop, iron and fire, stubborn and beautiful. And Astoria learned him. She felt the scars, not the physical ones, but the magical ones, the places where Horcrux's exposure and the killing curse and years of dark magic had left marks on his core. She felt the vastness of his power and the wild, barely controlled nature of it, the way his magic had been forged in crisis rather than cultivated in study. She felt the grief that lived in him like weather, always present, sometimes calm and sometimes storming, never entirely gone. She never flinched from any of it. One morning, mid-session, she stopped in the middle of a combined casting exercise and said, "Harry, hold still." He froze, wand raised. Through the bond, he felt her doing something delicate, reaching into the resonance with surgical precision, tracing the contours of his magical core the way she might trace the ingredients of a complex potion. "There," she said softly. "I can feel it. Right there." "Feel what?" "The damage." From the Horcrux. Her voice was careful, clinical, but the bond carried her anger, not at him, but at the thing that had been done to him. There's a scar on your magical core, Harry, where the piece of his soul was lodged. It's healed mostly, but there's scar tissue. It's why your magic is so raw, so hard to control. The fine structures were damaged. Harry lowered his wand. Can you see it clearly? Through the resonance, yes. Our magic is close enough now that I can read your core almost as well as my own. She was quiet for a moment, her focus inward, her analytical mind working. I think I can help. Not heal the damage. Magical core damage is permanent. But I can smooth it. Use the bond to map around the scar tissue, create new pathways for your magic to flow through. It would give you better control without reducing your power. You can do that? I think so. It's essentially what I do with potions, precise magical manipulation of existing structures. Your core is the substrate instead of a potion. The principle is the same. Then do it. She looked at him. Through the bond, he felt her hesitation, not about her ability, but about the intimacy of what she was proposing. Reshaping someone's magical core was the most personal magical act imaginable. More intimate than legilimency, more invasive than any curse. She would be touching the fundamental structure of who he was. You're sure? She asked. I trust you. The words hung in the air between them, and the bond responded. Not with a surge or a flash, with a deepening. Like a chord resolving. Like a door opening in a wall that had always been there. Astoria stepped close. She raised her wand and placed her free hand on his chest, over his heart, and closed her eyes. He felt her enter. That was the only word for it, a presence sliding through the bond into the deepest level of his magic, gentle and precise and impossibly careful. She moved through his core the way a healer moved through a body, reading the landscape, mapping the terrain. He felt her find the scar, the place where Voldemort's soul fragment had lived for 16 years, leaving its mark like a burn on wood, and he felt her reaction through the bond. Fury, compassion, determination, all braided together. She worked for perhaps 10 minutes. Harry stood motionless, his eyes closed, feeling her reshape the pathways of his magic with a touch so fine it was almost imperceptible. It didn't hurt. It felt like someone rearranging furniture in a room he'd lived in so long he'd forgotten the furniture was wrong. Things shifted. Settled. Aligned. When she pulled back, the difference was immediate. His magic flowed cleaner, not more powerful, but smoother, more directed, like a river that had been running through rocky terrain suddenly finding a clear channel. He raised his wand and cast a lumos, and the light that bloomed was the purest, most controlled he'd ever produced. Merlin, he breathed. Astoria opened her eyes. She was pale, drained from the effort, but through the bond she was radiating a quiet, fierce satisfaction. How does it feel? Like I've been wearing gloves my whole life and just took them off. She swayed on her feet. Harry caught her arm, steadying her, and she let him another brick in the wall of trust they were building one moment at a time. That took more out of me than I expected, she admitted. The scar tissue was resistant. It wanted to stay. Sit down. I'll get tea. Always tea with you Gryffindors. But she sat, lowering herself to the basement floor with a sigh, and when Harry brought her tea a few minutes later, she wrapped her hands around the cup and looked up at him with an expression he hadn't seen before. What? He asked. Nothing. Just the scar on your core. It was shaped like a lightning bolt. Harry touched his forehead. Of course it was. I'm serious. The soul fragment left a mark that mirrors the physical scar. They're connected. The external scar is a visible manifestation of the core damage. Now that I've smoothed the core, the physical scar might fade too. Over time. Harry sat down beside her. The idea of the lightning bolt scar fading, of losing the most visible mark of his identity, the thing that had defined him since he was a baby, was dizzying. He didn't know if he wanted it. He didn't know who he was without it. Through the bond, Astoria felt his confusion. She didn't comment on it. She just sat beside him and drank her tea, and her presence was a steady anchor in the swirl of his thoughts. You should know, she said after a while, That when I was inside your core, I could feel everything. Not thoughts, not memories, but the emotional foundation, the bedrock of who you are. And you are the kindest person I have ever met. She said it simply, without embellishment, the way she said everything that mattered. Not the bravest or the most powerful, they are both of those things. The kindest. It's the center of everything you are. Every other quality grows out of it. Harry didn't know what to say. The bond between them was wide open, wider than it had ever been, and he could feel Astoria as clearly as he could feel himself, the depth of her conviction, the courage it had taken to say something so vulnerable. The way she was already bracing for him to deflect or joke or pull away. He didn't pull away. "Thank you," he said, "for fixing me. I didn't fix you. You weren't broken. I just cleared the path." They sat on the basement floor and drank tea, and the resonance between them hummed with something that was beginning to feel less like magic and more like home. The letter from Ginny arrived 3 days later. Harry found it on the kitchen table, delivered by a school owl while he'd been training. He recognized her handwriting, bold, slightly slanted, the confident hand of someone who'd never been uncertain about her penmanship, if nothing else. He opened it alone, sitting at the table with the morning light falling through the grimy window and the bond carrying faint awareness of Astoria upstairs in the library. "Harry, I've been trying to write this letter for 2 weeks. I've started it about 15 times. The bin in my room looks like a snowstorm. I heard about the marriage. Not from you, from Ron, who heard from Hermione, who I think was trying to get to me before the prophet did, but missed by about an hour. I won't lie, it hurt. Not because I think we should still be together. We shouldn't. We both know that. But finding out from a newspaper headline that the first person I ever loved has married someone else was, well, it was a very fire whiskey kind of evening. But I'm writing because you deserve to hear this from me directly. I'm happy for you. Or I'm trying to be. I will be, once the fire whiskey wears off. The Greengras girl, Astoria, I don't know her well, but Daphne was always sharp and decent, and the apple doesn't fall far. If the contract gave you someone good, then I'm glad. You and I were never going to work, Harry. I know that now, and I think you knew it before I did. We loved each other, but we loved the versions of each other that existed before the war, and those people didn't survive it. The Harry I fell for was a boy on a broomstick who looked at me like I was the sun. The Harry who came back from the forest was someone else, someone deeper and sadder and bigger than the boy I knew, and I couldn't reach him. That wasn't your fault. It wasn't mine. It was just the truth. I'm playing Quidditch. The Harpies took me on for the reserve squad, and the coach says I'll be starting by Christmas. I'm good, Harry. I'm really good. And I'm learning that I don't have to be someone's girlfriend or someone's sister to know who I am. I'm learning to be Ginny, just Ginny, and it turns out she's pretty brilliant. Be good to your wife. And be good to yourself. You deserve a life that isn't a war. All my love, always. Ginny. Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it carefully and put it in his pocket and sat for a while, watching the light move across the table, feeling things he couldn't name. The bond carried his grief to Astoria like a tide. He felt her notice, a pause in her reading, a moment of attention directed his way. She didn't come downstairs. She didn't intrude. She simply held space for it, the way he'd held space for her grief about the Sorbonne, about the war, about the blood curse. After a while, the grief settled into something quieter, not gone, but transformed. Less like a wound and more like a scar, tender but healed. Ginny was right. They'd loved each other truly, and the love had run its course, and what remained was gratitude and tenderness and the bittersweet knowledge that some people are meant to be chapters rather than the whole story. He went upstairs and found Astoria in the library, curled in her usual chair, surrounded by books. She looked up when he entered and studied his face with quiet attention. "Letter from Ginny?" she asked. "How did you know?" "The bond. You felt like old photographs. Beautiful but past tense." Harry sat in the chair across from her. "She's playing for the Harpies." "Good. She's talented. She wished us well." Astoria was quiet for a moment. "That's generous of her." "She's generous. Always was." He looked at Astoria, This woman who was nothing like Ginny, who was sharp where Ginny was bold, precise where Ginny was passionate, controlled where Ginny was wild, and felt a wave of something that wasn't comparison but appreciation. Astoria was Astoria, complete and specific and irreducible, and the bond had taught him to see her clearly enough to know that. "You okay?" she asked. "Yeah, I think so." "Good." She returned to her book, and the bond settled between them, warm and steady, carrying nothing but the quiet companionship of two people learning to share a life. The committee hearing loomed. 1 week out. Daphne had transformed the drawing room into a war room. Maps of political alliances covered one wall. A timeline of Blackthorn's legislative moves covered another. A detailed profile of every committee member was pinned to a board, with Daphne's annotations in her precise, angular handwriting. 7 committee members, she said, tapping the board with her wand. 3 are firmly in Blackthorn's camp, Rowell, Selwyn, and Burke. 2 are sympathetic to us, Bones and Ogden. 2 are genuine swing votes, Marchbanks and a newer member named Elena Whitfield. Whitfield. Harry didn't know the name. Young. Progressive. Elected on a reform platform after the war. She's genuinely interested in magical bond rights, not just as a political tool. If we can convince her that regulating the bond is a rights issue, not a safety issue, she'll vote our way. And Marchbanks. The chief warlock plays the long game. He'll vote for whatever he thinks serves institutional stability. If he believes the committee will strengthen the Waisengemot, he'll support it. If he believes it'll overreach and create backlash, he'll rein it in. Daphne turned to face them. Which brings me to the strategy. She laid it out. They would appear before the committee as cooperating citizens, respectful, transparent, willing to engage. They would answer questions honestly about the contract and the marriage. They would allow a basic magical examination of the bond, but only the dampened version, the Tier 0 impression. They would frame the bond as a standard ancestral marriage contract with some unusual properties, nothing more. And when they push? Harry asked. Because they will push. When they push, Astoria redirects to the legal framework. Hermione's brief is solid. There's clear precedent that the Waisengemot can examine contracts, but cannot compel individuals to reveal the nature of their private magical bonds. It's the same principle that protects animagus registration records and occlumency barriers. Your bond is your body, magically speaking. They can't force you to open it. Voss will try, Astoria said. She'll request a deep examination. And you'll decline. Politely. Referencing the legal framework. If Voss protests, we let Hermione handle it. She'll be there as your legal counsel. Hermione agreed to that? Hermione insisted on it. She's been preparing a legal argument for 3 days. I think she's sleeping less than either of you, which is genuinely impressive. They rehearsed. For 3 days, they rehearsed, Daphne playing the hostile committee member, Harry and Astoria practicing their responses, their deflections, their controlled revelations. Astoria was a natural, cool under pressure, precise in language, impossible to rattle. Harry was less polished, but made up for it with the blunt honesty that made people believe him. The night before the hearing, they sat in the drawing room after Daphne had gone to bed, the fire dying, the house quiet around them. Nervous? Harry asked. Terrified, Astoria said, and through the bond, he knew it was true, a cold knot of anxiety beneath her composure, tightly controlled but real. Not about the hearing itself. About Voss. If she senses the full bond, if she gets even a glimpse of Tier 1, she won't. You can't know that. I know you. I've watched you maintain perfect composure while 3 trained attackers threw curses at your head. You can handle 1 French academic in a committee room. Astoria was quiet for a moment. Then, softly, say something else. What? Something reassuring. I know it's pathetic, but the bond, when you believe something, when you're certain, it carries through to me. Your certainty is, she paused, searching for the word. Fortifying. Harry felt the vulnerability in her request and treated it with the care it deserved. He leaned forward, held her eyes, and said with absolute conviction, Astoria Greengras. You are the most capable, intelligent, terrifyingly precise witch I have ever met, and I include Hermione in that assessment, and if you ever tell her I said that, I'll deny it to my grave. Tomorrow, you and I are going to walk into that committee room, and we are going to be brilliant, because that's what we do. That's what the bond is for. That's what we're for." The bond blazed between them, his certainty flowing into her fear, her gratitude flowing back, a feedback loop of mutual strength that left them both breathless. "Thank you," she whispered. "Anytime." She stood, and as she passed his chair, she bent and pressed her lips to his forehead, a brief, gentle, deliberate kiss that lasted perhaps 2 seconds and sent a jolt through the bond so powerful that every ward in Grimmauld Place pulsed in response. Then she was gone, up the stairs, and Harry sat in the dying firelight with his heart hammering and the phantom warmth of her lips on his skin, and thought, we are so much more than they know. The wards of Grimmauld Place hummed around him, stronger, deeper, more alive than they'd been even yesterday. Responding to the bond. Responding to the growing connection between two people who hadn't chosen each other, but were choosing each other now, every day, in every small act of trust and courage and vulnerability. Tomorrow would be the hearing. Tomorrow would be Blackthorn and Voss and the committee and the political machinery of a world that wanted to control what they were becoming. Harry sat in the dark and felt the pulse of the bond, Astoria upstairs, her heartbeat steady, her magic bright, her trust a warm current flowing through the architecture of their shared power. Let them come. Chapter 4. Convergence. The committee hearing was supposed to be the hard part. That's what Harry kept telling himself as he straightened his robes in the entrance hall of Grimmauld Place, watching Astoria descend the stairs with the composed, unhurried grace of a woman who'd decided that today the world would bend to her and not the other way around. It wasn't the hard part. Not even close. But they didn't know that yet. The ministry corridor leading to Hearing Room 7 was narrow and overlit, the kind of institutional architecture designed to make everyone who walked through it feel like they were already in trouble. Harry had been in enough ministry hearings to recognize the tactic, the uncomfortable chairs, the echoing stone, the particular chill that no warming charm quite touched. It was a building that wanted you to feel small. Hermione was waiting outside the hearing room door, a leather satchel over one shoulder stuffed with parchment and what appeared to be at least 6 books bristling with color-coded markers. She looked like she hadn't slept, which meant she was in peak form. "They've added a last-minute procedural change," she said without preamble. "The committee has authorized Voss as an independent magical consultant with examination privileges. It was pushed through this morning. Blackthorn's doing." "Examination privileges meaning what?" Astoria asked. "Meaning she has the legal standing to request a direct magical scan of the bond. You can still refuse. The precedent I cited in the brief is solid, but the refusal itself will be noted in the record and Blackthorn will use it to argue you're concealing something." "Because we are concealing something," Harry said. "Yes, well, that's rather the point, isn't it?" Hermione's jaw was tight. "I've prepared arguments for both scenarios, cooperation and refusal. My recommendation is to cooperate with a standard scan and refuse anything deeper. A standard scan will show the basic bond signature, the marriage contract, the blood magic foundation. It won't reach the dynasty layer unless Voss pushes past the dampening, and even then, she'd need sustained contact to read the full scope. And if she pushes? Then I invoke the Magical Persons Privacy Act of 1847 and shut it down." Hermione's eyes were hard. She was, Harry reflected, genuinely frightening when she was protecting people she loved. "They're not getting past me, Harry. Either of you." The hearing room was smaller than the Wisengamot chamber, an oval space with a raised bench for the committee members and a single table facing it for the witnesses. 7 chairs behind the bench. 7 faces watching as Harry and Astoria entered and took their seats. Harry scanned the committee. Rowell, Selwyn, and Burke on the left, Blackthorn's loyalists, their expressions ranging from hostile to smugly neutral. Bones and Ogden on the right, allies, though their support had to be exercised carefully to avoid accusations of bias. In the center, Chief Warlock Marchbanks, ancient and unreadable, flanked by Elena Whitfield, the young progressive who would be the swing vote. And behind the bench, in a chair set slightly apart, Marguerite Voss. She wore simple dark robes and carried no notes, no books, nothing but her wand and her sharp, cataloging eyes. This hearing of the Committee for the Oversight of Hereditary Magical Bonds is now in session, Marchbanks announced, his voice carrying the particular authority of a man who'd been running proceedings since before most of the room was born. Mr. Potter, Ms. Greengras. Thank you for your attendance. You are here voluntarily. We are, Harry said. And you are represented by counsel? Hermione Granger, Hermione said from her seat beside them, already radiating the particular energy that made opposing lawyers develop sudden headaches. Department of Magical Law Enforcement, representing Mr. Potter and Ms. Greengras in a private capacity. The questions began. Burke led a heavy-set, florid man who asked his questions with the ponderous deliberation of someone who believed his own voice was the most important sound in any room. The contract's origins. The activation conditions. The circumstances of the binding ceremony. Harry and Astoria answered in turns, sticking to the rehearsed framework. Truthful, transparent, boring. Yes, the contract was ancestral. Yes, the binding was involuntary. Yes, they'd chosen to honor it rather than face the penalty clause. No, they hadn't known about it in advance. Selwyn took over and pushed harder, probing for details about the contract's specific provisions, the unusual properties that the Prophet article had referenced. Astoria handled him with the cool precision of a surgeon, answering exactly what was asked and not a syllable more, deflecting broader questions with references to privacy precedent that made Hermione nod in satisfaction. Whitfield asked the only question that mattered. Ms. Greengras, are you in this marriage willingly? The room went quiet. Harry felt Astoria's response form through the bond before she spoke, a complex knot of truth and strategy, and something deeply personal. The contract was not my choice, Astoria said. The marriage was not my choice. But the decision to build something meaningful within those constraints, that is my choice. Every day. Whitfield held Astoria's gaze for a long moment, and something passed between the two women, a recognition, perhaps, of what it meant to make the best of circumstances you hadn't created. Whitfield nodded and made a note. Then Voss spoke. Mr. Potter. Ms. Greengras. Her voice cut through the hearing room's stuffy acoustics like a blade through cloth. I have been authorized to conduct a standard magical examination of your bond. With your consent, I will perform a surface-level scan using diagnostic charms, standard to magical contract assessment. The procedure is non-invasive and will take approximately 5 minutes. Harry looked at Hermione. She gave a fractional nod. They'd prepared for this. The standard scan would read the dampened version of the bond, nothing more. We consent, Harry said. Voss rose and approached. She moved with economy, no wasted motion, and when she raised her wand, the diagnostic charm she cast was elegant, a shimmering lattice of pale light that settled over Harry and Astoria like a net. Harry felt it touch the bond and resisted the instinct to flinch. The scan was impersonal, mechanical, reading the surface of their connection the way a hand might read the surface of a table. The dampening held. He could feel Astoria maintaining it from her end, her precise control holding the deeper layers of the resonance below the scan's threshold. Voss's eyes narrowed. She held the scan for 3 minutes, then 4, then 5. The lattice of light pulsed and shifted, probing, testing. Harry felt it push against the dampening, not hard, not aggressively, but with the patient persistence of water against stone. The bond is consistent with a standard ancestral marriage contract, Voss announced, lowering her wand. Blood magic foundation, emotional resonance component, magical core synchronization within normal parameters. Harry exhaled. Beside him, Astoria's composure didn't flicker, but through the bond, he felt her relief, brief, quickly controlled. However, Voss continued, and the word dropped into the hearing room like a stone into a well. I note that the bond's signature contains harmonic frequencies that are atypical for standard contracts. These frequencies suggest a more complex underlying structure that the surface scan cannot fully resolve. Burke leaned forward. Are you saying the bond is more than it appears, Madam Voss? I am saying that a surface scan is insufficient to fully characterize this particular bond. A deeper examination would be required to determine the full scope of its properties. Then we request, Burke began. My clients decline any examination beyond the standard scan, Hermione said, her voice carrying the flat, final authority of someone who'd been waiting for exactly this moment. Under the Magical Persons Privacy Act of 1847, Section 12, no magical examination of a person's core, bond, or intrinsic magical properties may be compelled without evidence of criminal conduct or imminent threat to public safety. Neither condition applies here. The bond may constitute a threat, Selwyn started. May is not evidence, Committee Member Selwyn. If the committee wishes to compel a deeper examination, it must first present evidence, not speculation, not suspicion, but evidence, that the bond poses a specific and demonstrable danger. As no such evidence exists, the request is denied. The room was very quiet. Hermione sat with her back straight and her eyes steady and dared anyone to challenge her, and no one did, because Hermione Granger had spent the last 2 weeks building a legal argument that was airtight, watertight, and any other kind of tight. And everyone in the room knew it. Marchbanks called a recess. The committee members filed out, and the hearing room emptied except for Harry, Astoria, and Hermione. That went well, Hermione said, and then her composure cracked and she slumped in her chair with a shaky exhale. Oh God, that was terrifying. Did you see Burke's face? I thought he was going to have a stroke. You were magnificent, Astoria said, and meant it. The bond carried her genuine admiration, and Harry felt a warm pulse of satisfaction at watching two of the most important women in his life connect over shared confidence. Voss detected the harmonics, Harry said. She knows the dampened bond isn't the full picture. She suspected before she walked in here, Astoria said. The scan confirmed her suspicions, but didn't give her the evidence she needs. She's going to push for another avenue. Let her push. The legal framework holds. Hermione began organizing her papers with the particular focus of someone channeling residual adrenaline into productivity. The committee will issue a report. With Whitfield and the two allies, we have enough votes to ensure the report's recommendations are moderate, continued monitoring rather than active intervention. It's not a victory, but it's not a defeat. Harry nodded. Through the bond, he felt Astoria's assessment. We bought time. Not safety. Time. Time would have to be enough. They fled back to Grimmauld Place at 3:30, and Daphne met them in the entrance hall with an expression that wiped the cautious optimism of the hearing away like a cloth across a slate. Sit down, she said. What happened? Harry asked. Sit down, Harry. They sat in the drawing room. Daphne stood before the fireplace, and Harry had never seen her look like this. Not angry, not strategizing, but afraid. Daphne Greengras, who'd built an intelligence network while Death Eaters slept in her house, was afraid. I received a message 20 minutes ago, she said. From my contact inside Blackthorn's inner circle. The hearing was a distraction. The room went cold. Harry felt it in his gut before Daphne said the next words, a premonition carried on instinct and years of experience with people who used one hand to draw your attention while the other held the knife. While you were at the ministry, Blackthorn's people made a move. They attempted to access the Greengras family archive at our estate. The research notes, Astoria said. Corvinus's notes. They got some of them. Not all Mother's wards held on the inner vault, and she triggered the emergency protections before they breached it. But the outer archive was ransacked. They took correspondence, family records, and Daphne paused. Tori. They took the blood curse documentation. Through the bond, Harry felt Astoria go white. Not pale, white. A complete draining of warmth, of color, of everything except a cold, crystalline fury that was more terrifying than any spell he'd ever faced. They know, Astoria said. Her voice was perfectly level, perfectly controlled. A scalpel. They know about the curse. They know it exists. They may not understand the details yet, the documentation was partially encoded. But yes, they know you carry a hereditary blood curse. And they'll use it, Harry said, his own anger building like a wave behind his sternum. Against her. Against us. They'll argue the curse makes the bond unstable, or that Astoria's a medical risk, or they'll argue whatever serves their purpose. Blackthorn doesn't need truth, just ammunition. Daphne's jaw was clenched so tight Harry could see the muscle jumping. There's more. My contact says Blackthorn didn't plan the archive raid himself. It was Voss's initiative. She identified the Greengras archive as a priority target and convinced Blackthorn to move on it while we were occupied at the hearing. While she was scanning us, Harry said slowly. She was scanning us to keep us busy while her people raided the archive. She used us, Astoria said. She used the hearing as cover. The room was very quiet. Harry sat with his hands on his knees and felt the anger building, not the hot, explosive anger of battle, but the cold, deep anger of betrayal. They'd been played. Perfectly, elegantly, with the kind of precision that only a mind like Voss's could engineer. Through the bond, Astoria's fury matched his own, and where they overlapped, the combined emotion was staggering, a shared rage that made the resonance between them pulse like a war drum. We need those notes back, Astoria said. We need more than that. Daphne sat down, finally, the fear giving way to the cold focus of a strategist confronting a new threat. Blackthorn has crossed a line. Raiding a private family archive is criminal, but proving Voss's involvement means exposing my intelligence source, which I won't do. And Blackthorn will have used cutouts, the same way he did with the Diagon Alley attack. No direct connection. Plausible deniability. Then we don't go through legal channels, Harry said. Both sisters looked at him. We go through Blackthorn. Directly. We take back what he stole, and we make it clear that targeting our family has consequences. Harry. Astoria's voice was careful. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that Cyrus Blackthorn has something that belongs to you. I'm suggesting we go get it. You're suggesting we raid his estate. I'm suggesting we raid his estate. The bond between them was singing, not with the warm harmony of trust building or the electric surge of combat, but with something darker and more powerful. Shared purpose. Shared fury. The particular resonance of two people who have been wronged and refuse to accept it. Daphne looked between them, and on her face, Harry saw something he'd never seen there before. Hope. Not the cautious, measured hope of a political strategist. The fierce, reckless hope of a sister who'd just watched someone threaten the person she loved most in the world. Blackthorn's estate is in Wiltshire, she said. I have the layout. They planned for 2 days. Daphne's intelligence was extraordinary. She'd been mapping Blackthorn's properties for years as part of her broader political surveillance, and the dossier she produced was detailed enough to make a professional burglar weep with envy. Blackthorn Manor sat on 200 acres of Wiltshire countryside, surrounded by rolling hills and ancient woodland. The main house was Georgian, stone-fronted, impeccably maintained, the kind of estate that advertised old money without ever being so vulgar as to mention it. The wards were serious, multi-layered, blood-keyed, maintained by professional wardsmiths. Not as formidable as Hogwarts or Gringotts, but far beyond what most private residences carried. The outer perimeter is detection-based, Daphne explained, tracing the layout she'd pinned to the drawing room wall. Alert wards, anti-apparition, anti-portkey. Standard high-security configuration. The inner perimeter, around the house itself, adds active defenses. Jinxes, hexes, possibly physical guardians. Physical guardians meaning what? Harry asked. Blackthorn breeds Krupps. Not the cute kind, the old bloodline, before the breeding standards. War Krupps. Territorial, intelligent, and vicious. Lovely. The archive would be in the East Wing. Most old estates keep their libraries and document rooms there. It's traditional, something about the morning light. Blackthorn's study is adjacent. If the stolen materials are anywhere accessible, they'll be in one of those 2 rooms. And if they're in a secured vault? Astoria asked. Then we have a problem. Family vaults are typically blood-keyed, and we don't have Blackthorn blood. Daphne paused. But my contact says Blackthorn has been reviewing the stolen documents personally. He's been spending evenings in his study going through them. That means they're in the study, not the vault, at least for now. When do we go? Harry asked. Tomorrow night, Blackthorn is attending a Heritage Council dinner in London. He'll be away from the estate from 7 until at least midnight. The house staff is minimal in his absence, a house elf and a groundskeeper. And the Krupps. And the Krupps. Harry looked at Astoria. Through the bond, he felt her resolve hard and bright, layered over fear and anger and the desperate need to reclaim something private that had been stolen from her. The blood curse documentation wasn't just information. It was her secret, her vulnerability, the one thing she'd held back from the world, and Blackthorn had taken it. "We go together," Harry said. "You and me. Daphne stays as backup if something goes wrong. We need someone outside the situation who can respond." "I should go with you," Daphne said immediately. "Tori, you should stay." "No." Astoria's voice was quiet and absolute. "The notes were stolen from my family. The curse is mine. I'm going." "The resonance gives us an advantage no one else can replicate," Harry added. "In a high-ward environment, having our magic integrated is the difference between getting in clean and setting off every alarm in Wiltshire." Daphne wanted to argue. Harry could see it in every line of her body, the protective instinct warring with the strategic mind. The strategic mind won because it always did with Daphne and because she knew Harry was right. "Fine. But I'm positioned within apparition range of the estate perimeter. If you trigger the wards, if anything goes sideways, you signal me and I come in." "Deal." They spent the rest of the day preparing. Harry reviewed the ward layout with the particular focus he'd once brought to planning Horcrux raids. Different enemy, same fundamental discipline of getting into places that didn't want you and getting out again alive. Astoria prepared a set of specialized tools, a ward-sensing charm she'd modified from standard potions diagnostic techniques, a set of counter-jinxes specifically tailored to the types of active defenses Daphne had described, and a small vial of something she called essence of nullification that she'd brewed in the basement over the past 2 evenings. "It temporarily neutralizes blood-keyed wards," she explained, holding up the vial. The liquid inside was colorless and perfectly still, despite the movement of her hand. "Not permanently, the effect lasts perhaps 90 seconds. But that's long enough to pass through a blood-warded threshold without triggering the alarm." Harry stared at the vial. "You just brewed that?" "In 2 days. It's a theoretical recipe from Corvinus's accessible notes, adapted with some modifications of my own. The Sorbonne Mastery application asked for an example of original potions research. This was going to be my submission. And it works. It should work. Should. I'm 87% confident. That's not 100. Nothing in potions is 100. That's what makes it interesting." She tucked the vial into her robes. "Trust me." Through the bond, he felt her confidence, not bravado, but the earned certainty of a woman who knew her craft. 87% from Astoria Greengras was worth more than 100 from most people. "I trust you," he said, and he meant it, and the bond deepened another fraction, and somewhere in the architecture of the dynasty magic, something stirred. They apparat to the edge of Blackthorn's property at 9 in the evening, landing in a copse of oak trees a quarter mile from the outer perimeter. The night was clear and cold, stars scattered across a sky unspoiled by city light. The estate was visible in the distance, warm light in a few windows, the Georgian facade pale in the moonlight. Daphne took position at the apparition point, her wand drawn, her expression carved from stone. "Signal charm if you need extraction. Red sparks." "We know," Astoria said. "Red sparks, Tori. Not purple, not gold. Red." "I know, Daphne." The sisters looked at each other. Something passed between them that didn't need the bond to carry years of shared history, shared fear, shared love compressed into a single look. Daphne reached out and gripped Astoria's hand, briefly, fiercely. "Come back," she said. "Always." Harry and Astoria moved toward the estate. They'd dressed for the operation, dark clothes, practical shoes, wands in hand. No robes. Harry had argued for this and Astoria had agreed without hesitation. Robes caught on things, made noise, restricted movement. This wasn't a social occasion. This was a raid. The outer perimeter wards hit them at 200 yards. Harry felt them first, a faint tingling across his skin, the magical equivalent of a tripwire. Standard detection wards, designed to alert the estate's defenders to any magical presence crossing the boundary. He stopped. Astoria stopped beside him. Through the bond, they reached for each other simultaneously, not physically, but magically. The resonance opened, and Harry felt Astoria's precise awareness of the ward structure overlay his own broader magical sense. Together, they could read the wards the way a musician reads sheet music, every note, every rest, every flourish. There, Astoria murmured, her eyes closed, her wand tracing the air. The detection layer operates on magical signature recognition. It flags any magical presence that isn't keyed to the estate. But there's a gap. The ward refreshes every 12 seconds. Between refreshes, there's a window of approximately 1.5 seconds where the detection is passive rather than active. 1.5 seconds. 1.5 seconds. Enough to cross the threshold if we move fast and stay low. They waited. Astoria counted the ward cycles, her precision turning the invisible magical pulses into a rhythm they could follow. On her signal, a sharp squeeze of his hand, they moved, crossing the boundary in a burst of speed that left them inside the perimeter before the next detection pulse swept through. Nothing happened. No alarm, no flash, no responding magic. They were inside. The grounds were dark and manicured, the kind of rolling lawn that cost a fortune to maintain and existed primarily to demonstrate that you could. Harry and Astoria moved across it in silence, staying low, heading for the east wing. The bond was wide open between them, not just resonance, but something deeper, a combat-level integration that had their magic synced and ready, each feeding the other's awareness. The Krupps found them halfway to the house. Harry felt them before he saw them, a ripple in the ambient magic, animalistic and hungry, closing from the left. For shapes materialized from the shadow of a hedge line, low and fast, their forked tails straight behind them, mouths open and silent. These weren't pets. These were weapons bred for violence, trained for territory defense, each one the size of a large dog and radiating the particular focused aggression of a creature that had been told this was its ground and everything on it was prey. The first Krupp launched itself at Harry's throat. He caught it with a stunner that dropped it mid-leap, but the other three were already moving, flanking, coordinated, intelligent. One went for Astoria. She sidestepped with a dancer's economy of motion and hit it with a body bind that locked its legs mid-stride, sending it tumbling across the grass. Two left. They'd split, one circling behind Harry, one positioning for another run at Astoria. Harry pivoted and reached through the bond, and Astoria responded without hesitation. His power surged through her casting as she fired a wide-arc stunner that caught both remaining Krupps in a single sweep, the spell carrying enough force to knock them 10 feet sideways into unconsciousness. For Krupps, 8 seconds. No alarm. You're getting good at that, Harry whispered. I'm getting good at using your magic like a battery. Try not to let it go to your head. They reached the east wing. The inner perimeter wards were here. Harry could feel them buzzing in the stonework, layers of defensive magic woven into the building itself. Active defenses, jinxes that would trigger on unauthorized entry, hexes embedded in the door frames, the faint signature of more sophisticated protections deeper inside. And the blood ward. A shimmering, invisible barrier keyed to Blackthorn's bloodline, wrapping the entire wing like a membrane. Astoria produced the vial of nullification essence. In the moonlight, the liquid was perfectly transparent, eerily still. She uncorked it and let a single drop fall onto the threshold of the East Wing's service entrance. The effect was immediate and startling. The blood ward, invisible to the eye but vivid to their combined magical senses, flickered. A section of the barrier, perhaps 4 feet wide, went dormant. Silent. Dead. Go, Astoria said. They went through. The corridor beyond was dark, paneled in oak, smelling of old wood and beeswax polish. Harry's one lit with a whispered lumos, dimmed to barely more than a candle's glow. They moved quickly, following Daphne's layout from memory, left at the first junction, through a servant's passage, up a half-flight of stairs to the main floor of the East Wing. Blackthorn's study was the third door on the right. It was locked mundanely, with a key and magically, with a pair of locking charms that Astoria unpicked in 4 seconds flat. The door swung open onto a room that was everything Harry expected of Cyrus Blackthorn: precise, orderly, controlled. A massive desk dominated the space, flanked by bookshelves. A fireplace cold. Portraits on the walls, their subjects sleeping. And on the desk, spread across its surface in organized stacks, were the stolen Greengras documents. Astoria crossed to the desk. Harry felt her emotions through the bond, a cascade of anger, relief, violation, and fierce possessiveness. These were her family's papers. Her great-great-grandfather's research. Her blood-cursed documentation, laid out on a stranger's desk like exhibits in a trial. She began gathering them. Quickly, methodically, sorting as she went, Corvinus's research notes in one stack, family correspondence in another, the blood curse records in a third. Harry stood guard at the door, his wand ready, his senses extended through the bond into the surrounding building. That's when he felt it. A presence. Not a Krupp human. Magical. Moving through the east wing with purpose, heading toward the study. Someone's coming, Harry said. Astoria's hands didn't stop moving. How far? 30 seconds. Maybe less. I need 60. Harry stepped into the corridor and closed the study door behind him. He pressed his back against the wall and waited, his wand raised, his heart steady. The figure that rounded the corner was not a groundskeeper. Marguerite Voss walked toward him with her wand drawn and her dark eyes bright with something that might have been excitement. She wore traveling clothes, not the formal robes of the hearing room, and she moved with the confident ease of someone who was exactly where she intended to be. "Mr. Potter," she said. "I rather thought you'd come." Harry's wand didn't waver. "You expected us." "I planned for the possibility. The archive raid was partly my initiative, yes, but I also knew that a man who faced Voldemort would not sit idle while his wife's private medical records were stolen." She stopped 10 feet away, her wand held loosely at her side. "Not threatening. Not yet. I wanted to speak with you privately. Away from committees and cameras and Blackthorn's tedious political theater. You could have sent an owl. An owl doesn't give me what I want. Proximity does. Proximity to the bond." Her eyes were bright, feverish almost. "I can feel it from here, Mr. Potter. The dampening is gone. You dropped it for the operation. The full resonance is visible, and it is." She drew a breath. "Magnificent. I was right. This is a Dynasty-class bond at Tier 1 integration. The harmonic signature is unmistakable." Behind him, through the door, Harry felt Astoria working, still gathering documents, but aware now, alert, her magic sharpening as she felt the threat through the bond. "What do you want, Voss?" "What I have always wanted. Knowledge. Understanding. The Dynasty Bond is the most significant magical phenomenon I have ever encountered, and it is happening inside 2 people who cannot begin to comprehend its full implications." She stepped closer. "Let me study it. Properly. Not the surface skin I performed at the hearing, a genuine, comprehensive analysis. I can tell you things about the bond that no one else alive can tell you. Its history, its potential, its dangers. Its dangers. Yes, Mr. Potter. Its dangers. You think the bond is purely beneficial? You think a magical system that integrates 2 souls and amplifies their combined power carries no risks?" Her voice sharpened. "There are failure modes you haven't imagined. Resonance cascade. Core collapse. Personality dissolution. The historical records that Ms. Granger found are incomplete. They document the successes and the catastrophic failures, but not the intermediate cases. The bonds that degraded slowly. The pairs that lost themselves by inches, their individual identities eroding until there was nothing left but the bond itself." The words hit harder than Harry wanted to admit. Through the bond, he felt Astoria hearing them too, not the specific words, but the emotional weight, the spike of fear that Voss's warning triggered. "You're trying to scare us," Harry said. "I'm trying to inform you. There is a difference, though men of action rarely appreciate it." Voss tilted her head. "I am not your enemy, Mr. Potter. Blackthorn is a patron of convenience. He funds my research. I provide him with expertise. But my loyalty is to knowledge, not to his political games. If you give me access to the bond, I will share what I learn with you as well. Full transparency. A research partnership. And if I say no? Then you navigate the bond's dangers blind, and I continue working with the only patron who will fund my research. Blackthorn. Who will use what I discover to build the political case for controlling your bond. She shrugged. I would prefer the partnership. It is more elegant. The study door opened behind Harry. Astoria stepped out. The stolen documents shrunk and secured inside her robes, her wand drawn. She looked at Voss with the cold, evaluative expression of a woman who had just listened to a threat disguised as an offer. Madame Voss, she said, you helped steal my family's private records. You exposed my medical condition to a man who wants to use it against me. And now you're standing in a corridor asking for trust. Her voice was ice over iron. Give me one reason I shouldn't hex you where you stand. Voss met her eyes without flinching. Because you're intelligent enough to recognize the value of what I'm offering, and because hexing me would make a great deal of noise that you cannot afford right now. The two women stared at each other. The bond hummed between Harry and Astoria, and, through it, he felt her making a calculation. Rage weighed against pragmatism, violation weighed against advantage, the desire for justice weighed against the need for information. You'll get your partnership, Astoria said. But not on your terms. On ours. We choose what you examine. We choose what you publish. And you sever your arrangement with Blackthorn. I cannot sever, you can and you will. Those are the terms. Take them or leave them. Voss was silent for a long moment. Harry watched her eyes. They were the eyes of a woman doing math, calculating value, weighing her obsession against her pride. The obsession won. It always did with Voss. I will consider your terms, she said. But I will not agree tonight. I need. The ward alarm went off. It was a sound like a bell struck inside Harry's skull, the inner perimeter defenses activating, responding to something. Not to them. They were already inside, already past the blood ward. Something else. Someone else. Voss's expression shifted from calculated to surprised, which told Harry everything he needed to know. This wasn't part of her plan. The groundskeeper, Voss said. He must have found the Krupps. The estate's defense protocol. The corridor erupted. Defensive hexes burst from the walls, embedded in the stonework, triggered by the alarm, indiscriminate and vicious. Bolts of red light, sheets of concussive force, a net of binding magic that materialized from the ceiling. The east wing was turning itself into a kill box. Harry moved on instinct. His shield charm bloomed massive, golden, powered by the full force of his magical core, and Astoria poured her precision into it through the resonance, shaping it, directing it, creating a barrier that deflected the hexes from 3 directions simultaneously. They pressed together, back to back, wands raised, the bond surging between them as the corridor came alive with hostile magic. A wall of force hit the shield from the left. Harry's knees buckled. The estate's defenses were powerful, layered, designed to overwhelm. He poured more magic into the shield and felt Astoria match him, her control keeping the barrier coherent as it absorbed blow after blow. We need to move. Astoria shouted over the roar of cascading spells. Can you hold the shield? If you give me the power, yes. Harry dropped his wand and reached through the bond with both hands, figuratively, magically, throwing open every channel between them and flooding Astoria's control with his raw force. The shield blazed incandescent, tripling in size, and Astoria seized the power and shaped it, not just a barrier now, but a battering ram, pushing outward through the corridor, clearing a path through the defensive hexes by sheer overwhelming force. They ran. Down the corridor, through the servants' passage, toward the service entrance they'd come through. The building's defenses chased them, hexes activating in sequence, each section of the east wing triggering as they passed. Harry's magic kept flowing through the bond, a torrent of power that Astoria directed with inhuman precision, shielding, deflecting, countering, her wand a blur of motion. They hit the service entrance, and the blood ward was back. The nullification essence had worn off. The barrier shimmered in front of them, impassable, keyed to Blackthorn's blood. The vial. Harry gasped. Empty, I used the last of it getting in. The hexes were closing in behind them. Harry could feel the building's magic converging, concentrating, preparing a final assault. They had seconds. He looked at Astoria. She looked at him. The bond was wide open, blazing, their magic so intertwined that he couldn't tell where he ended and she began. Together, she said. They raised their wands together in the same motion, with the same intent, and cast. Not a specific spell. Not a hex or a charm or anything from a textbook. Just power, raw and shaped, funneled through the bond and directed at the blood ward with the combined force of two magical cores operating as one. The blood ward shattered like glass. They burst through the gap and into the night air and ran across the lawn, past the unconscious Krupps, toward the perimeter. Behind them, the East Wing's windows blazed with light as every defensive system in the building activated at once. Ahead, the outer perimeter wards loomed. Harry reached for the bond again, and something happened. The resonance wasn't enough. They were exhausted, drained, their magic running on fumes. The outer wards were designed to prevent unauthorized exit as well as entry, and Harry's remaining power wasn't sufficient to breach them alone. But Astoria was there. And through the bond, she offered him something she'd never offered before, not her magic, not her precision, but her wand. She pressed it into his free hand, her wand, the extension of her magical self, the most personal magical object a witch could possess, and said, "Cast through it." He looked at her. The trust required for this was absolute. Using another person's wand was intimate under any circumstances, but with the dynasty bond, it was something more. He would be channeling his magic through her wand while she channeled her control through the bond, creating a single combined magical instrument from two separate people. Convergence. He felt it happen. Not gradually, all at once, like a door blown off its hinges. The bond surged past resonance into something else entirely, a level of integration that erased the boundary between their magical cores. Harry's power roared through Astoria's wand and Astoria's precision guided it, and the spell that erupted from the wand tip was neither his nor hers, but there's a thing of terrible beauty, blinding white, that hit the outer perimeter wards and dissolved them like mist in sunlight. They ran through the gap and operated, both of them, together, on Harry's magic and Astoria's direction, appearing at the oak copse where Daphne was already on her feet with her wand raised and her face white. "Red sparks," Daphne shouted. "I said red sparks if there was trouble." There wasn't time for sparks, Harry gasped, and his legs gave out. He hit the ground on his knees. Astoria collapsed beside him. They knelt in the grass under the stars, both of them shaking, both of them drained, the bond between them blazing with the aftermath of what had just happened. Tier 2. Convergence. He could feel it settling into place, not the temporary surge of the Diagon Alley fight, but a permanent shift, a new baseline. The bond was deeper now, wider, more integrated. He could feel Astoria's magical core as clearly as his own, every contour, every nuance, every strength and every vulnerability, including the blood curse that flickered like a dark thread through the bright fabric of her power. Harry, Astoria breathed. Her eyes were wide, luminous in the starlight, and through the bond he felt her awe, and beneath it, something fierce and tender that made his breath catch. That was convergence. Yes. She was trembling. Not from cold. "I can feel your heartbeat." Not through the bond. Directly. Like it's in my own chest. "I know." He could feel hers too. Two hearts, one rhythm. Daphne was already casting diagnostic charms, checking them for injuries, her hands moving with the quick efficiency of someone whose worst fears had almost been realized. No major damage. Magical exhaustion, both of you are running on empty. You need rest and food and about a week of sleep. The documents? Harry asked. Astoria touched her robes. Safe. All of them. Then we won. We won this battle. Daphne's voice was grim. Blackthorn will know we were there by morning. The shattered wards, the stunned Krupps, the breached blood ward, we left a trail. He'll retaliate. Let him, Astoria said, and the steel in her voice was backed by the full weight of a Tier 2 dynasty bond, and Harry felt the words resonate through their shared magic like a war horn. They made it back to Grimmauld Place, and Creature had soup waiting, of course he did, because the elf had an uncanny ability to sense when his master needed feeding. They sat at the kitchen table in their dirty, scorched clothes and ate in exhausted silence, and the bond hummed between Harry and Astoria with the deep, steady resonance of two instruments perfectly tuned. Daphne sat across from them and watched. Her expression cycled through several things: relief, worry, calculation, and something softer that she usually kept hidden. Love, Harry realized. Simple, uncomplicated love for her sister and the terrified gratitude of someone who'd almost lost her. The convergence, Daphne said finally. How does it feel? Harry and Astoria exchanged a look. Through the bond, now so deep that looks were almost unnecessary, they shared the difficulty of putting the experience into words. Like being doubled, Astoria said. Not in power, though that too. In perception. I can feel Harry's magic as clearly as my own. I could cast through his wand now if I needed to. I could channel his power through my own body. She paused. It's also more intimate than anything I've ever experienced. By several orders of magnitude. Intimate how? I can feel his emotions in real time. Not impressions, full emotional states, with all their complexity. And he can feel mine. She looked at Harry. There's no hiding anymore. Not from each other. Harry nodded. She was right, the convergence had stripped away the last barriers between their inner lives. He could feel Astoria completely now, the brilliant, precise mind, the fierce heart, the deep well of loneliness she'd carried since childhood, the blood curse that wound through her magic like a dark vine, the growing, undeniable warmth she felt toward him that she'd been trying so hard to keep controlled and separate from the bond. He could feel all of it. And she could feel all of him, the trauma, the grief, the nightmares, the bone-deep kindness that she'd found at the center of his core, and the terrifying, exhilarating truth that he was falling in love with her and had been for weeks and hadn't let himself name it until now. They sat at the kitchen table with their souls laid bare to each other, and neither of them looked away. Well, Daphne said, looking between them with the particular expression of someone who had just realized she was the third wheel in her own war room. I'm going to bed. You two clearly have things to discuss. She left. The kitchen was quiet. The fire crackled. Creature discreetly vanished. You're in love with me, Astoria said. It wasn't a question. With the bond at convergence, there was no point pretending otherwise. She could feel it as clearly as she could feel her own heartbeat. Yeah, Harry said. I am. Since when? I don't know. It wasn't a moment. It was accumulation. Every conversation, every training session, every time you said something sharp and brilliant and then looked surprised that anyone was listening. Every time you let me see something real instead of the composure. The night on the kitchen floor. The way you fixed my core. The smile when you got into the Sorbonne. He paused. It built up. And tonight, when we were in that corridor and the walls were trying to kill us, and you put your wand in my hand, that's when I knew for certain. Astoria was very still. Through the bond, he felt her reaction complex, layered, a storm of emotions that she was processing with her usual analytical precision even as they threatened to overwhelm her. Fear. Wonder. A desperate, aching hope that she'd been suppressing for so long it felt almost alien. And beneath it all, answering his confession with equal force, she loved him too. She'd been fighting it, fighting the bond, fighting the contract, fighting the terrifying vulnerability of caring about someone this much. But the convergence had made the fighting pointless. He could feel it. She could feel that he could feel it. There was nowhere left to hide. I'm angry about this, she said, and her voice was shaking. I want you to know that. I'm angry that I fell in love with you, because I swore I wouldn't, because the contract took my choice away, and I needed, to prove that my feelings were mine. That I chose them. That the bond didn't manufacture them. And the bond didn't manufacture them. I can see that now, with the convergence. I can trace every strand of what I feel for you back to a specific moment, a specific choice, a specific act of trust. The feelings are real. They're mine. They would have happened without the bond. She blinked hard. Which almost makes it worse, because it means I would have fallen for you anyway, and that's terrifying, Harry. I know. You're the most famous wizard alive. You carry enough trauma to fill the Black Lake. You eat toast for a frankly alarming percentage of your meals. You have a political target on your back the size of Hogwarts, and now you're magically bonded to a woman with a blood curse that's going to— She stopped. Her jaw clenched. Through the bond, he felt the words she couldn't say. That's going to kill me someday. Astoria. He reached across the table and took her hands. The bond blazed at the contact. Skin to skin at convergence was like completing a circuit, their combined magic surging and settling into a resonance so deep it vibrated in the stones beneath them. The blood curse. I can feel it now. Clearly. I know. It's not winning. The bond is fighting it. She looked at him. Through the bond, he pushed what he was sensing, the place where the dark thread of the curse met the bright architecture of the dynasty bond, and how the bond's magic was wrapping around the curse, not destroying it, but containing it, slowing its progression, reinforcing the healthy structures around it the same way Astoria had reinforced the pathways around Harry's Horcrux scar. That's— Astoria's analytical mind seized on the data, even through her tears. That's the convergence. The shared magical core is generating enough integrated power to suppress the curse's progression. It's not a cure, the curse is still there, but it's buying you time. A lot of time. You don't know how much. No, but I know it's more than you had yesterday. And tomorrow, when the bond is stronger, it'll be more still. He squeezed her hands. We figure this out together. The curse, the politics, Blackthorn, all of it. That's the deal. That's what the bond is for. Astoria's composure broke. Not dramatically, she wasn't a dramatic person. She simply stopped holding the walls up, and everything she'd been keeping behind them came through the bond in a flood. The fear of dying young, the grief of a stolen future, the loneliness of carrying a death sentence since she was 13. The staggering relief of having someone, finally, after all these years, who could feel it with her. Who chose to feel it with her? She didn't cry. Her eyes were wet, but the tears didn't fall, held back by the last stubborn remnant of her pride. Harry stood, came around the table, and pulled her to her feet and into his arms. They stood in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, holding each other, the bond between them open and blazing and carrying everything they were, every fear, every hope, every scar, every ember of love they'd been afraid to name. And it was terrifying and overwhelming and more intimate than either of them had ever experienced, and it was also, somehow, exactly right. I'm going to kiss you now, Harry said into her hair. Unless you— She pulled back just enough to look at him, and her eyes were fierce and wet and luminous. Shut up, Potter. She kissed him. The bond detonated. Not like the initial activation, not painful, not disorienting. This was the opposite. A harmony so perfect it transcended magic and became something else entirely, something that had no name in any language, but meant home, and yes, and finally. The convergence, already deep, plunged to a level that neither of them had imagined possible, their magical cores not just integrated, but resonating in perfect synchrony, amplifying each other in a feedback loop that made the wards of Grimmauld Place pulse in response. Somewhere upstairs, a vase shattered. In the garden, dead for years, something stirred in the frozen earth. They broke apart, breathing hard, and the kitchen was humming, actually, audibly humming, the ambient magic of the house responding to the convergence with a vibration that Harry could feel in his teeth. That was— Astoria started. Yeah, the wards are, I know. Something in the garden is— I feel it. They looked at each other and started laughing. The absurdity of it, the sheer, ridiculous, world-breaking absurdity of accidentally shaking a house with a kiss, broke through the intensity and left them laughing in the kitchen like teenagers. And the bond sang between them with a joy so pure it could have powered a Patronus without any spell at all. Daphne appeared in the kitchen doorway, wand drawn, hair wild from bed. What happened? I felt the ward surge. Is there an attack? No attack, Harry said. Daphne looked at them, standing close, faces flushed, the kitchen vibrating around them, something growing in the dead garden outside the window. Her expression shifted from alarm to realization to resigned exasperation. You kissed, didn't you? Is it that obvious? Astoria asked. You cracked a vase in my bedroom. From 2 floors away. Daphne holstered her wand with the air of a woman who was profoundly tired of the universe's dramatic timing. Congratulations. Please try not to bring the house down. Some of us are trying to sleep. She turned and went back upstairs, and Harry and Astoria stood in the kitchen and grinned at each other like idiots, and the bond between them, Tier 2, convergence, deep and real and powerful enough to shake the foundations of a building, settled into a steady, thrumming warmth that felt like the beginning of everything. Morning brought consequences. Harry woke to an urgent Patronus from Kingsley Shacklebolt, a silver lynx that materialized above his bed and spoke in the minister's grave voice. Blackthorn knows about the raid. He's calling an emergency Wisengamot session. My office, 9 o'clock. Both of you. He found Astoria already awake. Of course she was. The bond made separate sleep schedules almost impossible now. She was in the library with coffee and a determined expression. Corvinus's recovered research notes spread around her, already working. I heard the Patronus, she said. Through the bond. Of course you did. Kingsley's going to be angry. Kingsley's going to be terrified. There's a difference. Harry sat down across from her. The convergence hummed between them, steady, warm, a constant now rather than a variable. He could feel her the way he felt his own limbs, always present, always known. We broke the blood ward on a senior Wisengamot member's estate. That's not just burglary, that's a political earthquake. We recovered stolen property from a man who illegally raided a private family archive. The legal ground is defensible. The political ground isn't. They went to the ministry. Kingsley was waiting in his office, and he was not angry. Astoria had been right about that. Angry was too simple a word for what the Minister for Magic was feeling. He stood behind his desk with his hands flat on its surface and looked at them with an expression that contained exhaustion, frustration, grudging admiration, and a deep, genuine fear for their safety. You broke into Cyrus Blackthorn's estate, he said. You incapacitated his security, bypassed his blood ward, entered his private study, removed documents, and caused significant damage to his defensive ward system on your way out. We recovered our own stolen property, Astoria said. And the ward damage? Self-defense. His estate defenses attacked us. Because you were trespassing. Because we were retrieving what was taken from us. Kingsley looked at Harry. You understand the position this puts me in. I understand the position Blackthorn put us in, Harry said. He stole Astoria's private medical records, Kingsley. Her blood-cursed documentation, information that could be weaponized against her in the Wisengamot, in the press, in a dozen different ways. We were supposed to just let that stand. You were supposed to come to me. To the Aurors. To the legal system. The legal system that established a committee to investigate our marriage bond? That legal system? The silence that followed was heavy. Kingsley sat down slowly, the weight of his office visible in every line of his body. The emergency session is happening, he said. Blackthorn has the votes to force it. He's claiming his estate was attacked by unknown assailants. He won't name you directly, not yet, because that would require admitting why the stolen documents were in his study. But the implication will be clear. So it's a standoff, Daphne said from the doorway. She'd come with them, nobody had tried to stop her. He can't accuse us without admitting the theft. We can't justify the raid without exposing the theft publicly. Both sides have leverage. Both sides have vulnerability. Kingsley looked at Daphne with the particular attention he gave to people who might be useful. That's an accurate assessment, Ms. Greengras. I have a proposal. Daphne entered the office and sat, uninvited, in the chair beside Harry. We break the standoff. We go public. Not with the raid, with the theft. We present the evidence that Blackthorn's agents violated the Greengras family archive and stole private medical records. We do it before the emergency session, so the narrative is established before Blackthorn can set his own. That means going public with the blood curse, Astoria said quietly. Yes. Daphne's voice softened. I know, Tori. I know what I'm asking. Harry felt the weight of the decision through the bond. Astoria's blood curse was her most closely guarded secret, the thing she'd carried alone since she was 13, the vulnerability she'd finally shared with him and Daphne and no one else. Making it public meant surrendering the last piece of privacy she had. It meant everyone knowing the Wiesengemot, the press, the world. But it also meant controlling the story, owning it instead of having it used against her. Through the bond, Harry felt Astoria make her decision. Not slowly, all at once, with the crystalline certainty that was her most defining trait. She weighed the options, calculated the outcomes, and chose. Do it, she said. I'll write the statement myself. Kingsley looked between the three of them, the war hero, the sharp-tongued wife, the political operative sister, and Harry saw the moment the minister's strategic mind recognized what he was looking at. Not a liability, an asset. A team that was smarter, more cohesive, and more determined than anything Blackthorn could field. I'll delay the emergency session by 24 hours, Kingsley said. Procedural grounds. That gives you time to prepare and disseminate the statement. He paused. And Harry? No more raids. I mean it. The next time someone steals from you, you come to me first. Understood. I don't believe you for a second. Get out of my office. They left the ministry with 24 hours on the clock and a war to win. Astoria wrote the statement that afternoon. She sat at the kitchen table and wrote in her precise, angular hand, and Harry sat across from her and felt every word take shape through the bond, the courage it required, the grief of lost privacy, the fierce determination to turn a weapon aimed at her into a shield. My name is Astoria Greengras. I carry a hereditary blood curse that has been part of my family's bloodline for generations. This is my private medical matter, shared here by my choice, because that choice was nearly taken from me. On the evening of date, agents acting on behalf of members of the Heritage Council illegally accessed the Greengras family archive and stole documents pertaining to my condition, along with irreplaceable family research materials. This theft was conducted while I was testifying before the Committee for the Oversight of Hereditary Magical Bonds, a committee sponsored by the same individuals who ordered the theft. I did not choose my blood curse. I did not choose the marriage contract that binds me to Harry Potter. But I choose how I respond to both. I choose transparency over secrecy, strength over silence, and truth over the manipulation of those who would use my private suffering as a political tool. I am not a threat. I am not a specimen. I am a witch, a scholar, and a wife, and I will not be used. Harry read it and felt his eyes burn. Through the bond, Astoria felt his reaction and looked up from the parchment. Too much? She asked. It's perfect. You're perfect. Don't be sentimental. It undermines the gravitas. He leaned across the table and kissed her, and the wards hummed, and somewhere in the garden another frozen root stirred to life. The statement went out that evening. Daphne coordinated the release, simultaneous delivery to the Prophet, the Quibbler, and every major international magical publication, timed for maximum impact. Luna Lovegood ran it on the Quibbler's front page with no editorial comment, just the raw statement and a small note. Astoria Greengras speaks for herself. The response was seismic. The wizarding world, still raw from the war, still angry about the injustices committed by powerful people against the vulnerable, responded with a fury that surprised even Daphne. Astoria's statement was the story of every person who'd been used, exploited, or silenced by those with more power. It was the story of a young woman refusing to be a victim. The Prophet's letters section was flooded within hours, running 10-1 in her favor. And the backlash against Blackthorn was devastating. The emergency Wiesengemot session convened 24 hours later to a chamber that had already read Astoria's statement and drawn its conclusions. Blackthorn tried to redirect, raising concerns about unauthorized breach of a Wiesengemot member's property, but the room had already chosen its narrative, and the narrative was, "Powerful man steals sick woman's medical records." The session was brutal. Augusta Longbottom led the charge, demanding a formal investigation into the archive theft. Elena Whitfield, the swing vote, publicly condemned the Heritage Council's tactics and called for the Oversight Committee to be dissolved. Even some of Blackthorn's allies shifted uncomfortably in their seats. The political cost of standing with him had suddenly become very high. Harry and Astoria watched from the gallery. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. The bond carried everything: shared triumph, shared relief, shared awareness that they'd won a battle, but not the war. Blackthorn sat through the session with the rigid composure of a man whose plan had just been detonated by the very weapon he'd tried to steal. He didn't speak. He didn't defend himself. He sat and endured, and Harry watched his iron eyes and knew, with the bone-deep certainty of someone who'd faced enough enemies to recognize the look, this man was not finished. He was regrouping. The committee was not dissolved. Blackthorn still had enough institutional support to prevent that, but its mandate was narrowed and its investigative powers curtailed. And the political landscape had shifted. Harry and Astoria were no longer the subjects of suspicion. They were sympathetic figures, victims of overreach, a young couple fighting for their right to privacy. Walking out of the Wisengamot chamber, through the ministry corridors, past the officials and journalists who parted for them like water, Harry felt something settle in his chest. Not victory. Something quieter. Purpose. Beside him, Astoria walked with her head high, and the bond between them, Tier 2, convergence, deep and real and growing stronger every hour, saying with the shared conviction that whatever came next, they would face it the way they faced everything, together, fierce, and unbreakable. And in the shadows of the corridor behind them, watching them leave with dark, calculating eyes, Marguerite Voss made her own calculations and began to plan. Chapter 5. Dominion. 3 weeks of quiet was all they got. 3 weeks of something that felt almost like a life. Harry and Astoria fell into a rhythm at Grimmauld Place, mornings training in the basement, afternoons devoted to their separate work, Astoria deep in her Sorbonne coursework, Harry finally engaging with the Potter and Black estate management he'd been avoiding for months, evenings together in the drawing room or the kitchen or the library, talking about everything and nothing while the bond hummed between them like a shared pulse. The convergence had changed them in ways that went beyond magic. Harry found himself thinking more precisely, Astoria's influence seeping through the bond into his cognitive patterns, adding structure to his instincts. Astoria found herself acting more boldly, Harry's decisiveness coloring her careful analysis, giving her the confidence to trust her gut alongside her intellect. They were becoming more than themselves without becoming less of who they'd always been. The garden was growing. Something about the convergence was pouring magic into the dead soil of Grimmauld Place's tiny walled garden, and plants were emerging that nobody had planted, not flowers exactly, but green things, vital and strange, pushing up through years of neglect and frozen earth. Neville came by one afternoon to examine them and spent an hour on his knees in the dirt, his face lit with academic wonder. "These aren't normal plants," he told Harry, brushing soil from his hands. "They're magical, deeply magical. Some of them I don't even recognize, and I've catalogued every known magical species in Britain. They're growing from the ambient magic of the house itself." "The bond," Harry said. "The bond. Whatever you two are generating, it's bleeding into the environment. The house is becoming, alive isn't quite the right word, awakened." Neville looked at the green shoots breaking through the dark soil and shook his head slowly. "Harry, this is extraordinary. These plants are responding to you and Astoria specifically. I can feel the resonance when I touch them. They're an extension of the bond's magical field." It was one more thing to add to the growing list of phenomena that the convergence was producing. The wards strengthened daily, becoming more sophisticated without anyone casting a spell. The house itself was changing subtle things, easily missed, but real. Doors that had always stuck swung smoothly. Rooms that had been perpetually cold grew warm. The dark, oppressive atmosphere that had characterized Grimmauld Place since the days of Walburga Black was lifting, replaced by something that felt like, Harry struggled for the word, welcome. The house was welcoming them. Daphne monitored the political landscape with her usual ruthless efficiency. Blackthorn had gone quiet after the Weisengamot debacle, too quiet, she said, which worried her more than open hostility. His Heritage Council still existed, its members still held seats, and the narrowed committee continued its work, but the aggressive legislative push had stalled. The stolen documents had been a catastrophic miscalculation, and Blackthorn was licking his wounds. Voss had gone quiet too. She'd sent a single owl after the Weisengamot session, one line, in her precise handwriting, "I am considering your terms." Nothing since. "She's planning something," Daphne said, standing at her war room wall, staring at the web of connections she'd mapped. Voss doesn't go quiet. She goes underground. "Maybe she's genuinely considering the offer," Harry said. "Maybe. Or maybe she's found something else. Something that changes her calculus." Daphne tapped Voss's name on the wall, circled in red. "I've asked my contacts to track her movements. She's been visiting the British Museum, the Bodleian Library, and this is the concerning one, Stonehenge." Stonehenge. Astoria looked up from her potions notes. "What's at Stonehenge?" "Historically, one of the most powerful magical nexus points in Europe. The ley lines that run through southern England converge there. Before the Statute of Secrecy, it was a site of major magical rituals." Daphne paused. "Including, according to two of the historical sources Hermione found, at least one dynasty bond ceremony." The room went quiet. Harry felt Astoria's mind engage through the bond, the sharp click of connection, of pattern recognition, of disparate pieces falling into place. "She's looking for a ritual site," Astoria said slowly. "Not just studying the bond, looking for the physical location where dynasty magic was historically performed." "Why?" "That's what worries me." The answer came 6 days later, delivered not by owl or Patronus, but by Creature, who appeared in the drawing room at midnight with wild eyes and the particular agitation of an elf who had sensed something profoundly wrong. "Master Harry, the wards are screaming." Harry was on his feet before the elf finished speaking. Through the bond, he felt Astoria snap to full alertness. She'd been dozing in her chair, a book sliding from her lap. The convergence relayed her spike of alarm, and their combined magical awareness reached outward, touching the house's ward system. Creature was right. The wards weren't just alerting, they were screaming, the magical equivalent of a siren, responding to something approaching the house that registered as a fundamental threat. Not a person. Not a spell. Something deeper. Something that made the dynasty-enhanced wards recoil. Daphne appeared on the stairs, wand drawn, fully dressed. She'd been working late. She was always working late. "What is it?" "I don't know." Harry moved to the front window and looked out. Grimmauld Place's street was empty, dark, quiet, the usual London nightscape. But the air felt wrong. Heavy. Charged. Like the pressure drop before a storm. A crack of apparition. Then another. Then a third. Figures appeared on the street outside, not approaching the house, not yet, but taking positions. Harry counted them through the window. 6, 7, 8. Dark robes. Professional spacing. Wands drawn. "Aurors," Daphne said, looking over his shoulder. "Those are auror formations." Kingsley might not have a choice. The flue flared. Kingsley Shacklebolt's face appeared in the green flames, and his expression confirmed Harry's worst fears. "Harry, the Weisengamot has passed an emergency order. I fought it, I want you to know that. I fought it for 3 hours. But Blackthorn called a midnight session, and with half the moderate members absent, he had the votes." Kingsley's voice was heavy with something that sounded like grief. "The order authorizes the immediate containment and examination of the Potter Greengras dynasty bond. The aurors outside have a legal mandate. If you resist, they're authorized to use force." The drawing room was very still. Harry felt Astoria's hand on his arm, not restraining, studying. Through the bond, her emotions were a controlled storm, fury at the political maneuver, fear for what containment meant, and, underneath both, the hard diamond of her resolve. "Containment means what exactly?" Harry asked. "Transportation to a secure ministry facility for the duration of the examination. Magical suppression cuffs. Separation of the bonded pair for independent assessment." Kingsley's voice was flat with carefully controlled anger. I'm telling you this because you need to know what you're facing if you comply. Separation, Astoria said. Through the bond, Harry felt her horror, not at the prospect of being detained, but at being separated. At convergence, severing physical proximity wouldn't end the bond, but suppression cuffs would muffle it, dampen it, create a silence where there had been constant connection. For two people whose souls had been intertwined for weeks, it would be agonizing. I will not allow separation, Harry said. His voice was quiet and absolute. That's not a negotiation, Kingsley. That's a fact. Harry, if you resist, it gives Blackthorn everything he wants. He can paint you as dangerous, lawless, then he can paint. I'm not letting them put suppression cuffs on Astoria and drag her to a ministry cell. It's not a cell, it's a cage with a different name. We've been through this before, Kingsley. 5th year. The ministry decided I was a threat and tried to silence me. They were wrong then and they're wrong now. The flu was quiet for a moment. When Kingsley spoke again, his voice was different, not the minister speaking, but the man. The order member. The friend. I can delay them. 2 hours, maybe 3. Procedural review of the order. I can demand it as minister, and it'll take time to process. Use the time, Harry. Whatever you're going to do it before dawn. The flames died. Harry turned to Astoria and Daphne. 3 people in a drawing room, the weight of the world pressing in from every direction, and the clock ticking. Options, Harry said. We can't stay here, Daphne said immediately. The Aurors will breach the wards eventually, dynasty enhanced or not. They have the resources and the legal authority. We need to move. Move where? Every magical residence in Britain is accessible to the ministry. Hogwarts would shelter us, but McGonagall can't defy a Wisengamot order without putting the school at risk. Not Britain. Astoria's voice was calm. The controlled calm of deep thought, of a mind working at full speed. The order applies to British magical jurisdiction. If we leave the country, we become fugitives, Daphne finished. We become unavailable. There's a difference. International magical law doesn't recognize unilateral detention orders from a single nation's governing body. If we're on foreign soil, the Wisengamot order has no force. And Blackthorn spins it as flight. As proof we have something to hide. Blackthorn will spin whatever we do. Astoria's jaw was set. If we comply, he gets access to the bond and uses what he finds to justify permanent restrictions. If we resist, he calls us dangerous. If we flee, he calls us cowards. There is no option that doesn't give him ammunition. So we choose the option that keeps us free and gives us time to fight back. She's right, Harry said. He'd been in enough impossible situations to recognize the math. When every option has a cost, you pick the one you can survive. We leave. Tonight. Where? France, Astoria said. The Sorbonne's magical campus has extraterritorial status, like an embassy. If I'm enrolled as a student, the campus can grant us temporary sanctuary. My potions proctor, Maître Laurent, has the authority. You trust this Laurent? He's a 300-year-old alchemist who despises institutional interference with academic freedom. He'll shelter us on principle. Astoria was already moving, gathering essentials with the quick efficiency of someone who'd thought about emergency departures before, who'd grown up in a house where Death Eaters might decide at any moment that neutrality wasn't good enough. Daphne. You stay. Daphne's face went white. Absolutely not. You stay. Someone needs to remain in Britain to manage the political response. Hermione can handle the legal side, but the intelligence network is yours. If you leave, we lose our eyes and ears. Astoria gripped her sister's arms. Daphne, I need you here. Fighting for us from the inside. Harry watched the sisters face each other. Through the bond, he felt the echo of Astoria's pain, the cost of asking Daphne to stay, the fear of being separated from the person who'd been her shield for her entire life. And the steel beneath the pain, the knowledge that this was the right call, the strategic call, the call that gave them the best chance. Daphne's composure cracked. Not completely, Greengrass women didn't break, but the fissure was visible, and what showed through was raw terror for her little sister. You come back, Daphne said, her voice rough. You come back to me, Tori. Always. They packed in 12 minutes. Essentials only: clothes, wands, Astoria's research materials, Corvinus's recovered notes. Harry grabbed the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map out of long habit, then realized neither would help where they were going. He shoved them back in the drawer and took instead the emergency port key he'd had made after the war, international, key to a safe house in Paris, single use. They gathered in the entrance hall. Daphne stood by the door, wand in hand, ready to cause a distraction with the Aurors if needed. Through the bond, Harry felt the wards of Grimmauld Place pressing against them, reluctant, almost, as if the house didn't want them to leave. The dynasty magic had made this place theirs in a way that transcended property deeds, and leaving it felt like leaving a piece of themselves behind. Ready? Harry asked. Astoria took his hand. The bond blazed at the contact, convergence at full strength, two hearts beating in synchrony, two magical cores resonating as one. Ready. Harry activated the port key. The world spun, compressed, and reformed. They landed on cobblestones in the pre-dawn darkness, and the air smelled different, diesel and river water and bread baking somewhere nearby. Paris. A narrow street in the Marais, the old magical quarter, where the safe house occupied the upper floors of a building that looked like it hadn't been renovated since the Revolution. They were out of Britain. They were safe. For now. The safe house was sparse, but functional. 2 rooms above a shuttered boulangerie, warded by someone competent, furnished with the bare minimum. A bed, a table, 2 chairs, a fireplace connected to the French flow network. Harry stood at the window and looked out at the Paris skyline as dawn crept over the rooftops, and, through the bond, he felt Astoria's exhaustion and relief and the grinding worry that hadn't stopped since Creature's warning. She was sitting on the bed with her head in her hands. Not crying, thinking. Processing. Her analytical mind doing what it always did, sorting data, identifying priorities, building a plan from the rubble of their situation. Laurent, she said. I need to contact him before the Sorbonne's administrative offices open. If the sanctuary is going to hold, it needs to be established before the British ministry can file a formal extradition request. How do we reach him? The French flow network. The Sorbonne's magical campus has a direct connection. She stood, crossed to the fireplace, and threw in a pinch of flow powder from a jar on the mantel. Académie Magique de la Sorbonne, Bureau du Maître Laurent. The flames turned blue. French flow used a different color spectrum, something about the different magical tradition. After a moment, a face appeared in the fire, ancient, lined, with sharp eyes under white brows and a nose that had been broken at least twice. Qu'est-ce? Mademoiselle Greengras. The old man's voice was dry as parchment, but his eyes warmed when he recognized her. You are not scheduled for a proctor visit for another 6 weeks. Maître Laurent. I need to invoke academic sanctuary. For myself and my husband. Laurent's white brows rose. In rapid, precise French that Astoria matched without hesitation, they spoke for 5 minutes. Harry caught perhaps a third of it, enough to understand that Astoria was explaining their situation with clinical brevity, that Laurent was asking sharp questions about the legal basis for the Wiesengemot order, and that his expression was shifting from curiosity to indignation. The British, Laurent said finally, switching to English with the particular disdain the French magical establishment reserved for cross-channel foolishness, have never understood the difference between governance and control. You and your husband will have sanctuary on the Sorbonne campus for as long as you require it. I will make the arrangements. Come to the campus at noon. The fire died. Astoria turned to Harry, and through the bond, he felt her relief. Not complete, not enough, but real. We have until noon, she said. Try to sleep. You try to sleep. I'm going to write to Daphne and Hermione. Then I'm going to review Corvinus's notes. Then maybe I'll sleep. Harry knew her well enough now to recognize the pattern. Astoria managed fear by working. By thinking, analyzing, doing. Stillness was her enemy because stillness left room for the fear to grow. So he let her work, and he lay on the bed and closed his eyes, and through the bond, the rapid-fire flicker of her focus was almost soothing, a reminder that he wasn't alone, that the brilliant, stubborn, fierce woman he loved was right there, fighting. He slept for 2 hours. When he woke, Astoria was asleep in her chair, head tipped back, Corvinus's notes clutched to her chest like a child holding a stuffed animal. Harry covered her with a blanket, made tea, and stood at the window watching Paris wake up. Through the bond, even in sleep, Astoria's presence was a constant, warm, deep, intertwined with his own magic in ways that made separation unthinkable. The convergence had made them something more than two people. Not less individual. He was still Harry, she was still Astoria, their personalities and minds and hearts remained distinct. But they were also together in a way that no word in English quite captured. Connected. Integrated. Bound by magic and choice and the slow, fierce work of building trust from nothing. He thought about the Aurors at Grimmauld Place. About Blackthorn in the Wisengamot, calling midnight sessions and passing emergency orders. About Voss at Stonehenge, searching for something in the ley lines. About the blood curse threading through Astoria's magic, held at bay by the convergence, but not defeated, not yet. About the garden growing in the dead soil of their London home, green things pushing toward light. And he thought about Tier 3. Dominion. The stage beyond convergence, the one the historical accounts described in terms that were more myth than documentation. He'd felt the convergence arrive during the raid, a sudden, dramatic escalation triggered by shared crisis and absolute trust. Dominion, the record suggested, required something more, a profound act of sacrifice or selflessness, a moment where the bonded pair placed each other above themselves so completely that the bond recognized it as the final threshold. He didn't know what that would look like. He wasn't sure he wanted to find out. But the bond was growing, deepening, evolving with a momentum that felt inevitable, and somewhere in its ancient architecture, Tier 3 waited like a door that only opened from one side. The Sorbonne's magical campus was hidden in plain sight, occupying a pocket dimension accessible through a specific archway in the Jardin du Luxembourg. You walked through the arch on a Tuesday and found yourself in Paris. You walked through on a Wednesday with the right intent and found yourself somewhere else entirely, a sprawling medieval campus of stone towers and flowering courtyards that existed in a space adjacent to Paris, but not quite within it, governed by its own laws and protected by centuries of accumulated magical sovereignty. Laurent met them at the gates. He was older than he'd appeared in the fire, impossibly old, the kind of age that went past decrepit and out the other side into a sort of desiccated vitality. He walked with a cane he clearly didn't need and wore robes that might have been fashionable during the reign of Louis XIV. "Monsieur Potter," he said, shaking Harry's hand with a grip that could have cracked walnuts. "Your reputation precedes you. I am told you killed a very unpleasant man." "I did." "Good. The magical world has too many unpleasant men and not enough people willing to kill them." He turned and began walking, his cane tapping on the cobblestones. "Your sanctuary is established. The campus is sovereign magical territory. The British Wisengamot has no jurisdiction here. You may stay as long as Mademoiselle Madame Potter, remains enrolled." "Greengras," Astoria corrected. "I use my own name." "As you should. Names are not accessories, they're architecture." Laurent led them through a courtyard fragrant with magical herbs. Astoria's hand twitched toward the plants as they passed, a potions master's reflex, and into a residential wing. "You will have quarters on the 3rd floor. The campus library is at your disposal. I have also arranged access to the restricted section, given the nature of your research." "You know about the dynasty bond?" Harry asked. "I know about everything that happens in the field of magical bond theory. It is, after all, my specialty, or one of them. I have 300 years of specialties." Laurent stopped at a door and produced a key. "I have read the historical literature on dynasty-class bonds. I have also read Corvinus Greengras's published papers, which are brilliant, and suspected the existence of unpublished work, which your wife has now confirmed. I would very much like to discuss his research." "You'll have to get in line," Astoria said. Marguerite Voss wants the same thing. Lauren's expression soured. Voss, a talented researcher with the ethical compass of a weather vane. She was a student here 30 years ago. I expelled her for conducting unauthorized experiments on bonded magical creatures. He opened the door. If Voss is involved in your situation, you should be very careful. She is obsessive, resourceful, and her interest in dynasty bonds is not purely academic. What do you mean? Harry asked. Lauren looked at him with eyes that had seen 3 centuries of magical history unfold. Voss does not simply want to study dynasty bonds, Monsieur Potter. She wants to possess one. She has been searching for years, not just for knowledge, but for a method of transferring a bond's power to a new vessel. Herself. The corridor went very quiet. That's possible? Astoria said. Her voice was steady, but through the bond, Harry felt her shock and her rapid, analytical engagement with the implication. In theory? Perhaps. Dynasty bonds are magical constructs, extraordinarily complex, living constructs, but constructs nonetheless. What is built can, theoretically, be unbuilt and rebuilt. The question is whether the transfer process would preserve the bond's integrity or destroy it. Lauren paused. And whether the original bonded pair would survive the extraction. The word extraction hung in the air like smoke. She used the hearing to probe us, Harry said slowly, pieces falling into place with sickening clarity. She's been at Stonehenge studying the ley lines and the historical ritual sites. She convinced Blackthorn to steal Corvinus's research because it contains the theoretical framework for how dynasty bonds are constructed, and if you know how something is constructed, you can work out how to deconstruct it, Astoria finished. She's building a transfer ritual. Lauren nodded. That would be consistent with her known research trajectory. The question is how far along she is. Harry and Astoria looked at each other. The bond between them pulsed with shared understanding, the sudden, terrible recognition that the threat they'd been preparing for wasn't political. It wasn't Blackthorn's committees or emergency orders or midnight sessions. It was Voss, working quietly, methodically, building toward a ritual that would rip the dynasty bond from their bodies and claim it for herself. The notes she stole from the archive, Astoria said. She didn't get all of them, Mother's wards held on the inner vault. But she got enough. She got Corvinus's early theoretical work on bond architecture. If she combines that with her own research and the ley line data from Stonehenge. She has the pieces, Lauren said. Whether she can assemble them is another matter. The transfer ritual, if it exists, would require a location of enormous magical power, a nexus point, ideally one where dynasty magic has been performed before. It would also require the physical presence of the bonded pair. Stonehenge, Harry said. The most powerful nexus point in Britain. And historically, the site of at least 2 documented dynasty bond ceremonies. Lauren leaned on his cane. If I were Voss, I would engineer a confrontation at Stonehenge. I would need you and your wife present, your bond active and exposed. And I would need the bonded pair weakened or distracted enough to begin the extraction before they could resist. The Wiesengemot order, Astoria breathed. That's why Blackthorn pushed it through. Not to contain us, to flush us out. To put us in a position where we'd be vulnerable. We left Britain, Harry said. We ran. Which means Voss needs a new way to get you to Stonehenge. Lauren's ancient eyes were grave. She will find one. Voss always finds a way. They spent 4 days at the Sorbonne. 4 days of research, preparation, and the slow, careful work of understanding what they were facing. Lauren opened his personal library to them, 3 centuries of accumulated magical scholarship, including texts that existed nowhere else. And Astoria dove in with the single-minded intensity that Harry had come to love and admire and occasionally worry about. She ate when Harry put food in front of her. She slept when the bond carried his exhaustion into her bones strongly enough to override her focus. She worked with the ferocious concentration of a woman who understood that the research she was doing might be the difference between life and death. Harry helped where he could and stayed out of the way when he couldn't. He wasn't Astoria's intellectual equal in this arena. Magical theory at this level was a language he'd never learned to speak fluently. But the convergence gave him something else. He could feel Astoria's understanding through the bond, following the broad strokes of her analysis even when the details were beyond him. And his instincts, the battle-forged intuition that had kept him alive through 7 years of mortal danger, proved valuable in ways neither of them expected. "You think like a hunter," Astoria told him on the third night, looking up from a text with an expression of frustrated admiration. "I've been approaching the transfer ritual as a theoretical problem, trying to understand the magical mechanics. You keep asking the practical questions: where, when, how, what does she need? And those questions are cutting through faster than my analysis. Different tools, same goal. I'm starting to think the dynasty bond paired us for exactly this reason. A theorist and a tactician. Precision and instinct." She rubbed her eyes. "Harry, I think I've found something." She showed him Corvinus's notes, the ones they'd recovered. The ones Voss hadn't gotten contained a section on what the old unspeakable called bond anchoring. The dynasty bond, once established, created an anchor point in the bonded pair's shared magical core. This anchor was what made the bond self-sustaining. It didn't need external power because it drew energy from the pair's integrated magic. But the anchor was also the bond's vulnerability. If someone could access it, they could theoretically sever the bond from its hosts and transplant it. "The anchor is protected by the bond itself," Astoria explained, tracing a diagram in Corvinus's spidery handwriting. "At resonance, the protection is modest, the bond is still forming, the anchor is exposed. At convergence, the protection is significant. Our integrated magic shields the anchor from external interference. But the protection isn't absolute. A sufficiently powerful extraction ritual, performed at a nexus point, could theoretically breach it. And at Tier 3? Dominion." Astoria paused. "At Dominion, according to Corvinus, the anchor becomes part of the bonded pair's fundamental magical identity. It can't be extracted because it is them. Trying to remove it would be like trying to remove someone's magical core, theoretically impossible without destroying the person entirely. So at Dominion, we're safe. At Dominion, the bond is unassailable. No extraction ritual could touch it. Then we need to reach Dominion." Astoria set down Corvinus's notes and looked at him with an expression that mixed hope with something more complicated. "Harry, Dominion isn't something we can force. The historical accounts are clear. Each tier unlocks through genuine emotional and magical thresholds. Resonance came through trust. Convergence came through shared danger and vulnerability. Dominion requires." She hesitated. The accounts use different words. Sacrifice. Selflessness. A moment where the bonded pair's connection transcends individual survival. "We can't manufacture that." "No," Harry agreed. "We can't. But we can be ready for it when it comes." On the fourth day, the message came from Daphne. It arrived by Patronus, Daphne's silvery fox materializing in their quarters at dawn, speaking in her sister's clipped, urgent voice. "They have me." 2 words. Then the Patronus dissolved. Harry felt Astoria's reaction through the bond, a detonation of fear so vast it almost knocked him to his knees. Not fear for herself. Fear for Daphne. The one person she loved most in the world besides him, the sister who had spent 4 years building a shield around Astoria's life, the woman who had stayed behind in Britain because Astoria asked her to. "No." Astoria's voice was barely a whisper. "No, no, no." Harry was already moving. He grabbed his wand, grabbed Astoria's robes, his mind already calculating. Daphne's smart. She sent the Patronus, which means she's alive and conscious. If they wanted her dead, they'd have killed her before she could cast. They want leverage. Astoria's fear was crystallizing into something harder, colder, more dangerous. They took her to get to us. To bring us back to Britain. To bring us to Stonehenge. They looked at each other, and the bond between them was a furnace, shared rage, shared fear, shared determination burning so hot that the ambient temperature in the room rose by several degrees. "It's a trap," Astoria said. "Obviously. If we go back, we're giving Voss exactly what she wants. Our bond, active and exposed, at the most powerful nexus point in Britain." "I know. If we don't go back, Daphne," her voice broke. Just for a moment. Just a crack and, through the bond, Harry felt the magnitude of what that crack contained, the possibility of losing Daphne, of a world without her sister, of the one sacrifice Astoria could not make. "We go back," Harry said. "And we break the trap." "How?" "By being stronger than anything they're prepared for." He took her hands. The convergence blazed. "Astoria, listen to me. Voss is building an extraction ritual based on incomplete information. She has some of Corvinus's notes, but not all of them. She doesn't know about bond anchoring. She doesn't know that convergence provides significant protection against extraction. And she doesn't know what we're capable of at Tier 2, because every time she's seen us, we've been dampening the bond. You want to show her. I want to show her everything. No dampening. No holding back. Full convergence, everything we've got." His grip tightened on her hands. "And if Dominion comes, if the moment is right, we don't hold that back either." Astoria's eyes searched his. Through the bond, she weighed the plan, the risks, the variables, the terrifying number of things that could go wrong. And through the bond, she felt his conviction, not blind optimism, but the hard-won certainty of a man who had walked into impossible situations before and walked out alive. "Together," she said. "Together." Laurent provided them with an emergency port key international, keyed to a landing zone outside the Stonehenge exclusion perimeter. He also provided advice, delivered with the dry gravity of a man who had lived through enough history to know that advice was usually ignored. "The ley lines at Stonehenge will amplify everything," he said. "Your bond, Voss's ritual, any magic cast within the stone circle. This is not a controlled environment. It is a crucible. Be very certain of what you are willing to become." Harry thought about that as they activated the port key and the world spun and compressed and reformed around them. Be certain of what you're willing to become. He was certain. He was certain of Astoria. He was certain of the bond. And he was certain that whatever happened inside the stone circle, he would not let Voss take what they'd built. They landed in a field of frozen grass a quarter-mile from the stones. It was night. Of course it was night. Voss would have chosen the dark, when the ley lines ran strongest and the nexus point was at its most powerful. The sky was clear, stars scattered like spilled diamonds, and the ancient stones were visible on the horizon, dark silhouettes against the starfield, and around them, magic. Harry felt it immediately. The ley lines were alive, pulsing with power that made the ambient magic of Grimmauld Place feel like a candle beside a bonfire. The energy ran through the earth beneath his feet, through the air, through the bond itself. Stonehenge was feeding the convergence, amplifying it, and the result was staggering. His magical awareness expanded to encompass the entire field, the stones, the sky, and he could feel everything. Every ward, every charm, every magical presence within a mile. Including Daphne. She was at the stones. Alive, he could feel her magical signature, suppressed but present, a bright point of defiance in the maelstrom of ley line energy. Not alone. At least 6 other magical presences surrounded her, including 2 that Harry recognized, Blackthorn's cold, precise signature and Voss's sharp, feverish one. "I can feel her," Astoria breathed. The bond was carrying Harry's expanded awareness to her, and she was processing it with her characteristic precision. "She's bound. Suppression cuffs, I think. Her magic is muted but not extinguished. She's..." Astoria paused, her focus narrowing. "She's angry. She's terrified. But she's coherent." "How many?" 6 besides Daphne. Blackthorn. Voss. For others, hired wands, similar signatures to the ones who attacked us in Diagon Alley. Same employer. Consistent. Harry's battle mind was fully engaged now, processing the tactical situation with the instinctive clarity that had carried him through the war. Voss will have prepared the ritual site. She'll need us within the stone circle for the extraction to work. The mercenaries are insurance to prevent us from retreating if we change our minds. And Blackthorn. Blackthorn thinks he's in control. He thinks Voss is his tool. But she's been running her own agenda from the beginning. Laurent confirmed it. She wants the bond for herself, not for Blackthorn's political games. So Blackthorn is a variable. He might not know what Voss is actually planning. Which means there's a fault line in their alliance we can exploit. Harry looked at Astoria. In the starlight, her face was pale and fierce and beautiful, and the bond between them was a river of shared fire. Here's what we do. We go in together. No dampening, full convergence, wide open, everything we've got. We get Daphne. And when Voss springs the extraction ritual, we're ready. Ready how? You said the extraction targets the bond anchor. At convergence, the anchor is protected. If we maintain full convergence while the ritual is active, it can't breach the protection. In theory. But the ley line amplification, Voss is using the nexus point to boost the ritual's power. It might be enough to breach convergence-level protection. Then we don't stay at convergence. Astoria understood. He felt it through the bond, the implication landing, the enormity of it settling over her. You're counting on Dominion, she said. I'm counting on us. They moved toward the stones. The field was eerily silent, no wind, no wildlife, the natural world suppressed by the sheer density of magical energy flooding through the ley lines. The grass crunched under their feet, frozen and brittle, and with every step, the power in the air intensified. Harry's skin tingled. His wand vibrated in his hand. The convergence was screaming with the influx of ambient magic, their integrated cores absorbing the ley line energy and growing stronger with every passing second. They reached the outer ring of stones. The ancient megaliths towered above them, dark and massive, and between them, the space within the circle was lit by a pale, sourceless glow, the ley lines themselves, their energy visible at this concentration, turning the air into a luminous fog. Daphne was at the center. She was kneeling on the ground, wrists bound behind her by suppression cuffs that glowed a dull, malevolent red. Her face was bruised, someone had hit her, but her eyes were clear and furious. Around her, a complex ritual circle had been inscribed in the earth, runes and geometric patterns that pulsed with power drawn from the ley lines. Blackthorn stood at the north edge of the circle, flanked by two of his mercenaries. His iron eyes were watchful, calculating, and when he saw Harry and Astoria enter the stone circle, his expression didn't change. He'd expected them. The bait had worked. Voss stood at the south edge, and she was transformed. The cool academic was gone, replaced by something feverish and intent. She'd drawn the ritual circle herself. Harry could see the chalk dust on her hands, the exhaustion in her face, the particular mania of a woman who was closer to her life's obsession than she'd ever been. Her wand was in her hand, and the air around her crackled with barely contained power. The two remaining mercenaries stood at the east and west edges, wands drawn, completing the perimeter. Mr. Potter. Ms. Greengras. Blackthorn's voice was as measured as ever, the cold civility of a man who believed he held all the cards. I appreciate your promptness. Let her go, Harry said. His voice was quiet. The bond was wide open, and his combined magic with Astoria's was flooding through him with a force that made the ley lines feel almost manageable. He wasn't dampening anything. He wasn't hiding. For the first time, he was letting the full weight of the Convergence project outward, and the effect on the people in the circle was visible. Blackthorn's composure flickered, the mercenaries shifted nervously, and even Voss's feverish focus wavered for an instant. Your sister will be released when we've concluded our business, Blackthorn said. The terms are simple. You will submit to a formal examination of the dynasty bond. Madame Voss will conduct the procedure. Afterwards, you will sign a binding agreement placing the bond under Heritage Council oversight. That's not going to happen, Astoria said. Then your sister is not a bargaining chip. Astoria's voice carried a cold fury that made the air between them shimmer. Cyrus, you've crossed every line. Theft, kidnapping, coercion. Do you understand what you've done? I've done what's necessary to protect the magical world from an uncontrolled concentration of power. Blackthorn's conviction was genuine. Harry could feel it. The bond's enhanced perception reading the man's emotional state with surgical clarity. He truly believed he was right. He truly believed that the dynasty bond was a threat that justified any measure to contain it. History is full of magical catastrophes caused by unchecked power. I will not allow another. You're not protecting anyone, Harry said. You're building the exact kind of authoritarian control system that created Voldemort in the first place. Do not compare me to that, then stop acting like him. The words hit. Blackthorn's composure didn't just flicker, it cracked. For 1 second, the cold iron of his self-assurance gave way to something raw and real and ugly: doubt. The doubt of a man who had spent his life telling himself he was different from the tyrants he despised, confronted by the possibility that the difference was smaller than he believed. In that second, Voss moved. She'd been waiting for the confrontation to reach its peak, for all attention to be focused on the standoff between Harry, Astoria, and Blackthorn. Now she raised her wand and spoke 3 words in a language Harry didn't recognize, and the ritual circle blazed to life. The runes ignited. The geometric patterns erupted with light. The ley line energy that had been flooding the stone circle suddenly had a direction. It poured into the ritual circle like water into a drain, and the circle pulled. Harry felt it seize the convergence, felt it latch onto the bond between him and Astoria with hooks of raw magical force, and the pain was Astoria screamed. Harry had heard her make many sounds, sharp words, quiet observations, the controlled tones of academic discussion, the rare and precious sound of her laughter. He had never heard her scream, and the sound tore through him like a physical blow. Through the bond, he felt what the ritual was doing to her. It was trying to pry the bond anchor loose from their shared magical core, and the process felt like being pulled apart at the atomic level. The extraction. Voss's voice exultant, wild. Hold them. The ritual needs 60 seconds. The mercenaries moved. 2 of them raised containment wards around Harry and Astoria, trying to pin them in place within the ritual circle. Blackthorn stepped forward, his wand raised, and on his face was the expression of a man watching something he'd set in motion spiral beyond his control. Voss. Blackthorn's voice was sharp. This isn't what we agreed. The agreement has changed. Voss didn't look at him. Her eyes were fixed on the ritual circle, on the blazing runes, on the bond energy being pulled from Harry and Astoria's bodies in visible streams of golden light. The bond is mine. 20 years, Cyrus. 20 years I've been searching. You want political power? Take it. I want the magic. Blackthorn's face changed. The cold calculation gave way to something Harry recognized, the expression of a man realizing he'd been played. Used. Manipulated by someone smarter and more obsessive than himself. Harry was on his knees. The extraction was pulling at the bond anchor with the force of the entire Stonehenge nexus behind it, and the convergence protection was holding barely, desperately, like a dam against a flood. He could feel the cracks forming. Could feel the bond straining, the integration between his core and Astoria's stretching to its limits. Astoria was beside him, also on her knees, her face white with pain, her hands pressed flat against the earth. Through the bond, he could feel her fighting, her precise, brilliant mind analyzing the extraction even as it tore at her, looking for weaknesses, looking for a counter. Harry. Her voice was a gasp. The blood curse. The extraction it's interacting with the curse. It's pulling on it, accelerating it. He felt it. The dark thread of the blood curse, usually held in check by the convergence, was being energized by the extraction ritual. The ley line power that Voss was channeling through the ritual circle didn't discriminate. It amplified everything, including the curse, and the acceleration was catastrophic. He could feel the curse surging through Astoria's magical core, consuming the healthy structures, spreading like fire through dry wood. She was dying. Not in the abstract, not in the someday sense that she'd lived with since she was 13. Right now. The curse was killing her, accelerated by the extraction ritual, and if it continued for another 30 seconds, something erupted in Harry's chest. Not magic. Not the bond. Something older and simpler and more powerful than either. The absolute, primal refusal to let the person he loved die. Not here. Not like this. Not while he could still breathe and fight and pour every ounce of what he was into saving her. He didn't think about Dominion. He didn't calculate or strategize or analyze. He simply reached through the bond with everything he had, every scrap of magic, every particle of his being, and pushed it into Astoria. Not his power. Not his precision. Himself. He gave her his magic. His core. The vast, storm-wild, barely controlled force that had been his since birth. The power that had survived the killing curse and destroyed Horcruxes and defeated the darkest wizard in a century. He gave it all, held nothing back, poured himself through the convergence and into Astoria like water into a vessel, and he did it knowing, with absolute clarity, that it might kill him. The bond broke through. Not broke as in shattered. Broke as in broke open, the way a seed breaks open, the way dawn breaks open the horizon. Tier 3 detonated inside them both, and the world went white. Dominion. Harry felt it happen from the inside. The barrier between their magical cores didn't dissolve, it simply ceased to be relevant. They were one core now, one vast and brilliant magical entity, and the power that flowed through them was beyond anything the bond had produced before. Not his and hers. Not combined. Theirs. A shared magical identity so deep and so complete that the concept of separation became meaningless. The extraction ritual hit the Dominion-level anchor and shattered. The runes died. The geometric patterns cracked. The leyline energy, no longer directed by the ritual, flooded back into the earth with a shockwave that knocked everyone in the stone circle off their feet. Voss flew backward and hit one of the standing stones with a crack that sent her crumpling to the ground. The mercenaries scattered. Blackthorn staggered, caught himself, and stared. Astoria was glowing. Not metaphorically. Actual light, golden, warm, pouring from her skin, from her eyes, from the bond itself. The blood curse was retreating. Harry could feel it through the Dominion, could feel the shared magical core wrapping around the dark thread and squeezing, not just containing it, but actively fighting it. The full force of their combined power directed at the thing that had been killing her since she was 13. The curse didn't break. But it bent. It buckled. It withdrew, forced back by a power it couldn't match, compressing into a small, dense knot deep in Astoria's core where the Dominion bond could keep it imprisoned. Not a cure, but close. Decades of life where there might have been years. A future where there had been a countdown. Astoria gasped. The light faded. She was on her knees, shaking, tears streaming down her face, and through the bond, through the Dominion, Harry felt her disbelief, her wonder, her staggering, overwhelming gratitude. He was flat on his back. The magical expenditure of triggering Dominion had drained him to his foundation, and the world was gray and swimming at the edges. But through the bond, Astoria's presence was a sun, warm, vital, blazing with the shared power of Tier 3, and it was pulling him back, feeding him energy, the Dominion's shared core working both ways. Harry. Astoria crawled to him, took his face in her hands. Her eyes were wet and luminous and fierce. Harry, you idiot, you absolute reckless beautiful idiot, you almost had to, he managed. Couldn't let, I know. I felt it. I felt everything. She kissed his forehead, his cheeks, his mouth, quick desperate kisses between words. The curse. It's contained. I can feel it, locked away. The Dominion is holding it. Harry, we saved each other. That's the deal. Around them, the stone circle was chaos. The mercenaries had fled, the shockwave had been enough to break their nerve. Voss was unconscious at the base of a standing stone, her wand 10 feet away. And Blackthorn stood at the edge of the circle, his wand lowered, watching them. His iron eyes held something Harry had never seen there before. Awe. Not political calculation. Not cold assessment. Simple, human awe at the sight of two people blazing with a power that no committee or council could contain. Harry sat up. It hurt, everything hurt, but the Dominion bond was already healing him, Astoria's restorative precision working through their shared core, mending the damage of the massive magical output. Daphne, Harry said. Astoria turned. Her sister was still kneeling at the center of the failed ritual circle, bound and suppressed, but conscious. Her eyes were wide with shock and something that looked like fierce, incandescent pride. Astoria crossed to her and the suppression cuffs crumbled. Not unlocked, crumbled. The metal simply fell apart, overwhelmed by the ambient force of Dominion-level magic radiating from Astoria's touch. Daphne's magic rushed back, and she gasped, and Astoria caught her, and the two sisters held each other in the center of Stonehenge while the ley lines hummed and the ancient stones stood witness. Harry got to his feet. The Dominion bond thrummed through him deeper than thought, wider than feeling, a shared soul space that would never close again. He walked toward Blackthorn, and the older man watched him come with the stillness of a man who had run out of moves. "It's over," Harry said. Blackthorn looked at him. The iron in his eyes was still there. He was too old, too proud, too convinced of his own rightness to break completely. But the awe had cracked something in his certainty. He'd seen the power of the dynasty bond at Dominion, and he knew, with the clarity of someone who understood magic at a fundamental level, that no committee, no council, no institution could contain what Harry and Astoria had become. "Perhaps," Blackthorn said. "But the questions I raised remain valid, Mr. Potter. Power requires accountability." "I agree. But accountability isn't the same as control. And you lost the right to lecture me about either when you kidnapped a woman to use as bait." Blackthorn was quiet for a long moment. Behind him, the night sky was lightening at the edges, dawn approaching, the longest night giving way to something new. "I will face the consequences of my actions," Blackthorn said. "But I will not apologize for my convictions." "I'm not asking you to. I'm telling you it's over." Blackthorn looked at Astoria and Daphne, holding each other in the stone circle. He looked at Voss, unconscious and defeated. He looked at the failed ritual, the cracked runes, the shattered extraction attempt. And whatever calculation he ran behind those iron eyes, the result was clear. He lowered his wand, pocketed it, and walked away from Stonehenge without another word, his silhouette dark against the lightning sky. The Aurors arrived 20 minutes later. Proudfoot led the team, and his expression when he took in the scene, the unconscious Voss, the remnants of the ritual circle, the Greengras sisters sitting together against a standing stone. Harry Potter standing amid the megaliths radiating enough magical power to light up London was something Harry would remember for a long time. They gave their statements. Voss was taken into custody, international charges, given that her actions crossed jurisdictional boundaries. The mercenaries were tracked and arrested over the following days. The evidence of the kidnapping, the illegal ritual, the theft from the Greengras archive, and the conspiracy to extract a magical bond was overwhelming. Blackthorn turned himself in that morning. He walked into the ministry under his own power, retained counsel, and cooperated with the investigation. Harry heard about it from Kingsley, who delivered the news with the particular exhaustion of a man who'd been up all night managing the political fallout. "He's finished politically," Kingsley said. "The Heritage Council is dissolving, his own allies are distancing themselves. The Committee for the Oversight of Hereditary Magical Bonds will be formally disbanded by the end of the week." "And the emergency detention order?" "Rescinded. Unanimously." Kingsley paused. "Harry, the things I've been hearing about what happened at Stonehenge, the power you and Astoria demonstrated, not now, Kingsley. Please." The minister looked at him, really looked, the way a friend looks rather than a politician, and nodded. "Not now. But soon. The conversation about the dynasty bond isn't over. It's just entering a new phase." Harry knew he was right. But that was a problem for tomorrow, and today, he was alive, and Astoria was alive, and the bond between them was a cathedral of shared magic that made the world feel new. He found Astoria in the ministry's medical wing, where she'd been checked over by healers who tried to hide their astonishment at the state of her blood curse, compressed, contained, imprisoned by a magical force they couldn't identify and didn't understand. "Decades," the head healer told her, shaking his head in bewilderment. "Whatever is suppressing the curse, it's bought you decades. Possibly a full natural lifespan." "I can't explain it." "I can," Astoria said. She looked at Harry in the doorway, and her eyes were full, and the bond between them, Dominion, Tier 3, deep and unshakable and alive, carried everything she felt without needing a single word. He crossed the room and sat on the edge of her bed and took her hand, and they sat in the ministry medical wing, surrounded by confused healers and the distant sounds of a political establishment in upheaval, and, through the bond, they simply existed. Together. Whole. Home. Daphne appeared in the doorway, a bruise darkening her cheekbone, her arm in a sling, and an expression on her face that was trying very hard to be stern and failing completely. "You triggered Tier 3 by nearly getting yourselves killed," she said. "I want you both to know that I'm furious." "You're welcome," Harry said. "I'm going to hug you now. Don't make it weird." She crossed the room and wrapped her good arm around both of them, and Harry felt, through the bond's expanded awareness, the particular warmth of a family being born, not the family you were given, but the one you built, choice by choice, sacrifice by sacrifice, in the fire of everything the world threw at you. The bond hummed. Outside the window, London was waking up to a new day, and somewhere far away, in the dead garden of Grimmauld Place, green things were growing toward the light. Chapter 6. Dynasty Ascendant. The first morning back at Grimmauld Place, Harry woke to birdsong. Not the distant, muffled sounds of London sparrows that occasionally filtered through the grimy windows. Actual birdsong, rich, layered, impossible, coming from inside the house. He lay still for a moment, disoriented, the Dominion bond thrumming through him like a second circulatory system, and tried to make sense of what he was hearing. Astoria was already awake beside him. They'd been sharing a bed since Stonehenge, not a decision they'd discussed or negotiated, just a gravitational inevitability. At Dominion, sleeping apart felt like holding your breath underwater, technically possible, profoundly unnatural. She was propped against the headboard reading Corvinus's notes, her hair loose around her shoulders, and through the bond, he felt her focus split between the text and a quiet, persistent wonder at something she'd been sensing all morning. "The garden," she said, without looking up. Harry got out of bed, pulled on a jumper, and went to the window. He looked down into the walled garden behind Grimmauld Place and stopped breathing. The dead garden was gone. In its place was something that belonged in a fairy tale or a fevered dream, a riot of green, of color, of impossible, extravagant life. Plants he recognized and plants he'd never seen climbed the ancient brick walls, covered the ground in thick carpets of moss and wildflower, reached toward the pale morning sky with branches that shimmered faintly gold in the early light. A tree had grown overnight in the center of the garden, slender, silver-barked, with leaves that caught the sun and scattered it in prismatic fragments. Birds he couldn't name sat in its branches, singing a melody that resonated with the Dominion bond so precisely that Harry understood, with sudden clarity, that the birds weren't visiting. They'd been created. Born from the ambient magic of the bond, the same way the plants had been born from it, the house's dead spaces filling with life as the dynasty magic reshaped reality around its anchor point. "Tier 3, Harry said. "Tier 3.5, possibly." Astoria appeared beside him at the window, and the bond shifted and settled at her proximity the way it always did, not a surge, not a dramatic escalation, just a gentle deepening, like a river finding its natural course. The Dominion is bleeding into the physical environment. The house and grounds are becoming an extension of the bond's magical field. Is that dangerous? I don't think so. It feels. She paused, searching for the right word, and Harry felt her analytical mind testing and discarding options. Generative. The magic isn't destructive or chaotic. It's creating, building, like the bond is trying to make a home. Harry looked at the impossible garden, at the silver tree with its singing birds, at the green things growing from soil that had been dead for decades, and something in his chest that had been clenched since childhood, since the cupboard under the stairs, since Privet Drive, since every place he'd ever lived that wasn't really his relaxed. "It is making a home," he said. They went downstairs. The house had changed overnight, nothing dramatic, nothing alarming, but pervasive. The dark wallpaper in the corridors had lightened by several shades. The perpetual chill was gone, replaced by a comfortable warmth that had nothing to do with the fire creature maintained. The creaking stairs were solid and silent underfoot. And everywhere, in corners, along windowsills, climbing the banisters, green things grew. Tiny ferns and delicate vines and clusters of flowers that gave off a soft, steady light. Creature met them in the kitchen with tea and toast, Harry's perpetual breakfast, elevated by the elf's growing investment in the household, and his enormous eyes were bright with something Harry had never seen there: joy. "The house is singing," Creature said. Creature can hear it. The old magic, the blood of the noble House of Black, mixed with the blood of the House of Potter and the House of Greengras, it is singing in the walls. "You can hear it?" Astoria asked. "House elves hear what wizards cannot. The house has been silent for many years. Dark and cold and silent. Now it sings." Creature's wrinkled face creased in what might have been a smile. Creature is pleased. Harry drank his tea and listened to the house around him, not with his ears, but with the Dominion bond, which translated the building's magical state into something he could feel. Creature was right. The house was singing. A low, complex harmonic that resonated with the bond's frequency, the ancient ward structure of the noble House of Black merging with the dynasty magic and producing something entirely new. Not black magic. Not Potter magic. Not Greengrass magic. Something that was all three and none of them, unique and unprecedented. Daphne arrived through the flu at 9, her arm out of the sling but still bandaged, her bruise fading to a spectacular purple-green. She stepped out of the fireplace, looked around the kitchen at the climbing vines on the cabinets, the flowers on the windowsill, the warm light that had replaced Grimmauld Place's eternal gloom, and said, "I was gone for 12 hours. "The bond works fast," Harry said. Apparently. She accepted tea from Creature with the particular focused attention of someone who was filing observations for later analysis. "We have a great deal to discuss. The political situation has shifted dramatically, and we need to be ready to move." They gathered in the drawing room, which had undergone its own transformation overnight, the dark tapestries replaced by something lighter, the ancient furniture somehow more comfortable, the air clear and warm instead of musty. Daphne spread her materials across the table and began. "Blackthorn's arraignment is tomorrow. The charges are conspiracy, kidnapping, theft of private magical property, and illegal use of a restricted ritual site. He'll plead not guilty. His solicitor has already indicated that, but the evidence is overwhelming. Voss's testimony alone would be enough, and she's cooperating." "Cooperating?" Harry raised an eyebrow. Enthusiastically. Apparently, 20 years of obsession followed by a spectacular failure followed by a night in a ministry holding cell has produced a certain clarity. She's given a full account of her arrangement with Blackthorn, the archive theft, the extraction ritual, everything. In exchange for a reduced sentence, she's agreed to surrender all her research on dynasty bonds to a neutral academic body. Which neutral academic body? That's where it gets interesting. Daphne pulled a letter from her stack of papers. Laurent has proposed that the Sorbonne serve as the repository. He's already drafted a framework for a research partnership between the Sorbonne and the British magical academic community, with oversight from an international board. The idea is to make Dynasty Bond research a collaborative, transparent endeavor rather than a proprietary secret. Astoria leaned forward. Through the bond, Harry felt her intellectual interest ignite. Laurent wants to institutionalize the research. Take it out of the shadows and make it legitimate scholarship. He does. And he wants you involved, Tori. Your understanding of the bond's magical architecture, combined with Corvinus's notes, makes you the foremost living authority on dynasty-class magic. Laurent is proposing that your Sorbonne mastery thesis focus on the dynasty bond itself. A potions mastery thesis on magical bond theory? Laurent says the disciplines overlap more than people think. Something about the substrate of magical transformation being common to both potions and bond magic. Daphne waved a hand. I don't understand the academic argument. I understand the political one. If you're the published academic authority on dynasty bonds, no one can claim authority over your bond without consulting you. It's power through knowledge rather than legislation. Astoria sat back. Through the bond, Harry felt her turning the idea over, examining it from every angle, testing its structural integrity, looking for flaws. He also felt the slow, deep bloom of something she'd been afraid to feel for most of her life, excitement about her own future. Not the desperate excitement of a woman on a countdown, racing to accomplish things before the clock ran out. The calm, expansive excitement of someone who had time. Decades of time, gifted by the Dominion Bond's suppression of her blood curse. "I'll do it," she said. "Tell Laurent I'll do it." "I already told him." Daphne's expression softened fractionally. "I know you, Tori." Harry watched the sisters and felt, through the Dominion's expanded awareness, the complex love between them, Daphne's fierce protectiveness, softened now by the knowledge that Astoria was safer than she'd ever been, Astoria's gratitude, layered with the growing confidence of a woman stepping out from behind her sister's shield and into her own light. "There's more," Daphne continued, and her voice shifted, less strategic, more careful. "The Wiesengemot wants to speak with you. Both of you. Not a hearing, not an investigation. A session. Open to the public. They want to understand what happened at Stonehenge, and they want to hear it from you." "When?" Harry asked. "Next week." Kingsley scheduled it as a special address. He's framing it as an informational session rather than a judicial proceeding. No committee, no investigators. Just you, the Wiesengemot, and the public gallery. "And what are we supposed to tell them?" Daphne looked at him. Looked at Astoria. "The truth." The word hung in the air. The truth. Not a dampened, strategic, carefully curated version. The truth about the dynasty bond, the tears, the dominion, the power they'd unlocked. The truth about what they were. "We've been hiding since this started," Daphne said. "Dampening the bond, controlling the narrative, playing defense. And it worked for a while. But Stonehenge changed everything." Half the Aura department felt the magical shockwave. The leyline disruption was detected by monitoring stations across Europe. There's no hiding what happened, and trying to will only feed the fear and suspicion that gave Blackthorn his power in the first place. "Ogden's advice," Harry said quietly. "Change the conversation. Give them something to understand rather than something to fear." "Exactly." Daphne's eyes were steady. "You walk into the Wiesengemot, and you tell them who you are. What the bond is. What it can do. And you tell them what you plan to do with it." "And what do we plan to do with it?" Astoria asked. The question was directed at Harry, but it was really directed at both of them, at the bond, at the Dominion, at the shared soul space they inhabited. Through the connection, Harry felt Astoria's genuine uncertainty. Not about him, not about the bond, but about the shape of their future. They'd been so consumed by survival, by the contract, the politics, the attacks, the extraction ritual, that they'd never stopped to ask the fundamental question, what do we want to build? Harry thought about it. Really thought, letting the Dominion carry his contemplation to Astoria so she could follow his reasoning as it formed. He thought about Blackthorn's conviction that power required institutional control. About Voss's obsession with knowledge at any cost. About Kingsley's exhausted pragmatism. About the Wiesengemot's fear of things it didn't understand. And he thought about the garden. The impossible, beautiful, magical garden growing in the dead soil of Grimmauld Place. The house singing. The birds that had been born from the bond's ambient magic. The way Dominion didn't just amplify power, it created. Built. Healed. Made things grow. "We build something," he said. "Something that shows them what the bond is for. Not a weapon. Not a political tool. A foundation." "A foundation for what?" "For everything we wish had existed when we needed it." Harry looked at Astoria. "You're building a career in magical research. I've got the political connections and the resources. We have a house that's turning itself into a magical nexus. What if we open it up? Turn Grimmauld Place into a center for magical scholarship, for bond research, for the study of the kinds of magic that people have been hoarding and hiding and fighting over for centuries. Make the knowledge public. Make it accessible. Take the thing Blackthorn feared and the thing Voss coveted and turn it into something that belongs to everyone." Through the bond, he felt Astoria's response, a cascade of connections, of possibilities, of the particular excitement that only a true scholar could feel when confronted with an idea that was both elegant and right. Her mind raced, the practicalities of establishing a research institution, the academic partnerships with the Sorbonne and other magical universities, the political benefits of transforming their bond from a threat into a public good. She saw the shape of it instantly, the way she saw the shape of a complex potion before she brewed it, the whole architecture, complete and coherent. A Greengrass Potter Institute, she said slowly. For advanced magical research. Based at Grimmauld Place. Affiliated with the Sorbonne. Open to any qualified researcher, regardless of blood status. Regardless of blood status, Harry repeated. That's important. It's essential. If we're going to challenge the old pure-blood model of hoarding magical knowledge, we have to do it completely. No half measures. Through the bond, her conviction was diamond hard and diamond bright. This is what Corvinus wanted, I think. When he created the dynasty bond a century ago, he didn't want a weapon. He wanted a seed. Something that would grow, given time and the right conditions, into something that could change the way the magical world thinks about power. That's a lot to put on a marriage contract signed 100 years ago, Harry said. Read his notes sometime. The man was a visionary wrapped in an unspeakable paranoia. He knew exactly what he was building. He just didn't know who'd end up building with it. Harry smiled. Through the bond, Astoria smiled too, the real smile, the wide, unguarded, brilliant one that transformed her face and made his heart stutter every time. They were smiling at the same idea, the same future, the same impossible possibility that had taken root between them the way the garden had taken root in dead soil, against all odds, against all reason, because that's what living things did. We'll need help, Daphne said, and her voice was steady, but her eyes were bright with something she'd never have admitted to: tears. She was watching her sister plan a future, a real, long, expansive future, and the emotion of it was breaking through even her formidable composure. Hermione for the legal framework. Neville for the botanical research. That garden alone is a magical botany goldmine. Ron and George for public engagement. The Weasley brand carries enormous goodwill. Luna for communications. Laurent for academic credibility. You for strategy, Astoria said. Obviously me for strategy. Daphne wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, a quick, furtive gesture that she immediately pretended hadn't happened. Someone needs to keep you two from accidentally reshaping the physical universe with your emotions. That garden appeared because you were sleeping. I dread to think what'll happen if you get excited. The days before the Wizengamot address passed in a blur of preparation that was qualitatively different from anything they'd done before. Before Stonehenge, preparation had meant defense, studying threats, rehearsing responses, building shields. Now it meant creation, building the framework for something new. Hermione threw herself into the legal work with an intensity that was impressive even by her standards. She drafted the charter for the Greengrass Potter Institute in 3 days, working from a template she'd found in the archives of the original Hogwarts Charter, Rowena Ravenclaw's Principles of Open Magical Education, adapted for a modern research institution. The charter established the institute as an independent body, governed by a board of directors representing British and international magical academia, funded by the Potter and Black family estates, and headquartered at Grimmauld Place. The key provision, Hermione explained, spreading the charter across the drawing room table, is the Independence Clause. The institute is not subject to Wizengamot jurisdiction over its research activities. It operates under international magical academic law, the same framework that protects the Sorbonne, Durmstrang, and Hogwarts. The Wizengamot can't shut it down, restrict its research, or interfere with its scholars. Blackthorn's successors will hate that, Daphne observed. Blackthorn's successors can file an objection through the International Confederation of Wizards, where it will be reviewed by a panel of 14 nations, most of which have no interest in supporting British pureblood exceptionalism. Hermione's smile was sharp enough to cut. I've been corresponding with the French, German, and American delegations. They're enthusiastic. Apparently, the idea of a former war hero and his scholar wife establishing an open research institution is very popular internationally. We're a good story, Harry said. You're an excellent story. Which is, frankly, the most powerful political tool available. People want to root for you. Let them. Neville came by to catalog the garden, and his visits became a daily occurrence as the garden continued to evolve. New species appeared each morning, plants that seemed to occupy the boundary between botany and enchantment, their properties shifting and adapting in response to the bond's magical field. Neville documented everything with the methodical joy of a man who'd found his purpose. "This is unprecedented," he told Harry, kneeling in a patch of luminescent moss that hummed faintly when touched. "These plants don't exist in any catalog. They're not bred or transplanted, they're generated by the ambient magic of the bond. Each one is unique. And they're not just decorative. This moss, for instance, has healing properties. I've tested it. It accelerates tissue regeneration by a factor of 4. The bond creates things that heal," Harry said, thinking of Astoria's blood curse, compressed and contained by the Dominion. "The bond creates things that are needed." Neville looked up, his face alight with the particular wonder of a born naturalist confronting genuine novelty. "I think the garden is responding to you and Astoria, to your state, your needs, your relationship to the house. It's growing what you need. Healing plants because healing is what the bond does. Like giving flowers because the house was dark. The silver tree because," he paused, looking at the slender tree with its prismatic leaves. "I actually don't know what the tree is for yet. But it's the most magical thing in this garden, and it's growing toward your bedroom window." Ron's contribution was more practical and equally valuable. He arrived one afternoon with George in tow, both of them carrying boxes. "If you're starting an institute," Ron said, setting his boxes on the kitchen table, "you need people to actually come to it. And people come to places that feel welcoming, not places that feel like the haunted house on the street." Which this is, by the way. Literally. "The house is changing," Harry protested. "The house is growing a magical garden and singing to itself." "That's not changing, that's having a nervous breakdown." Ron grinned. "George and I have ideas." George's ideas were, characteristically, brilliant and slightly unhinged. The twins, George still thought of himself as a twin, always would, had built Weasley's Wizard Wheezes on the principle that magic should be fun, accessible, and shared. George proposed applying the same principle to the Institute, open days where the public could visit the garden and see the research in action. Lecture series that were entertaining as well as informative. Partnerships with Hogwarts for student apprenticeships. A public face that was warm and inviting rather than forbidding and academic. "The old pureblood families hoarded knowledge like dragons hoard gold," George said, leaning against the kitchen counter with the easy confidence of a man who'd turned irreverence into a business empire. "Made everything secret, exclusive, members only. That's what Blackthorn wanted, knowledge as power, controlled by the few. You want to do the opposite? Then make the Institute the most open, most welcoming, most ridiculously accessible magical research center in the world. Make people feel like it belongs to them. Because it should." Luna sent an owl with a long, rambling, deeply perceptive letter suggesting that the Institute should include a department for the study of magical creatures that mainstream scholarship has been too narrow-minded to acknowledge. Harry filed this under "discuss later" and felt, through the bond, Astoria's amusement. She'd read the letter over his shoulder and was already composing a diplomatic response. The letter from Ginny arrived on the day before the Wisengamot address. Short this time. 3 lines. "Harry, heard about Stonehenge. Heard about the curse and the garden and all of it. You found something real. I'm glad. Give them hell tomorrow." He showed the letter to Astoria, who read it and was quiet for a moment. "She's a good person," Astoria said. "The best. Write her back. Tell her she's welcome at the Institute anytime. And tell her I said congratulations on the starting position. I saw the Quidditch results. She's magnificent." Harry looked at her, this woman who was secure enough in herself and in their bond to extend genuine warmth to his ex, who was precise enough to track Quidditch results she had no personal investment in, who was generous enough to mean every word. He kissed her, gently, and the bond sang, and somewhere in the garden, a new flower opened. The Wisengamot chamber was full. Not just the members, every seat in the public gallery was occupied, and the overflow crowd filled the corridors outside, watching through projected images. The press gallery was standing room only. International observers occupied a special section that had been hastily expanded to accommodate delegations from France, Germany, America, and a dozen other magical nations. Laurent himself sat in the French section, looking ancient and imperious and deeply satisfied. Harry and Astoria stood at the entrance to the chamber, side by side, and felt the collective attention of the magical world like sunlight through a lens. "Ready?" Harry asked. "Are you going to ask me that before every major life event?" "Probably." "Then probably yes." Through the bond, she sent him warmth and steel in equal measure. "Let's go." They walked in together, and the chamber went silent. No dampening. No concealment. The Dominion bond radiated from them like heat from a furnace, and every witch and wizard in the chamber could feel it, a pressure in the air, a resonance in their magic. The unmistakable signature of power so deep and so integrated that it changed the ambient magical field of the room simply by existing. The floating candles burned brighter. The stone walls hummed faintly. The Wisengamot members shifted in their seats, some leaning forward with curiosity, some leaning back with instinctive wariness. Harry and Astoria took their places at the witness table, though witness wasn't quite right. They weren't here to defend or explain. They were here to speak. Marchbanks opened the session with his usual procedural gravity, but even the ancient chief warlock seemed affected by the atmosphere. His voice carried a weight of occasion that went beyond his usual authority. "Mr. Potter, Ms. Greengras, the Wisengamot has convened this special session to hear your account of recent events and to discuss the nature and implications of the magical bond you share. This is not a judicial proceeding. No charges are at issue. The floor is yours." Harry stood. The chamber watched him, 300 faces in the galleries, 47 Wisengamot members on the bench, and behind them, through the projected images, tens of thousands more across the country. The most public moment of his life since the Battle of Hogwarts. Maybe more public, because this time he wasn't fighting. He was building. 6 months ago, Harry said, I was called to Gringotts and told I was married. I hadn't agreed to it. I hadn't been consulted. A contract signed 100 years ago by people I'd never met had decided my future for me. He paused. I was furious. And across the table, equally furious, was a woman I'd never spoken to. Astoria Greengras. He looked at her. She met his eyes, and the bond between them visible now, to anyone with magical sight, as a shimmering golden thread connecting their hearts, pulsed with shared memory. We didn't choose each other. We didn't choose the contract or the bond that came with it. And for a while, we were angry about that, both of us, separately and together. The anger was justified. No one should have their choices taken away by a piece of parchment signed by the dead. The chamber was absolutely silent. But here's what I've learned in the months since. The contract forced us together. The bond amplified what was between us. But the relationship, the trust, the partnership, the love, that was ours. We built it. Day by day, choice by choice, in the middle of everything the world threw at us. We built it on honesty, on vulnerability, on the willingness to see each other clearly and stay anyway. He felt Astoria's hand on his arm. Not a signal. An anchor. The dynasty bond is real. It's powerful. At full strength, it makes us capable of things that no single witch or wizard can match. I understand why that frightens people. Power should be scrutinized. Power should be accountable. Cyrus Blackthorne was right about that principle, even though he was wrong about everything else. A murmur in the chamber. Harry let it settle. But power isn't just something to be feared and controlled. Power is also something to be shared, to be used, to be put in service of something larger than the people who hold it. He took a breath. Astoria and I are here today to tell you what we intend to do with the power the bond has given us. Astoria stood. She stood the way she always stood, straight, composed, precise, but the Dominion bond added something to her presence that hadn't been there before. A gravity. A quiet, unmistakable authority that came not from arrogance, but from the deep knowledge of exactly who and what she was. My name is Astoria Greengras, she said. I am a scholar, a potions master in training, and the co-holder of a dynasty-class magical bond. I also carry a hereditary blood curse that, until recently, would have shortened my life considerably. The bond changed that. The Dominion, the third tier of the dynasty system, is actively suppressing the curse, giving me a future I never expected to have. She paused. The chamber hung on her words. I could hoard that future. Keep the bond's power private, use it for my own benefit, build walls around it the way pure-blood families have built walls around their knowledge for centuries. That would be the traditional approach. The safe approach. Her voice hardened. It would also be the wrong approach. She reached into her robes and produced a document, Hermione's charter, bound in leather, bearing the seals of the Potter and Greengras families. Today, Harry and I are announcing the establishment of the Greengras Potter Institute for Advanced Magical Research. The institute will be headquartered at our home in London and affiliated with the Académie Magique de la Sorbonne. Its mission is the open study and dissemination of magical knowledge, with a focus on bond magic, ancestral magic, and the intersection of magical disciplines that have traditionally been kept separate. She held up the charter. The institute will be open to any qualified researcher, regardless of blood status, national origin, or institutional affiliation. Its research will be published openly and made accessible to the global magical community. Its governance will be independent of any single nation's political body, operating under international magical academic law. She set the charter on the table. This is what power is for. Not dominion over others. Creation. Growth. The sharing of knowledge that has been hidden for too long. The chamber erupted. Not into chaos, into noise, into reaction, into the particular cacophony of 300 people all trying to process something unprecedented at the same time. The galleries buzzed. The Wisengamot members turned to each other. The press gallery scribbled frantically. Marchbanks called for order. It took 2 minutes. Questions, he said, when the chamber had settled. The members may address questions to Mr. Potter and Ms. Greengras. The questions came fast and hard. Elena Whitfield asked about the Institute's funding model. Astoria answered, Potter and Black family estates providing the initial endowment, with applications pending for international magical research grants. Ogden asked about security, about the danger of the bond's ambient magic affecting the Institute's researchers. Harry answered, the Dominion's effects were generative, not destructive, and the garden at Grimmauld Place was proof that proximity to the bond produced healing and growth, not harm. Augusta Longbottom asked, with characteristic bluntness, whether the Institute would accept students from Hogwarts for research apprenticeships. Astoria said yes, and Augusta nodded with the satisfaction of a woman whose question had been the only one that mattered. The hardest question came from an unexpected source. A young Wisengamot member in the back row, someone Harry didn't recognize, new since the post-war elections, stood and asked, in a voice that carried the particular weight of personal experience, Mr. Potter. Ms. Greengras, you've described the bond as something that amplifies trust and partnership. But the bond was forced on you by a contract you didn't consent to. How can you ask us to celebrate something that began with a violation of your autonomy? The chamber went quiet. It was the right question, the essential question, and the young member had asked it without hostility, with genuine curiosity and a note of something that sounded like hope. Astoria answered first. You're right. The contract was a violation. I spent weeks furious about it, and I reserve the right to be furious about it for the rest of my life. A small, rueful ripple of laughter from the gallery. But the contract and the bond are not the same thing. The contract was an instrument of control, two families arranging their descendants' lives for political advantage. That was wrong, and one of the Institute's first research initiatives will be developing ethical frameworks for ancestral magical contracts, including methods for dissolving them without the catastrophic penalties that trapped Harry and me. She looked at Harry. Through the bond, he felt her pass the baton. The bond is different, Harry said. The bond didn't force us to trust each other. It didn't force us to be vulnerable, or to fight side by side, or to fall in love. It gave us the capacity for those things, amplified them when they happened, but the choices were ours. Every tier we unlocked by choosing each other. Not because the contract told us to, but because we decided that the person standing next to us was worth the risk. He looked at Astoria, and the bond between them carried everything he felt, all of it, every nuance, without filter or concealment, and she looked back at him and carried it all with her and gave it all back with interest. The lesson of the dynasty bond, Harry said, turning back to the chamber, isn't that forced contracts produce good outcomes. They don't. The lesson is that genuine partnership, real trust between equals, creates something more powerful than any institution or individual can achieve alone. That's not a threat. That's a promise. The chamber was silent for a long moment. Then Elena Whitfield began to clap. It spread. Through the Wiesengemot, through the galleries, through the press box, a rolling wave of applause that wasn't political or strategic, but simply, genuinely human. The sound of people who had been afraid of something deciding, in the same moment, to be hopeful about it instead. Harry sat down. Astoria sat beside him. Under the table, out of sight of the galleries, she took his hand, and the bond sang between them like the silver tree in their garden, quietly, persistently, with a resonance that promised things not yet imagined. The weeks that followed were the busiest of Harry's life, and for the first time, the busyness felt purposeful rather than reactive. The Institute took shape with a speed that surprised everyone except Daphne, who had apparently been project managing in her sleep. Grimmauld Place underwent a transformation that was part renovation and part magical evolution, the Dynasty Bond's ambient magic reshaping the house in response to its new purpose. The drawing room became a seminar space. The library expanded, absorbing 2 adjacent rooms without anyone casting an expansion charm. The basement, where Harry and Astoria had trained, became a research laboratory equipped with facilities that appeared overnight, grown from the house's magical substrate like the garden's plants. The house is anticipating our needs, Astoria told Harry, standing in the new laboratory with an expression of professional awe. These brewing stations are better than anything at the Sorbonne. The ventilation system is integrated into the ward structure. And the ingredient storage, she opened a cabinet and found it stocked with rare potions ingredients, some of them extinct in the wild, grown from the garden's impossible fertility. Harry, this cabinet contains 3 ingredients that haven't been available commercially in a century. The bond provides what's needed, Harry said, echoing Neville's observation about the garden. You need a world-class potions lab. The house built you one. It built us one. She ran her hand along a brewing station's surface, smooth, warm, responsive to her touch. This isn't just for me. It's for the Institute. For every researcher who'll work here. The first researchers arrived in December. Laurent sent 2 of his best doctoral students from the Sorbonne, a French witch specializing in bond theory and a Brazilian wizard studying ley line dynamics. Hermione, who had taken an official leave of absence from the ministry to serve as the Institute's legal director, recruited a Muggle-born magical theorist from Edinburgh who'd been unable to find institutional support for her research into non-traditional magical frameworks. Neville accepted a part-time research fellowship to study the garden's botanical phenomena, splitting his time between Grimmauld Place and Hogwarts. The house welcomed them all. Not metaphorically, literally. Each new resident found their quarters already prepared, furnished to their preferences, stocked with the books and tools and materials they needed. The wards recognized them, adapted to them, enfolded them in the same warmth that Harry and Astoria felt. The Dynasty Bond's ambient magic treated the Institute's scholars as extensions of its purpose, people engaged in the work of understanding and sharing magical knowledge. People who belonged. Harry watched it happen with a wonder that never quite faded. He'd lived in this house during the darkest period of the war, when it had been a headquarters for desperate resistance, full of fear and suspicion and the claustrophobic tension of people trapped together by circumstance. Now it was becoming something else, a center of light and growth and collaboration, the dark legacy of the House of Black transformed by the Dynasty Bond into something Sirius would have loved and Walburga would have despised, which meant it was exactly right. Astoria flourished. There was no other word for it. Free from the shadow of her blood curse, still present but contained, a manageable chronic condition rather than a death sentence, She threw herself into her work with an energy and ambition that left even Laurent impressed. Her Sorbonne coursework was completed months ahead of schedule, and her thesis proposal, Dynasty-class magical bonds, architecture, evolution, and therapeutic applications, was accepted unanimously by the review committee. She spent her days in the laboratory and the library, and her evenings with Harry, and the bond between them deepened every day with the quiet, steady persistence of the silver tree growing toward their window. The silver tree had been identified, tentatively, by Neville as a new species, Argentum dynasta. He called it the dynasty silver. Its leaves had properties that defied categorization. They could be used in potions as a universal stabilizing agent, in wardcraft as an amplifier, in healing magic as a catalyst. The trees would resonated with the dynasty bond's frequency and could be shaped into objects that carried a trace of the bond's magic: wands, staffs, amulets. Neville estimated that a single branch of Argentum dynasta was worth more than the entire contents of Gringotts, but the idea of selling it never occurred to anyone. It wasn't currency. It was a gift. Blackthorn's trial concluded in January. He was found guilty of conspiracy and kidnapping, sentenced to 5 years in a minimum security facility. The sentence was lighter than many expected. He'd cooperated fully after Stonehenge, surrendered his Heritage Council records, and provided testimony that helped dismantle the network of financial and political arrangements that had supported his coalition. Harry attended the sentencing and felt, watching Blackthorn stand to receive the verdict with his characteristic rigid composure, a complicated mix of emotions. Not sympathy. The man had kidnapped Daphne and enabled an extraction ritual that nearly killed Astoria. But something adjacent to understanding. Blackthorn had believed he was protecting the magical world from uncontrolled power. He'd been wrong about everything except the underlying concern, and the Institute's existence was, in a strange way, an answer to the question he'd been asking. Voss received a reduced sentence, 2 years, plus a 10-year prohibition on unsupervised magical research, in exchange for her comprehensive testimony and the surrender of her research archives. Laurent took custody of the archives personally, transported them to the Sorbonne, and spent 3 days reading them before sending a note to Astoria that consisted of a single word: extraordinary. Voss's research, combined with Corvinus's notes and Astoria's own emerging scholarship, formed the foundation of the Institute's first major publication, a comprehensive account of dynasty-class magical bonds, their history, their mechanics, and their implications. Astoria wrote the theoretical sections. Harry contributed a personal account of experiencing the bond from the inside. Laurent provided historical context spanning 3 centuries. Hermione wrote the legal analysis. The paper was published simultaneously in 6 magical academic journals across 4 countries and became the most cited magical research publication of the decade within a month. "We've changed the conversation," Daphne said, standing in the drawing room of the Institute, her war room wall now replaced by a world map showing the Institute's growing network of academic partnerships. "The dynasty bond isn't a threat anymore. It's a subject of legitimate scholarly inquiry. Blackthorn's successors can't argue for regulation of something that's being studied openly and transparently. There's no fear to exploit." "There will always be fear," Astoria said. "The question is whether we give people something better." "We're giving them a garden," Harry said. It had become shorthand between them, the garden, meaning the living proof that the bond's power, freely shared, produced beauty and healing and growth rather than destruction and control. The garden at Grimmauld Place had become famous in its own right. Visitors came from around the world to see the impossible plants, the singing birds, the silver tree. Neville led tours on weekends, his natural warmth and expertise making the experience accessible and wonderful for everyone from ministry officials to primary school children. On a Wednesday afternoon in February, Harry walked through the garden alone. Not truly alone. The bond meant he was never truly alone, Astoria's presence a warm constant in his chest even when she was 3 floors up in her laboratory. But physically alone, taking a rare moment of quiet in the middle of the Institute's busy life. The garden was in full bloom despite the winter cold. The bond's magic made seasons irrelevant within its radius. Harry walked among plants that glowed and hummed and reached toward him as he passed, responsive to the source of their existence. The silver trees' leaves scattered light across his path, and the birds sang their strange, beautiful songs, and the air was warm and smelled of green things growing. He stopped at the center of the garden, beneath the tree, and looked up. The tree had grown taller than the house. Its branches reached above the roofline, and from the highest limb, Harry could see, with the Dominion's enhanced perception rather than his physical eyes, the shape of the magical field that the bond projected around Grimmauld Place. A dome of golden light, invisible to mundane sight, but vivid to his bond-enhanced awareness, extending outward from the house in every direction. The wards had evolved far beyond anything he or Astoria had cast. They were alive, adaptive, responsive, a living shield that protected the Institute and everyone within it. And at the very edge of the dome, where the bond's field met the ambient magic of London, something was happening. The boundary was expanding. Slowly, inches per day, imperceptible to anyone who wasn't looking, the dome was growing, and the magic it carried was changing the world around it. Not dramatically, not dangerously, but perceptibly. The buildings nearest to Grimmauld Place were in better repair than their neighbors. The trees on the surrounding streets were greener, healthier, fuller. The people who lived nearby reported sleeping better, feeling calmer, experiencing a general sense of well-being they couldn't explain. Tier 4. The theoretical peak that no historical account had fully documented. Dynasty Ascendant. Harry didn't know if they'd reached it. The boundary between Tier 3 and Tier 4 wasn't clear. There was no dramatic moment of activation, no surge of power, no threshold to cross. It was more like a continuation, a deepening that had no bottom. The bond growing stronger and wider and more integrated with every passing day, fed by the genuine love and trust and shared purpose that Harry and Astoria brought to it. If Tier 4 meant influence over ambient magic itself, over wards, ley lines, the magical fabric of locations they claimed as their own, then yes, they were there. The garden was proof. The house was proof. The expanding dome of warmth and healing that was slowly, quietly transforming their corner of London was proof. But Harry suspected Tier 4 wasn't a destination. It was a direction. A process without an endpoint, a becoming rather than a being. The dynasty bond would keep growing as long as he and Astoria kept choosing each other, kept building, kept sharing what they had with the world around them. He heard footsteps on the garden path. Astoria appeared around a bend in the green, wearing her laboratory robes with the sleeves rolled up and a smear of something iridescent on her cheek, a potions accident, probably, though with Astoria, accidents tended to produce breakthroughs. "There you are," she said. "Lawrence fluing in 20 minutes. He wants to discuss the spring lecture series." In a moment, she came to stand beside him under the silver tree. The bond sang between them, not the dramatic crescendo of resonance or the surging integration of convergence or the shattering transcendence of dominion, but something quieter and more powerful than any of those. The steady, everyday music of two people who had found each other against all odds and chose, every morning, to be found again. "What are you thinking?" she asked. "That a year ago, I was eating toast alone in a dark kitchen, and now I'm standing in an impossible garden with the woman I love, running a magical research institute, bonded by ancient magic that's literally reshaping reality around us. Is that a complaint? It's a marvel." He looked at her, really looked, the way he had that first day in Gringotts, except now he could see everything. Not just the sharp cheekbones and the sea-glass eyes and the dark hair and the striking, unconventional beauty. The whole person. The brilliant mind. The fierce heart. The stubborn pride and the hidden warmth and the scar of the blood curse and the scholar's hunger for knowledge and the woman's capacity for love. All of it, seen and known and cherished. "I love you," he said. He'd said it before. He said it every day. But it landed differently each time, because each time they were slightly different people, slightly more known to each other, slightly more integrated, the bond deepening by imperceptible degrees. "I love you too," She reached up and wiped the iridescent smear from her own cheek. She'd felt him notice it through the bond. "And I'm going to love you for a very long time, thanks to a blood curse that's been thoroughly outmatched by a magical bond that was apparently designed by a prescient unspeakable with a romantic streak." You think Corvinus was romantic? I think he built a magical system that rewards love with power. If that's not romantic, I don't know what is. Harry laughed, and the silver tree's leaves shimmered in response, and the birds sang louder, and somewhere at the edge of the bond's expanding field, another inch of London became a slightly better place to be. Astoria took his hand. Through the bond, through the dominion, through the dynasty, through whatever Tier 4 was becoming, he felt everything she was and gave her everything he was, and it was enough. It was more than enough. It was the foundation of something that would outlast them both, a dynasty not of blood or power but of knowledge and trust and the radical, stubborn, world-changing decision to share what you have with the people around you. They walked back to the house together, hand in hand, the garden blooming in their wake. Through the kitchen door, Harry could hear voices, Hermione's crisp tones debating something with Neville's gentle rumble, Daphne's sharp interjection cutting through both, Ron's laugh booming over it all. Their people. Their family. The community that had grown around the bond the way the garden had grown around the house, organically, inevitably, with a vitality that defied explanation. Astoria paused at the door and looked back at the garden. The silver tree caught the afternoon light and held it, and for a moment the entire garden blazed with a golden radiance that was felt rather than seen, the dynasty bond's magic, visible and beautiful and alive. "Dynasty ascendant," Astoria murmured. "Is that what this is?" She smiled, the real smile, wide and unguarded, the one that still made his heart stutter after all these months. "It's what it's becoming. The historical accounts say Tier 4 was never fully achieved. I think that's because it isn't meant to be achieved. It's meant to be lived." Harry looked at the golden garden, at the impossible house, at the woman beside him who carried ancient magic and modern brilliance and his whole heart in her steady, precise, extraordinary hands. "Then let's live it," he said. They went inside, and the door closed behind them, and the garden grew, and the house sang, and the bond deepened, and the dynasty, their dynasty, built not on blood or contract but on choice ascended. Not to an ending. To a beginning.